when the chat group's live stream abruptly shifted to the battlefield of an alternate realm. The scene of the Marineford war. Luffy cried out, "Save Ace," and unexpectedly revealed the Great Ivan. In the Holy Grail War, the limitless magic of the Black Saber unleashed a devastating light cannon, while Illya struck a JoJo pose, exclaiming, "Smash!" Baludo. In the pinnacle of the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara unleashed his full Susanoo, as Might Guy raised his wand in fury, shouting, "Magical girl, transform." Observing the entire spectacle, the tornado trembled and messaged the group leader. "Who are these people? We don't have anyone like that in our group, do we?" The group leader, Naiko, slammed the table and roared, "How would I know? I'm a professional lunatic." At 21, Naiko was indeed a lunatic. Do you wish to comprehend the meaning of life? Do you truly desire to live? In the face of such bizarre occurrences, Naiko remained remarkably composed, meticulously reading the words suspended in the air. After successfully deciphering a line, he seemed to finally resolve himself, a mischievous smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, infused with a hint of wickedness and a touch of the supernatural. In the next moment, his jaw dislocated with a satisfying pop. He cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted, "Old Wong, help me. Someone's resurrecting old memes." I'm terrified. I even miscounted the exclamation marks. The prospect of clicking was utterly impossible. He was a lunatic, not Aqua. Why would he feel compelled to click on anything? What if he inadvertently incurred a phone bill? Before Naiko could finish, a booming voice echoed from afar. "Naiko, shut up. This month you've already encountered 3 grandfathers hidden in various things, 7 different invitations to alternate spaces, 2 goddesses claiming they would take you to another world, and at least a dozen other miscellaneous system interfaces. Can you please be quiet? It's only the 3rd day of the month, and we still have 27 days left. Are you trying to drive me to exhaustion?" Hearing Old Wong's furious outburst, Naiko nodded in satisfaction, muttering to himself, "Old Wong is quite the voice, it's impressively loud. Only a month in, and he's already got the aura of a death metal singer. He must be thrilled. You actually know that." Old Wong immediately picked up a nearby folding stool, but considering he might not be able to overpower Naiko, he settled for a calm, "Forget it." There was a reason Naiko was confined here besides his mental state. His combat prowess was bewilderingly formidable. Specific details were best left unmentioned, but Old Wong knew that if Naiko went berserk, even several trained men would struggle to restrain him. Moreover, while both were in their 20s, Old Wong was acutely aware that his untrained physique would be easily overpowered by anyone else. Not to mention that Naiko was a lunatic who faced no legal repercussions for violence. With this realization, Old Wong softened his tone, saying, "Don't worry, those are merely your hallucinations. If you cooperate with our treatment, those strange things will eventually fade away." While Old Wong continued his ramblings, another invitation from a group called Superdimensional Chat Group appeared before Naiko, which immediately irked him. "It must be because the medication I've been taking isn't working otherwise. How could I see these things? Clearly, it's your incompetence as a doctor, Old Wong. What does that have to do with me? If it's a nurse on the 5th floor and not your therapist, wait. What medication? You only had injections this week, not oral medication." Old Wong's voice grew increasingly agitated. "Where are the security guards? Naiko is out again, grabbing stuff. Hurry and search his room." As Old Wong shouted in panic, a swarm of security personnel rushed into Naiko's room. They ultimately discovered over 40 unfinished boxes of various medications, 2 balls of yarn, a hand-knit green beanie inscribed to Old Wong, a PS4, several butter discs, a fishing line, a utility knife, and a halberd. "Wait, what's the last item?" Old Wong exclaimed in shock, staring at the list as if gazing upon a monster. "I bought it on sale at the supermarket a few days ago," Naiko replied, feigning innocence. This individual had developed a habit of thriftiness that was hard to shake. "You're missing the point," Naiko retorted, slapping the door with force, only to wince in pain afterward. Old Wong stared at Naiko for a long moment before silently turning to leave. Engaging in a quarrel with a lunatic was an exercise in futility. He would inevitably be dragged to the same level and defeated by Naiko's wealth of experience. Unexpectedly, Naiko's expression shifted dramatically as he slammed his palm on the table, shouting, "I just heard the narrator. How dare you call me a lunatic? I reiterate, am a lunatic, not insane. Do you understand? How can you call yourself a doctor?" Upon hearing this, Old Wong trembled, suddenly jolted awake as he screamed, "Why are you in my office?" Naiko's expression changed slightly, his disdain evident as he replied, "Isn't it obvious? There's no table in my room, so I had to come here to slam the surface." Old Wong was momentarily bewildered, finding Naiko's argument oddly compelling. leaving him at a loss for a rebuttal. However, to avoid provoking Naiko into any extreme actions, Old Wong forced himself to remain calm as he observed Naiko's shifting demeanor, redirecting the conversation. I see, that's quite reasonable. But what do you intend to do by coming out here? Naiko, predictably, fell for the diversion, nodding as he explained, "I'm planning to escape, so I tattooed the hospital's layout on Zhang Zitang's back. I'm going to check on the situation today." What on earth? Old Wong could no longer maintain his composure, his expression betraying his disbelief. Where did you get the tattooing tools? The prospect of tattooing tools was alarming. Who knew what Naiko might have used, perhaps a power drill or something equally absurd? As Naiko prepared to respond, his expression shifted again, only to have Old Wong angrily snatch away the unknown medication in his hand. Old Wong furrowed his brow in contemplation. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Yet, considering his own receding hairline, Old Wong decided against pondering the matter further. He resolved to relocate Zhang Zitang's ward instead. After all, anyone associated with Naiko seemed to attract trouble. This was for Zhang Zitang's own good, indeed. "Old Dr. Wong, did you press the alarm?" At that moment, a knock echoed from outside Old Wong's office, revealing that he had secretly activated the alarm to notify security. At long last, the security personnel arrived belatedly. His prolonged conversation with Naiko was merely a tactic to delay their arrival otherwise. If Naiko suddenly went berserk, he, as a mere office worker, could not withstand the onslaught. "It's me, Naiko is out again." Hurry! Just as he was about to call for security to enter, Old Wong paused, turning his gaze toward Naiko, who was emitting an eerie laughter. What is happening? What occurred? Why is he laughing? Lao Wong furrowed his brow slightly, making his forehead appear even more prominent. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he suddenly felt as if everything was under Naiko's control, and the current situation was merely an illusion orchestrated by her. "That is of no consequence," Naiko replied, her gaze revealing a peculiar smile as she unabashedly looked at Lao Wong, causing a chill to run down his spine. "Hee. Do you truly not know what has transpired?" "Hee. Of course, you are unaware, for I have not divulged anything," Naiko said with an insidious grin, prompting Lao Wong to reflect once more on why he had sought answers from a person he deemed unstable. Before he could respond, Naiko continued as if engaging in a soliloquy. "Hee. If we were to discuss what has occurred." "Wait, what on earth is that hee laughter of yours?" Upon hearing Lao Wong's inquiry, Naiko looked at him in shock, as if she had encountered an extraterrestrial being. "Lao Wong, are you unwell? Such things are simply part of my persona. Normal individuals do not question such matters, do they?" "Well, to put it simply, I had initially hoped that you all could cure me, or at least make these bothersome things disappear." Naiko gestured toward the options hovering above her head with a look of exasperation. "However, having stayed here for nearly half a year, it seems your treatments have had no effect on this phenomenon. Given this, I see no reason to prolong my stay." In that instant, Lao Wong felt as though this young man before him might not be mentally ill at all. He could merely be a pitiable soul driven to such extremes by something ordinary people could not comprehend. In any case, that is how it stands. I must seek other avenues for my healing, so let us bid farewell here. At some point, Naiko had climbed to the windowsill, smiling as he waved goodbye to Lao Wong. Observing the clarity in his eyes, Lao Wong could not see him as a madman in need of treatment. Instead, he appeared as a transcendent being, poised to ascend from the mundane world. This fellow, could he truly be more than an ordinary human? After all, his usual demeanor is already astonishing. Perhaps flying would not be so outlandish? For reasons unknown, Lao Wong found himself utterly convinced of this notion. In the next moment, just as Lao Wong had envisioned, Naiko released his grip on the window frame, and his entire body seemed to float weightlessly away from the opening. With a decisive plop, Naiko plummeted from the 12th floor, meeting the ground with a finality that extinguished his life in an instant. In a dimly lit room, approximately 20 square meters in size, a slender young man with pale skin lies on the floor. The decor of the room appears to have once been quite nice, yet due to the passage of time, much of the furniture is cloaked in dust, and the walls exhibit an aged, murky yellow hue. After an indeterminate period, the young man finally opens his eyes slowly, revealing a face contorted in anguish, his body trembling and writhing. How could I be so easily deceived by Old Wong? I actually believed it myself. It hurts so much. Oh dear. I never realized that jumping from the 12th floor could truly result in death. Undoubtedly, this fool, no, this young man, is Naiko. However, he has returned to life after his leap. Still feeling the remnants of the excruciating pain of being reduced to a pulp, though no actual wounds remain. It must be said. Compared to the other dialogue boxes awaiting Naiko's choice, this one is evidently more clever, as it is compulsory. Should Naiko die, it will make a decision for him. The options presented are limited to just 2. Yet, as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Naiko's unique advantage as a professional lunatic is his remarkably good spirits. After years of evading choices to avoid losing phone credit, he now finds himself compelled to make selections. Yet he bears no psychological burden. Instead, he gleefully clicks on everything available. Perhaps due to the customary rule of first come, first served in this world of extraordinary powers. Most of the options for crossing over and binding systems have become ineffective. No matter how Naiko clicks, there is no response. Only one chat window stubbornly persists before his eyes, the so-called super-dimensional chat group. Whether this chat group is exceptionally formidable or merely brazen, like a ubiquitous fast food combo, it seems to latch onto him regardless of his actions. Regardless, since it has appeared, Naiko naturally feels compelled to scrutinize it. As for the bizarre and seemingly unsafe environment he finds himself in, that is of little significance. Why expect a lunatic to discern the importance of matters? Congratulations! You have joined the super-dimensional chat group. As the sole member of the super-dimensional chat group, you have become the group leader and can begin recruiting members. Recruitment is divided into specified and random recruitment. Specified recruitment allows for the setting of up to 3 conditions to select members who meet them, while random recruitment has no specified conditions but grants one opportunity for a group lottery. Would you like to recruit group members? This recruitment allows for the random recruitment of 25 individuals. The introduction for the group leader in the chat group announcement is quite straightforward and clear. Even Naiko, with his limited intellect, can grasp its meaning upon a brief glance. After a moment of contemplation, Naiko fills in the names section with the earnest phrase, "I want an airport," representing his aspirations, and begins to seriously consider the recruitment issue. This is truly a standard feature of a golden finger, not to mention the numerous benefits that random recruits could bring. The recruitment itself also provides a lottery opportunity, coupled with this privilege of 5 choices, as long as one isn't excessively unlucky. It's evident that one can acquire something extraordinarily useful, at the very least transforming me from an ordinary lunatic into a formidable one. Faced with such a powerful chat group function, Naiko is astonished and decisively opts not to recruit. Let's see what treasures this room holds. With the recruitment interface temporarily set aside, Naiko turns to inspect his surroundings. Thus, one may wonder why to expect a lunatic to discern the importance of issues. Fortunately, the room is small, providing little opportunity for mischief. Within moments, he has assessed the interior, merely a table, a chair, a window, and a measuring stick. In summary, the only noteworthy items are a set of table and chairs, a bedside cabinet, and a locked wardrobe, along with an iron door. Scattered throughout are various scraps of paper and books, as well as weapons such as hammers and axes. At the center of the iron door lies a note stating, "Regardless of the method, leave this room or perish here." So this is akin to a mystery room escape setup. It appears to be the novice level of a nightmare party. Furthermore, judging by the contents of the room and the note on the door, the means of escape are not restricted. One could break through with a weapon, solve puzzles to find keys or codes, or attempt to pick the lock with wire. However, the latter part of the note is rather thought-provoking. Perish here could imply dying of hunger if one cannot escape in time, or perhaps if one exits too slowly. Other unforeseen dangers may arise, leading to death. The ambiguity of this note breeds a sense of dread, as clearer instructions would allow for strategic thinking. Yet this vague phrasing instills an unsettling fear in those trapped within. Hopefully, you won't be among the slowest in this area. Naiko's brow furrows slightly as he discerns the implications. Clearly, beyond confronting the unknown dangers within the room, there are others engaged in the same escape game. If one is too slow, even if they manage to exit the room, they may still meet a grim fate. It seems time is of the essence. Naiko furrows his brow and begins to frantically search the refrigerator in the room, hurriedly preparing a fried egg sandwich, then anxiously brewing himself a cup of tea, ultimately settling on the sofa to commence recruitment. It must be said, one should never expect a lunatic to discern the importance of issues. Recruiting members. The specified recruitment must not be like me. Wait, that would dilute my presence. Just as Naiko is poised to recruit, he realizes the flaw in his plan and quickly halts, rethinking his approach. What should a group leader do? After abandoning the idea of recruiting 3 more lunatics, Naiko, with a mouthful of sandwich, indecipherably decides to proceed with recruiting. Death Surgeon has joined the group chat. Unbreakable Speed has joined the group chat. Trembling 28-year-old Lowly has joined the group chat. Death Surgeon, what is this? A super-dimensional chat group? Is this the ability of a superhuman-type devil fruit? Death Surgeon, damn it, have we been attacked? Why didn't he the lookout sound the alarm? Unbreakable Speed, Devil fruit? What is that? Unbreakable speed. And what is this chat group? Unbreakable speed. I can't comprehend this at all. What on earth is happening? Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Compared to those things, this is nothing. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Which soulless person gave me this name? I will crush him. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Was it you too? Or that silent fellow? Death surgeon. 28-year-old lowly? Unbreakable speed. Should that be classified as lowly or anti? Death surgeon, however. Strange things abound on the Grand Line. Perhaps such a fruit with that capability truly exists. Unbreakable speed, though I don't know what you mean by devil fruit. I feel like I've heard something similar before. The trembling 28-year-old lowly. So it was indeed the two of you behind this, right? You better not let me find you, or I shall make you experience what true tremor feels like. With the recruitment of 3 new members, the chat group instantly became lively. Naiko, after observing the trio, quickly deduced their identities. The most conspicuous among them was the death surgeon. None other than Trafalgar Law from the world of One Piece, a name that suits a man of water. As for the trembling 28-year-old lowly, it was not difficult to guess that she must be the legitimate vacuum lowly from the One Punch Man universe, Tornado of Terror. The name only fast. Unbreakable, and his remarks seemed rather unremarkable. However, Naiko, with a brief contemplation, glanced at the other's real photo and verified identity, thus unraveling the truth. It was none other than the Flash of the world. Huh, did you think it was the Fire Cloud evil god? In fact, it's me, the Flash. Having confirmed the identities of the 3, Naiko wasted no time and directly opened the chat dialog box to explain. Wanting an airport, Group Master, let me explain this to you. Essentially, this transcendent chat group is only fast. Unbreakable. What does the Group Master mean by a string of ellipses? Wanting an airport, Group Master TSK. What I mean is, this thing is like this. Only fast, unbreakable. So what exactly does that mean? Wanting an airport, Group Master, do you dare to question the Group Master? Only fast. Unbreakable was muted for 10 minutes. The Flash, who was sprinting, stumbled upon suddenly being muted, almost losing his footing. After regaining his balance, he felt as if he had just encountered a misfortune. How could I have questioned it? Just look at what you said. Does that even make sense? However, the authority of the Group Master was absolute, and no matter how the muted Flash protested, he could not speak. The other 2 members, observing his predicament, wisely chose to ignore Naiko, opting instead to examine the group announcements. Both were no fools. In fact, their intelligence was quite commendable. After perusing the straightforward introduction, they quickly grasped the purpose of the chat group. Death Surgeon, a chat group connecting countless dimensions and worlds, allowing us to converse as a face-to-face. This is simply unimaginable. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Although I am reluctant to believe it, this indeed surpasses all biological limits of technology. Even the Metal Knight and Child Emperor could not create such a thing. Only fast, unbreakable, although I cannot speak. The Flash undoubtedly felt a similar sentiment rising in his heart. Such technology, even in his world brimming with advanced tech and strange powers, was unheard of. Yet in the next moment, a tinge of melancholy flashed through the minds of the 3 group members. Why does this seemingly grandiose thing feel somewhat off with the Group Master? After reviewing the earlier materials, they comprehended the existence of the transcendent chat group and also gained a clearer understanding of what the Group Master truly was. However, having such a person as the Group Master seemed like a cruel joke of fate. Without the need for strict admonishment, the 3 silently reached a consensus, all the while feeling a growing anxiety about what their future might hold. Death Surgeon, but according to the group announcement, the world we inhabit is actually a story from another world as anime or manga. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Yes, it feels a bit hard to accept, doesn't it? Only fast, unbreakable. This isn't too strange. I'm not aware of your circumstances, but in our world, such occurrences are quite common. Finally liberated from muting, the Flash noticed the discussion had veered to a topic he was most familiar with, prompting him to jump in. Only fast, unbreakable, oftentimes. The plots in storybooks are merely representations of events unfolding in another parallel world. Only fast, unbreakable. However, whether we should consider this as a story written by someone becoming reality, or as events in a parallel world reflecting in someone's mind, thus creating a similar narrative, remains unclear. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. An intriguing theory, however, if we don't delve too deeply into this. Doesn't it imply we can glean insights about future events from those stories? Only fast, unbreakable. Theoretically, yes. Death Surgeon, then, in this chat group. Those who possess such knowledge should, without a doubt, be the Group Master, right? Naiko, as if he had elucidated everything, seamlessly interrupted the conversation with an unabashed insertion. He was well aware of the routine in chat groups. After everyone introduced themselves, the next step was for him, the Group Master, to upload relevant anime and manga from their worlds, enabling these individuals to alter their destinies. Wanting an airport. I shan't keep you in suspense any longer. I have indeed read your story scripts. Only fast, unbreakable. Why say something correct and then deliberately alter it? And what on earth is a script? Why does it feel like something utterly unspeakable? Only fast, unbreakable was muted for 10 minutes. The Flash. After experiencing the thrill of the authority once more, Naiko continued with satisfaction. Quite well, whether it be history that has already transpired or futures yet to unfold. I am aware of everything in your worlds. However, wanting an airport. Do you wish to know your futures? Would you like to learn of the significant events that will transpire in your world? Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously. He. Did you think I would say I want to tell you? No, I shall indeed reveal it to you, despite no one in the group paying him any mind. Naiko continued to revel in his own amusement, as the eccentricity of his character allowed him to remain unperturbed by the lack of engagement. Normally, this would clearly be an excellent opportunity to solicit red envelopes. As compared to these three formidable figures, Naiko was merely an ordinary individual. Anything they casually offered could yield immense benefits for him. The anime and manga in his possession served merely as entertainment for him, yet for these individuals, they represented genuine futures, their value immeasurable, and they would be willing to exchange anything for them. However, Naiko seemed oblivious to this fact. Or perhaps he was intentionally disregarding it, as he decisively began to explore whether the group could transmit files. Upon investigation, he discovered that the group not only permitted file transfers, but could extract them directly from his mind. Thus, in a decisive manner, Naiko privately messaged the Trembling Tornado, sending over a dozen of Tornado-esque scripts. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. What on earth is this? Ignoring the barrage of question marks that could overwhelm any interlocutor, Naiko, in high spirits, shifted his focus to the next group member. While it was possible to send everything at once, doing so would be cumbersome and of little use. After all, reading 100 different stories about the Flash from various worlds would hold no significance for only fast, unbreakable. With an annoyed click of his tongue, Naiko swiftly muted only fast, unbreakable for another 10 minutes, then turned his gaze toward Trafalgar Law, uncertain of the other party's current timeline and reluctant to inquire. Naiko casually sent a few disjointed clips from the One Piece anime, ensuring that the recipient would be thoroughly perplexed, left in a fog of confusion as to what these snippets represented. After successfully assisting the group members, Naiko felt a delightful sense of satisfaction. However, she soon noticed a sudden silence fall over the chat, leaving her puzzled. Was it not true that she still possessed 3 chances for a lottery draw? It seemed a perfect opportunity to test her luck. Having completed her altruistic task, Naiko finally recalled those exceedingly significant 3 lottery chances and promptly accessed the group leader privileges. Ah, indeed. Since it was a chat group, it should have a live streaming feature. What a splendid opportunity to experiment. The thrill of a lottery is exhilarating, and sharing the experience with viewers would amplify her joy, teetering on the brink of ecstasy. Consequently, Naiko decisively activated the live stream and navigated to the lottery recruitment section, selecting a draw centered around the One Piece universe. The group leader has initiated a lottery recruitment for the airport and is currently live streaming. The Trembling 28-year-old lowly. A lottery? It sounds reminiscent of a game. The Unbreakable Speed. I glanced at the group functions, and it specifies that it requires 1,000 group points to draw once, allowing for the selection of any item from the realms of current group members. The Death Surgeon? Anything can be drawn? But if that's the case, wouldn't the original holder of an item be left unfortunate? Though subtly articulated, Law's implication was clear. Should a unique ability, like his surgical fruit, be drawn, he would be rendered powerless. The Unbreakable Speed, that won't happen. The items drawn are replicated through the power of the chat group, causing no detriment to their original owners. The Unbreakable Speed, however, sending red envelopes is different. That involves relinquishing one's own possessions, resulting in actual loss. Yet, one can substitute with group points to receive replicas, thus preserving their belongings. The Death Surgeon, I understand now. That eases my mind. The Death Surgeon, but if anything could be drawn. That range seems excessive. Does that mean anything from the world's mightiest trimmer fruit to a mere pebble could appear? The Unbreakable Speed, theoretically, yes. But the introduction also states that the probability of drawing items related to the storyline is significantly higher. The Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Oh, that's certainly something to look forward to. But how exactly do we acquire these group points? The Unbreakable Speed, as it stands. The only method seems to be through daily check-ins. Other avenues may only emerge once the group leader elevates the group level, with a rather unreliable group leader. The 3 understood the necessity of self-sufficiency. As the fastest man in the world, the Flash swiftly disseminated lottery-related information, knowing that if he did not act promptly, he might find himself muted again at any moment. The Death Surgeon, But the group leader is actually engaging in a group lottery? I just reviewed the check-in rules. 1 point for a day's attendance, and after 7 consecutive days, the points earned will double. Yet, accumulating 1,000 points is no easy feat. The unbreakable speed. Even with daily check-ins, reaching 1,000 points could take nearly 2 months. And there is no telling if the earnings have a cap. It's unlikely we'll ever earn hundreds of thousands of points for a single check-in. The unbreakable speed. While it's uncertain if group points serve any other purpose, the Leader-S lottery feels like a gamble if luck runs dry. 1,000 points could be squandered. The aspiring airport. Fortunately, as the Group S dog leader, my lottery is free, and there's a 5-for-1 selection privilege. So even if luck isn't on my side, it's not a concern. The trembling 28-year-old lowly. But what if all 5 items turn out to be worthless? Upon hearing Tornado's words, Naiko was momentarily taken aback, having not considered that possibility. The unbreakable speed has been muted for 10 minutes. The Flash? What did I do wrong this time? As the others disregarded the distressed Flash, Naiko, with a mix of trepidation, hesitation, anticipation, and a touch of despair, pressed the lottery button. Drawing in progress. Group leader privileges activated. Prize converted to 5-for-1 mode. This lottery's results include Batman suit, human fruit, super alloy blacklight physique, tremor fruit, and thunder fruit. Suddenly, 5 golden glowing items manifested on the group interface, dazzling the trio. The unbreakable speed. Batman-S suit? That's rather impressive. The trembling 28-year-old lowly, super alloy blacklight. Though undeniably powerful, it feels more like a curse than a blessing. The death surgeon, what? 3 devil fruits, no less. As the 5 items were revealed, their comments flooded the chat almost simultaneously, clearly fixated on Naiko's lottery. The unbreakable speed. Is this the devil fruit you mentioned? It looks rather peculiar, but what is its true function? The death surgeon. The devil fruit. Its simplest purpose is monetary. Each fruit commands a price of at least 100 million. The unbreakable speed. 100 million. Having lived alongside Spider-Man, the Flash had only ever seen such wealth within Batman-S lair. The death surgeon. That's merely its superficial value. In reality, few would ever consider selling a devil fruit. The death surgeon. The true power of a devil fruit lies in its ability to bestow the eater with demonic powers, enabling them to effortlessly vanquish foes tenfold or even 100-fold their strength, potentially capable of annihilating a nation or even the world. The death surgeon. Did you see that tremor fruit? It belongs to the world's mightiest man, the pirate Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. The death surgeon. Consuming it grants the power to control vibrations, capable of shattering the earth and provoking tsunamis. I've even heard that Whitebeard can fracture space itself. Such power is truly capable of world destruction. The trembling 28-year-old lowly? A devil fruit? How intriguing. I wonder how it compares to my psychokinesis. The unbreakable speed. World destruction? The only being I can think of is Superman. He too possesses the capability to obliterate planets. Due to their origins in worlds with high combat prowess, the two, upon hearing Law's explanation, exhibited no fear or skepticism, instead drawing comparisons with their own abilities. The death surgeon. Your world seemed far more perilous than mine. The death surgeon. No doubt, the power of the devil fruit is terrifying, while there is the downside of losing the ability to swim. The strength gained more than compensates for that drawback. The unbreakable speed. I find the thunder fruit particularly intriguing. Its name seems perfectly suited for a speedster like me. Although his speed is not inferior to the speed of light, and he can even surpass it to traverse through time and space. As someone who acquired superpowers only after being struck by lightning, he naturally harbors an affinity for thunder and lightning. The death surgeon remarked. I have not heard of that fruit, but if such a chat group exists, you will eventually have the opportunity to obtain it. Indeed, replied the swift unbreakable. I should hurry to sign in and accumulate group points. As the two conversed, Tornado lay on her bed, bored, rolling her eyes. While all these things appeared dazzling, none aligned with her preferences, rendering them devoid of allure. However, Law took this matter seriously. After inquiring about the effects of the other 2 items from her and Swift Unbreakable, he began analyzing them for Naiko and the group. It is not that this death surgeon is particularly compassionate. Even though he is somewhat Sundra in the original work, as a pirate, he cannot be considered a benevolent individual. The reasons behind his choice are merely twofold. Firstly, Naiko had shared a chaotic package of mixed files pertaining to the One Piece anime and manga. Although most of the content was of little use, he did notice several key points. One involved a war between the Yonko Whitebeard and the Navy headquarters, where the newspaper referred to Luffy, whom he had only recently met, as the Fifth Emperor. It seemed that he and Luffy were collaborating to confront another Yonko, Kaido. Despite the disarray, the inherent episode numbering allowed Law to easily delineate the timeline. As one of the few intelligent characters in the One Piece world, He swiftly analyzed certain elements. Luffy and his companions were on the verge of participating in a significant battle known as the Marineford War, which would impact the entire world, aligning with some information he had heard. Moreover, it appeared that Luffy would rapidly grow to a formidable level thereafter, intensifying Law's initial inclination to invest in their friendship. Hey, if I could gain benefits from that war, perhaps I could become the sixth emperor. Beneath his fluffy, round hat, a highly ambitious smile spread across Law's gaunt face. If this notion was to express gratitude to Naiko for providing him with those albeit chaotic yet beneficial files. The second motivation for him to offer Naiko advice stemmed from investment. However, his investment was aimed at Naiko herself, although he was unaware of her true strength. The fact that she could lead such an extraordinary chat group implied that she must be an exceptionally formidable individual, even if her mental state seemed somewhat unconventional. In the world of One Piece, rational individuals are rare. Despite Naiko's condition being somewhat more severe, it did not hinder Law from communicating with her. Such a person, if nothing else, possesses the advantage of being approachable. Those with a sense of dignity as strong individuals cannot be as shameless as Naiko. Considering these factors, Law had already resolved to offer Naiko a favor, or at the very least, leave a good impression. His analysis of the 5 lottery options was merely his first step in this endeavor. 6. Obtain a devil fruit. The Death Surgeon has uploaded a detailed analysis of the 5 rewards to the group. Would you like to download it? Upon seeing the suddenly illuminated chat group file notification and its title, Naiko was somewhat astonished, promptly choosing to accept it while casually claiming her reward. Death Surgeon? Swift Unbreakable? Trembling 28-year-old lowly? Wanting an airport? Death Surgeon, what the heck? You haven't even looked at the file I sent you. Why did you accept the reward? Wanting an airport? Oh, you make a compelling point. I never considered that layer. This person is truly frighteningly astute. Death Surgeon, forget it. In that moment, Law finally realized that he might have underestimated this group leader. Even in the One Piece world, individuals with such flawed reasoning are not common. Death Surgeon, however, it's not a big deal. After just discussing with Swift Unbreakable and Miss Trimble, the cost-effectiveness of these rewards is quite similar. As long as the leader does not choose wanting an airport, I chose the human fruit. Death Surgeon, I knew it would develop this way. Swift Unbreakable, what's wrong? The Death Surgeon seems quite impacted. Trembling 28-year-old lowly, is there something wrong with that devil fruit? Death Surgeon, as I mentioned earlier. The naming of devil fruits is quite straightforward. It simply reflects the power contained within. Death Surgeon, eating the thunder fruit grants the power of lightning. Consuming the quake fruit bestows the power of vibrations, and partaking in a zoan fruit acquires the corresponding animal's abilities. Swift Unbreakable, so that means Death Surgeon, the leader has chosen the zoan-type human fruit, which will transform the consumer into a human. Trembling 28-year-old lowly, Swift Unbreakable, I'm out of here, I need some peace. Death Surgeon, one trembling 28-year-old lowly, one in an instant. Under Naiko's wave of bold maneuvers, the group fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, with no one uttering a word. Observing the 3 who had gone mute, Naiko could only shrug, completely oblivious to their excitement. Shifting her gaze away from the chat group, Naiko looked at the peculiar fruit in her hand, resembling an orange and adorned with spiral patterns. Without further ado, she took a bite. Delicious. In the face of the devil fruit, which is notoriously regarded as worse than feces in the One Piece world, Naiko unabashedly expressed her admiration, devouring it eagerly while letting out a burp that tasted even more repugnant. After sitting quietly for a few minutes, Naiko began to sense an indescribable power within her, as if it were inherently present, and she instinctively understood how to wield it. So this is the power of the devil fruit. Naiko gazed at her hands. Suddenly her expression sharpened, her momentum surged, yet her body remained unchanged. Indeed, it is worthy of being the human fruit. I feel my strength is sufficient to launch a social media platform. Muttering words that no one could comprehend, Naiko finally rose from the sofa. Having acquired such formidable power, she naturally intended to leave this small, shabby room. Trembling 28-year-old lowly, where is the leader? Since Naiko had not turned off the live stream, her actions immediately drew the attention of those group members who had verbally expressed their intent to leave but were unable to do so, and were thus compelled to watch the live broadcast. Death Surgeon, it seems like a small room. Is this the leader's home? Swift Unbreakable, doesn't he quite seem like it? I have a strong sense of déjà vu with this setup. It appears to be an escape room. Unlike those 2 who primarily relied on strength. In the world of the Flash, there are many dangerous lunatics who possess little combat power. Upon seeing the room where Naiko was situated, the Flash swiftly thought of a group of maniacs, including some like the Joker and Riddler, who are particularly fond of setting up such rooms filled with puzzles and traps. The trembling 28-year-old lowly, Deciphering? Are you certain that our group leader possesses the ability to decode? Although I restrained myself from uttering the words idiot. The implication of my thoughts was evidently clear. The death surgeon, had he chosen any of the other rewards. This iron door of considerable thickness could have been effortlessly pushed open. However, the current situation remains uncertain. Only speed never breaks. It comes as no surprise that the three group members held no faith in Naiko's actions. Deciphering requires meticulous logic and a nimble mind. Attributes that Naiko evidently lacks, possessing instead a tangled web of reasoning and an utterly bewildered state of thought. Speed never breaks has been muted for 10 minutes. I can hardly muster the courage to speak, and yet you come here. Sitting in his modest apartment, the Flash erupted with expletives. On the live broadcast screen, Naiko seemed to visualize the Flash's frenzied gestures, displaying a mischievous yet enigmatic smile reminiscent of Angelo De Niro. Yet, to Naiko, the code appeared as straightforward as plain language. She merely nodded slightly and began to methodically rearrange various items in the room. The vase spun half a turn, a chair was placed atop a protrusion, and a painting tilted at an angle of 30 degrees, as Naiko meticulously manipulated each object. Once the final mechanism was set in place, a series of muffled clicks resonated, and the locked cabinet door swung open automatically, revealing its contents, a handgun and a key. The handgun was likely the reward for deciphering, while the key was undoubtedly intended for the formidable iron door. To the astonishment of the three group members, Naiko accomplished this seemingly intricate decoding feat in under 3 minutes, successfully unsealing the grand entrance. The trembling 28-year-old lowly, what just transpired? How did the group leader unlock the door? The death surgeon, I have no idea. I'm still deciphering the contents of that notebook. Only speed never breaks, while I can roughly keep pace with the group leader. I remain utterly confounded by how he achieved this. Only speed never breaks, amid such a plethora of chaotic clues. He not only located the true answer, but also solved the code in an instant. In that moment, a peculiar thought flickered in the minds of the three members. They say there exists but a fine line between madness and genius. Could this indeed describe someone like our group leader? All three contemplated that while they could easily open the door through their own strength, none could replicate Naiko's seemingly effortless unraveling of every enigma as if guided by divine intervention. The trembling 28-year-old lowly, how did you manage that? Group leader, have you studied code breaking? Or do you possess some extraordinary ability? The death surgeon, could it be the effect of that devil fruit he consumed earlier? Unable to comprehend the situation, Ro could only attribute the success to the power of the devil fruit. Noticing the queries of her companions, Naiko chuckled lightly, shaking her head with a nonchalant demeanor. The desire for an airport, it's not as complicated as you think. Solving the riddles in this room only required 2 simple steps. The trembling 28-year-old lowly, two steps. The trembling 28-year-old lowly. Only speed never breaks. The death surgeon, what on earth, did you peek next door first? How did you even get through? Ignoring the bewildered trio, Naiko promptly stepped out of the secret chamber, leaving the viewers of the live stream astounded. The scene before them was indeed unexpected. It turned out to be yet another room. The death surgeon, wait, didn't the group leader just walk out? Why is there still a room outside? The death surgeon, if these 2 rooms are connected in this manner, how did the group leader enter? The trembling 28-year-old lowly, this? As 2 individuals hailing from a world characterized predominantly by sheer confrontation, they found themselves genuinely perplexed. Despite Ro's above-average intellect, when compared to the other characters in One Piece, he could only be deemed relatively clever. Yet, in relation to others from different worlds, he merely possesses a slightly elevated intelligence. The desire for an airport, is it not entirely normal for a room to lead to another room? Just as a mask remains a mask beneath its surface. This is a rather commonplace scenario. As the subject of the discussion, Naiko remained remarkably unfazed, perceiving nothing unusual, and instead viewing her companion's astonishment as excessive. Upon entering the room, she surveyed her surroundings, inspecting every corner and crevice, and soon discovered a strikingly conspicuous film-like object atop the central table. When Naiko lifted the thin film, it adhered to her forearm, causing a series of data to materialize from its surface. Nightmare code. Invincible Poop Murder King. ID 114,514. Initial title. Volunteer Witch Doctor. You once attempted to heal your ailing friends using witchcraft, but as it proved ineffective, so too did this title lack significance. Attributes: strength, 4, agility, 5, intelligence, weak, skills, none, equipment, none. The death surgeon, Is there truly a device that can assess a person's physical condition upon contact? Only speed never breaks. The design concept is intriguing. Yet from the standpoint of technology in my world, achieving such an effect is not particularly challenging. The desire for an airport, just take a look at it. It likely won't have many opportunities for application in the future, as I refuse to transition into a system-based format. The rationale behind this statement stems from Naiko's realization that the film possessed rather limited capabilities, compared to the grandeur of a sophisticated system. This modest film's functionality was somewhat lacking, in fact, in the realm of infinite streams. No one had utilized such an antiquated device akin to a Master God Watch for at least 4 or 5 years. Given the current context, one would expect at least holographic projections or various forms of consciousness and retinal text displays for a more impressive experience. The presence of such an object indicates that this nightmare party is not particularly sophisticated. Nevertheless, this is advantageous, as it suggests the creator's abilities remain within a certain range, allowing for the possibility of personal growth in the future. The trembling 28-year-old lowly, group leader, what have you been posting since earlier? The desire for an airport, naturally. It is my current psychological state. How else would you know if I didn't express it? Naiko regarded the 28-year-old lowly and felt a wave of exhaustion. Despite her age, why was she so oblivious? The trembling 28-year-old lowly, did you just eat your family's rice? And posting it in the group hardly qualifies as psychological activity. Unfazed by the incessant protests of the diminutive and pitiful tornado, Naiko merely smirked and turned away, disregarding her. The trembling 28-year-old lowly, enough already? Are you really starting to narrate now? Observing Tornado, who appeared to be on the verge of a meltdown, Ro wisely chose to maintain silence, ignoring Naiko's increasingly absurd antics. After a prolonged session of manipulating the tornado, Naiko finally glanced at the screen in her hand, only to discover that it displayed nothing but a list of attributes and a taskbar. To her dismay, the taskbar merely indicated, rest period, 6 days, 23 hours. 20 minutes remaining, devoid of any sense of urgency. She felt a nagging impression that a special event should be unfolding at such a moment. Pouting slightly, Naiko expressed her dissatisfaction at the lack of excitement. Dr. Death, damn it. It seems that the Marineford War mentioned in the episodes of One Piece shared by the group leader is about to commence. All of Whitebeard's fleet has been mobilized recently. Suddenly, Law's message shattered the tranquility. Only fast, never broken. Marineford War? What is that? The trembling 28-year-old Lolita. Sounds quite grand, doesn't it? Dr. Death, just wait a moment. I will upload this episode of the anime to the group. This was a file sent to me by the group leader, capturing a pivotal moment. As previously mentioned, although the episodes of One Piece that Naiko shared were a mix of anime and manga with little correlation, Law, being quite astute, managed to glean some insights after several viewings. When Tornado and the Flash inquired, he uploaded the most crucial dialogues while also providing an explanation of the viewing order. Although Law considered seeking Naiko's consent, he ultimately opted for silence, fearing that asking would incite trouble, and knowing that Naiko would likely refrain from being verbose without prompting. However, this moment of hesitation meant that Law would never realize what he had missed. Ironically, his ignorance of his missed opportunity rendered it inconsequential. Dr. Death, group leader. I know you are always watching, but there is no need to play the narrator in the chat. Wanting the airport, TSK, I've been found out. Wanting the airport, what did you just say? The Marineford War is about to begin? Dr. Death, yes, it should happen in the next few days. As all members of Whitebeard's pirate crew have been mobilized, there was something he refrained from stating. According to the anime Naiko provided, he eventually rushed to save the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. He was unaware of the reasoning or thought processes that led his animated counterpart to take such action. However, upon learning of this future, he found himself in a state of turmoil. Before witnessing the scale of the Marineford War, he might have genuinely acted out of friendship or future investment reasons to save Luffy. Yet, after seeing the immense magnitude of the war and the formidable opponents who could easily obliterate him and his Red Heart pirates, he became genuinely hesitant. Dimension Chat Group Task Updated. Main Task. Enter the One Piece world and protect Luffy's life during the Marineford War until the battle concludes. Reward. Each participant will receive 1,000 points, with a maximum reward of 300 based on individual performance and impact on the world. The trembling 28-year-old Lolita. Group teleportation? Does this mean we can use this feature to travel to Dr. Death's world? Dr. Death. It appears so. Only fast, never broken. That's intriguing. Moreover, the group task rewards a minimum of 1,000 group points. Previously, he had been pondering how to conduct a group lottery, as the Flash had been eyeing the Thunder Fruit with great desire. This desire wasn't a desperate need, but more akin to a dedicated fan's yearning to acquire a beloved figurine. Now, an opportunity presented itself. By participating in this group task, he could amass enough points for a lottery. Although he doubted his luck in winning on the first try, the Flash perceived it as a freebie. According to Law, that person named Luffy simply wouldn't die, and their participation would essentially allow them to earn 1,000 group points effortlessly. Dr. Death, while that may be the case, we are still likely required to engage in the Marineford War. Dr. Death, to be frank, Although I have watched One Piece, albeit incompletely, I am no longer confident in my courage. The current situation is teeming with the highest combat powers in this world. Wanting the airport. Humph. The likes of Jack and Katakuri are absent. What kind of highest combat power is that? Dr. Death, Jack? Katakuri? Who are they? I seem unfamiliar with those names. Never mind, it's not important. In the midst of his thoughts, Law had already shared a screenshot of Kizaru from the manga in the group. Dr. Death. This is one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, Kizaru, and he is someone I barely managed to escape from. Calling it a confrontation would be an overstatement. Dr. Death. He possesses the light fruit, allowing him to become pure light. At that time, he single-handedly captured the 11 strongest supernovas of our generation, and the Navy has 3 such individuals. Dr. Death. Additionally, there are the mighty warlords of the sea under the Navy and legendary figures like Admiral Sengoku and Hero Garp, whose strength remains largely unknown. Dr. Death, Whitebeard himself, is the strongest man in the world, commanding over 40 fleets, making their overall combat power comparable to that of the Navy. Ultimately, this war is not one that mere pawns like us can partake in. Even the aftermath of these Titans' battles could obliterate me. The trembling 28-year-old Lolita, sounds rather unimpressive, doesn't it? Dr. Death, not impressive. The trembling 28-year-old Lolita, regardless, I am a second-tier hero. If it comes to world destruction, I could manage that too. I just wonder who would be faster compared to that Whitebeard you mentioned. Tornado was not jesting, in her world. Dragon-level threats could annihilate several cities, but when she was serious, she could eliminate dragon-level monsters with ease. Furthermore, regarding world destruction, Whitebeard relied on the Tremor fruit, wielding the power to create earthquakes and tsunamis, while she could call down countless meteors from the heavens, achieving world destruction at a comparable speed. Only fast, never broken. Wait a moment. Did you just say that Kizaru is a user of the light fruit? Does that mean his power is light? Dr. Death, precisely. His body can transform into pure light, exhibiting speed and heat identical to that of real lasers. Only fast, never broken. Regular light and lasers do differ somewhat. But that is not significant. If it's merely light, it might not be too concerning. Dr. Death, not concerning? That is the speed of light. Just this aspect alone renders him invincible. Ordinary people would be lucky to even brush against the hem of his clothing. Only fast, never broken. It's fine. My current top speed is nearly 8 times that of light, so it shouldn't be a big issue. Dr. Death? If Law had an expressive emoji at that moment, he would undoubtedly choose one that conveyed disbelief at the absurdity of the statement. However, he lacked any emoticons. The differing worldviews were terrifying. Observing Luo's predicament, Naiko displayed a smile reminiscent of Boss Yao. In the realm of One Piece, even among the once formidable trio of the Deathfire Sea, Luo's combat prowess was considered quite low. After all, next door, one could casually wreak havoc across the globe, even detonating the moon, while another could effortlessly manipulate the core temperature of the sun to absolute zero. In comparison, the power dynamics within the world of One Piece were decidedly mundane. Do you know about the Death Surgeon? In a parallel universe, he has already achieved speeds 10 trillion times that of light, Naiko stated. How are you feeling now? My consolation must have worked, right? Thank you. Your comfort has indeed made me feel much more at ease. 10 trillion times the speed of light. In just a second, one could traverse the Grand Line millions of times. Yet, reflecting on this, it seemed that the 8 times the speed of light from the speedster wasn't so unreasonable after all. As for Kizaru, he was merely a junior. Luo found himself vacillating between marveling at the prowess of his peers and questioning his own self-worth. Thank you. I truly feel much lighter now, Naiko replied. Of course, I'm not joking about my title as the Shaman Naiko. In any case, those preparing to enter the world of One Piece, get ready. We are about to embark. Without waiting for others, he activated the Group S teleportation feature and initiated the journey. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tornado and the Flash also activated the teleportation function. From the moment Naiko clicked on the teleportation feature to the instant he found himself aboard the Heart Pirate ship, only a few seconds had passed. A man with dark circles under his eyes and a fluffy leopard print had appeared before him. Glancing around, he recognized no one but a bear among the crew. How disappointing. Everyone else got recruited by Whitebeard and directly transported there, while I end up in this lackluster place, Naiko muttered under his breath. Luo, initially prepared to greet Naiko, froze upon hearing his words. Fortunately, at that moment, a man in a bright red bodysuit and a petite woman in a black high-slit dress arrived, revealing themselves to be the other 2 group members, Barry Allen, the Flash, and Tornado. This alleviated the awkward situation. Well, is this the world of One Piece? It's my first time seeing the ocean, Tornado exclaimed, floating up with her naturally curly green hair, intrigued by the vast blue sea. The crew of the Heart Pirates recoiled in astonishment. In the world of One Piece, flight was a privilege reserved for the powerful. Not all who couldn't fly were weak, but those who could fly were undoubtedly strong. This was not only due to the geographical limitations above the sea, but also because the devil fruits granting flight were exceptionally powerful. Witnessing this scene, Luo sighed inwardly. He had intended to inform his crew beforehand, but Nico's swift teleportation left no room for preparation. Well, let them be startled. They won't be of much use in the unfolding story anyway. Though reluctant, Luo acknowledged that his crew could not compare to those formidable individuals, let alone Whitebeard, whose captains were top-tier fighters. Even when compared to the recently encountered Luffy, his crew seemed inferior. Indeed, it's a wholly different world. The detectors provided by Batman are ineffective. Barry shook a peculiar device in his hand, revealing a look of helplessness. He had hoped this world would share structural similarities with other parallel universes and had brought Batman's specialized equipment for investigation. After all, as a blue man capable of traversing dimensional walls, he had anticipated discovering something remarkable. However, it seemed that the dimensional barriers between these parallel worlds were merely thinner than expected. Aye. Upon hearing Luo's words, Nico excitedly raised her hand, brimming with anticipation. Without hesitation, she snatched Luo's lunch and began to eat. Wait, weren't you about to discuss the plan? And you want to eat my lunch instead? Luo questioned incredulously. Nico shrugged. Plan? Of course, I have one. I thought it through before coming here. It consists of 3 steps. After taking a swig of Luo's treasured red wine and grimacing, she continued. Step 1, find Whitebeard. Step 2, rescue Ace. Step 3, save Luffy and fulfill our mission. I knew you would say that. You've used this trope far too many times. As Luo's face turned a shade of green from frustration, Barry shrugged. This time, I actually agree with the group leader's plan. After all, rescuing someone is straightforward. That's right. It's incredibly easy. Tornado lazily nodded her agreement while floating in the air. Hearing their words, Luo suddenly realized that both of these individuals were significant figures in their respective worlds, likely on par with Whitebeard in terms of stature along the Grand Line. If that were the case, there seemed to be no real issues with the plan. In that moment, Luo felt a fleeting illusion that perhaps the group leader was the legendary genius, capable of piercing through all illusions to grasp the essence of matters. Nico's plan appeared so seamlessly crafted, so exquisitely ingenuitive. Turning to look at Nico, he found her engrossed in observing the floating tornado. Having set aside the food in her hands, Nico's expression turned serious, her gaze fixated on the levitating tornado, as if contemplating something of utmost importance. With a conflicted expression, she murmured, I am now incredibly close to a truth. I could grasp it with a mere reach, yet if I proceed, my life may very well be forfeit. What do you think I should choose? Listening to Nico's words, though everyone wore expressions of confusion, they pondered before responding. If this is something of great importance to you, then you must pursue it, no matter the cost. This was articulated by Trafalgar Law, a native of the One Piece world, who, in pursuit of Roger's treasure, held a profound appreciation for dreams. After all, those who choose the pirate life often do so to chase their own dreams, be it wealth, romance, or adventure. Every pirate embodies the most romantic visions within the realm of One Piece. Hearing Law's words and observing Tornado and Barry nodding in agreement, Nico silently acquiesced. Taking a deep breath before reaching out, she lifted Tornado's skirt. Ah, indeed, Tornado was genuinely as Nico spoke. Her words were abruptly cut short, akin to a small chick being grasped by the throat, as Tornado's telekinesis lifted her into the air. Oh, my dear group leader. I almost forgot the myriad of nonsensical messages you sent me earlier. Now, pray tell, how would you prefer to meet your demise? Tornado's veins bulged, her face adorned with a sinister grin, leaving no doubt that she might dismember Nico at any moment. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I want to do it again. A series of insincere apologies tightened Tornado's grip, leaving Nico on the verge of losing control of her bladder. What are you doing? Can't you see the narration above? I might just pee myself. Do you want me to wet my pants? Nico shamelessly continued to unfasten her belt. Faced with Nico's audacity, even Tornado, a 28-year-old woman, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her imposing aura dissipating entirely, leaving Nico to claim an unopposed victory. Much to Tornado's secret admiration. Listen, Nico, if you keep altering the narration, I'll write your demise. Do you believe that? TCH, Nico, clearly displeased, put away her marker. The task at hand was to protect Luffy's life during the Marineford War. However, could they not prevent him from joining the battle altogether? Tornado sighed. Beginning to ponder this seriously, Law furrowed his brow, uncertainly stating, this is indeed difficult to predict. If we nitpick the wording, preventing the Marineford War in advance is certainly impossible. Barry, a frequent cosmic restarter, was far more knowledgeable about these matters, explaining, considering the convergence properties of the timeline. This is quite challenging. No matter what alterations we make, unless we completely eradicate the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy, the Marineford War will inevitably erupt. Law nodded. I think I grasp your meaning. Moreover, the Whitebeard pirates are already on the move, Ace's public execution has commenced, and Luffy is likely en route to the Marineford War, making it impossible to stop him. With this, the situation was abundantly clear. Naiko clapped her hands, summarizing, "Thank you for reiterating what we already know. Now, let us proceed directly to the location of the formalin." "What on earth is formalin?" Law asked, bewildered. Naiko cast a disdainful glance in his direction and replied, "TCH. It's simply because I couldn't recall the name of Marineford, so I just made something up. Can't you figure that out yourself?" "Wait a moment. How do you suddenly know the name now?" Law slammed the table, causing the multitude of disdainful notes on Naiko's face to scatter. All right. Regardless of the name, we simply need to go to that place." Observing the two about to bicker over trivial matters, Barry hastily intervened to quell their childish behavior. With Law producing the relevant nautical charts and world maps, they soon determined their location and the distance to Marineford. "Hold on, Barry, don't push it too far." Suddenly, Naiko slammed her palm against the table, yelping in pain. "What's going on, group leader?" Barry questioned, puzzled by her sudden outburst. Yet Naiko, with a serious expression, pointed to Tornado, declaring, "Are you really going to hold such a petite and adorable girl like her? Haven't you heard of the propriety of gender relations? Then how could you disregard that when you were lifting her skirt just now? Don't think I didn't notice your internal complaints about my typos. In any case, this matter must be resolved first." Faced with Naiko's solemnity, even Tornado, who was nearing 30 and certainly not a girl, hesitated. The concept of shame often works this way. When unspoken, it goes unnoticed, yet once brought to light, it becomes a challenge. The group exchanged glances, previously unconcerned. But now both Barry and Law recognized the issue at hand. After all, aside from the matter itself, Naiko might just start acting irrationally over this triviality. Fortunately, none of them were ordinary individuals. After a brief silence, Tornado finally stated, "Fine, I'll just fly over myself. A few 100 kilometers only takes about 10 minutes. Although not as swift as Barry, Tornado's telekinetic ability allowed her to navigate at a respectable speed. "No way." Naiko interrupted once more, this time having learned not to strike anything, fearing they might be shot down as an alien. Hearing this, Tornado looked at Naiko, somewhat exasperated, and asked, "Then what do you suggest we do, group leader?" Upon hearing this, Naiko chuckled, tossed her hair back, leaned against the wall, and gazed at the ocean outside, smirking. "Are you ever going to finish?" All three glared at her in unison. As a thrill-seeking individual, faced with such looks, Naiko quickly backtracked, stating, "All right. I'll hold on to you. Barry can hold on to me. That's the most sensible way to go." Tornado's face contorted into a grotesque smile. Reminiscent of someone who had watched too much of a certain genre, "If you're so eager to meet your end, I can certainly oblige." Naiko furrowed her brow, her stance firm, ready to shout, "I'm serious." Tornado, "Great. Enough. Let us do as you suggested." Despite a few wrong turns, Barry ultimately managed to keep the time under 10 seconds, successfully landing on Whitebeard's ship. As for why others could withstand the rapid pace, that remains a mystery best left to the peculiar scriptwriter. However, this is not the focus of our discussion, so we shall not delve further. Finally arriving aboard the Moby Dick, Naiko looked around excitedly. "No, group leader, this is the Moby Dick. Please refrain from using such odd abbreviations for its name." Law, exasperated, raised his hands to signal that they meant no harm. Upon their sudden appearance on Whitebeard's ship, resembling a whale, they were immediately surrounded by members of the Whitebeard pirates. Any delay in reaction could easily lead to disaster. Observing the situation, Tornado and the others furrowed their brows as they faced Whitebeard, seated in a massive chair, flanked by the vigilant Marco and his crew. Law was not surprised by the scene, maintaining a facade of calm. "Naturally, we strangers appearing on the ship would raise suspicions. Allow me to handle the negotiations," implicitly instructing Naiko to remain silent. Watching Law's anxious demeanor, Naiko, who had initially intended to stir trouble, found her resolve waning. At that moment, the Moby Dick had just surfaced, coinciding with the imminent commencement of the Marineford War. The terrain of Marineford resembles a crescent moon, while Whitebeard's flagship, enhanced with unique technology from the pirate world, navigates beneath the surface of the sea, piercing through layers of encirclement to reach the bay closest to Ace's execution platform. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of Nico and the others, Whitebeard would have already stood at the bow of the ship, scythe in hand, ready to engage in that classic dialogue across the sea with Ace and Sengoku. "Old man, that one seems to be one of the notorious supernovas of the worst generation. Trafalgar Law, the surgeon of death." In the brief standoff, Marco, the Phoenix, quickly recognized Law and turned to Whitebeard. although he appeared to regard Law with considerable importance. His inquiry was more a request for Whitebeard's permission to eliminate this unexpected outsider. After all, with a great battle looming, such an unforeseen variable was not welcome. Despite Law being a pirate, it did not guarantee his allegiance. Pirates are not known for their trustworthiness, and even if Law claimed to be there to assist, they had to consider the possibility of betrayal. Law, the supernova? Huh? I think I've heard of you. Boy, are you prepared for what it means to be on my ship at this time? Although his question seemed casual, the Conqueror's haki emanated from Whitebeard, causing cold sweat to beat on Law's forehead. He did not yet possess the strength to sever mountains as he would 2 years hence. He might struggle even against the unremarkable crew members aboard Whitebeard's ship, let alone the legendary pirate himself. Whitebeard. It's just that he is among the most promising of the supernovas, Law thought, managing to maintain a semblance of nonchalance, his characteristic sardonic smile directed at Blackbeard. Blackbeard? Law's expression faltered as he noticed Nico, who had inexplicably appeared beside Whitebeard, drawing black ink on Whitebeard's beard with a marker. What kind of nonsense are you up to? Wait, can Nico really move that quickly? Although they had all accepted that Nico must possess some unique attributes, given that he had just consumed a devil fruit, which was still ineffective, it was evident that Nico was more of a weakling. How could this weakling approach Whitebeard so stealthily? Suddenly realizing something, Law stiffly turned his head to glance at Barry and Tornado behind him. Tornado was stifling laughter, which was not alarming, but why had Barry diverted his gaze? Just a moment ago, he seemed so serious, and now he was acting like Nico had corrupted him. This accusation was a misjudgment on Law's part. As is well known, the Flash, in any generation, tends to be a mischievous child. The only difference lies in the degree and manner of their mischief. Upon seeing Whitebeard's iconic crescent-shaped beard and hearing Nico's suggestion, Barry immediately agreed without hesitation. While Law was anxious, Nico was thoroughly enjoying himself, even humming a tune. While Marco and the other commanders charged towards Nico, momentarily oblivious to the profound fear in Whitebeard's eyes. Unlike the others, Whitebeard, one of the principal parties involved, was enveloped in deep shock. In the blink of an eye, Nico had appeared before him and, before he even realized what had transpired, had painted his signature crescent beard black. He had heard of speedsters before. Kizaru was known as the fastest man on the Grand Line. But even Kizaru could not achieve such a feat instinctively. Whitebeard growled, unleashing his Conqueror's haki, which caused Marco and the others nearby to stagger, while Nico remained unfazed, inspecting his handiwork as if nothing were amiss. A lunatic, utterly fearless, truly terrifying. This boy is indeed formidable. You can paint my beard without consequence. But why mimic my voice? Whitebeard glared at Nico, who was pinching his nose and attempting to imitate him. Ah, you found me out. Nico took a couple of steps back, colliding with the solid chest of Diamond Jozu. After comparing the hardness of Jozu's diamond body to that of Tornado, he discovered the astonishing fact that Tornado might be even harder. Old man, Law just explained that he is friends with Luffy, Ace's brother, and that he brought these people to rescue the two brothers. Marco approached, giving Nico an annoyed glare before quickly clarifying the situation to Whitebeard. Despite Nico's incessant antics, Law proved to be quite practical, efficiently conveying essential information to Marco in that brief moment. Luffy, Ace's brother? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard nodded slightly. Moreover, with his speed, he could potentially play a terrifying role in this impending war. Observing Nico, who was glaring with wide eyes at Marco in silent retaliation from a mere 5 centimeters away, Whitebeard began to contemplate. Ah, this must be Ace. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Whitebeard's thoughts. Looking up, he saw Ace, bound and being carried to the deck by a man clad in a tight red suit. Yes, this is my son, Ace. Whitebeard nodded calmly. Our purpose here is to rescue him. Wait, can someone explain what is happening? Why is Ace on the ship? Neither Whitebeard nor Ace could comprehend the bewildering situation. As they exchanged confused glances, Barry grinned, choosing not to elaborate further. The power dynamics in this world were indeed lacking compared to his own, moments ago. He had circled Marineford, and the man known as Kizaru had failed to detect him, which left him feeling rather disappointed. Meanwhile, atop the execution platform at Marineford, Sengoku, donned with a seagull hat and sporting a goatee, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing solemnly at Carp beside him. Carp, you're not contemplating intervening to save Ace, are you? Carp, the hero of the Navy and Ace's grandfather, sat there, forsaking his favorite rice crackers, his face etched with sorrow and conflict. He merely shook his head in response to Sengoku's inquiry. On one hand, he was a hero of the Navy, an enemy of pirates. On the other hand, Ace was entrusted to him by a dear friend and had been raised as his own grandson. Caught in this dilemma, he lacked the commanding presence of the naval hero who had once cornered the pirate king, Roger, and appeared merely as a pitiful old man. Roger, I have failed your expectations. Ace will perish here today. At least as his grandfather, I can accompany him in his final moments. Sensing Carp's tension, Sengoku furrowed his brow. Carp? What's wrong? What are you planning to do about Ace? He was just here. Upon hearing the roar of Sengoku, the two Navy soldiers guarding Ace snapped out of their stupor. Looking down, they were shocked to discover that Ace, whom they had pinned beneath their blades, had vanished without a trace. Damn it. It must be the doing of Whitebeard and his crew. Sengoku muttered under his breath, uncertain if Whitebeard was truly to blame. Nevertheless, in light of the current circumstances, regardless of Whitebeard's actions, the responsibility fell squarely upon him. What should be done now? Should the battle continue? Despite the uncertainty of Ace's fate, Carp felt a wave of relief wash over him, casually picking his nose as he turned to Sengoku with an air of nonchalance. Shut up, Carp. You are also under suspicion. Make any sudden moves, and I will apprehend you first. Sengoku, his temper flaring, felt his beard bristle with frustration. After venting his ire towards Carp, Sengoku, one of the few wise figures in the pirate world, forced himself to regain his composure and began to contemplate their next course of action. It was unlikely that Carp was involved. That brash fool could not orchestrate such a scheme. Whitebeard was also improbable. He was well aware of his subordinate's capabilities, which did not include the stealth to whisk someone away without a sound. Perhaps Whitebeard was entirely unaware of the situation. No. The pressing issue was not Ace's whereabouts, but rather the impending Marineford war. Even in Ace's absence, the greater threat remained Whitebeard, a lineage far more significant than Roger's. Within mere moments, Sengoku re-evaluated the situation. Regardless of Ace's predicament, Whitebeard was his primary target. That target had now boldly walked into the heart of Marineford, right into the trap he had laid. If that were the case, Whitebeard would inevitably ascend to the ship's bow to survey the situation. At that moment, they could launch an all-out assault and capture him in one fell swoop. With a glimmer of inspiration, Sengoku swiftly devised a subsequent strategy and began issuing orders to his subordinates. On board the Moby Dick, under the guidance of Nico, Whitebeard, engaged in a game of dodiju, suddenly felt a peculiar sensation and lifted his gaze towards Sengoku's direction. Unfortunately, due to the design of the Moby Dick, he could only see the massive rear half of the ship's well-shaped prow. Strange, I seem to have forgotten something. Whitebeard shook his head, stroking his beard and lamenting his waning memory, then returned his focus to the card game, which was now barely larger than his fingernail. Ace had been rescued, yet he had heard that Ace's brother and some old friends would soon arrive. With over 40 fleets still en route, Whitebeard had no choice but to remain seated, biding his time. However, merely waiting proved unproductive. Yet he had no reason to leap into action against Sengoku and risk a confrontation. So he opted to continue playing cards. After all, if he remained still, Sengoku would not dare to launch a surprise attack. Sengoku's strategy of luring the enemy into a trap meant that Whitebeard had merely arrived at the threshold, still surveying his surroundings, not yet stepping inside. Consequently, Sengoku, along with the entire Navy, could only watch from afar as Moby Dick's whale prow loomed ahead, while the three admirals stretched their legs in boredom, none daring to make a move. What on earth was that old fool Whitebeard up to? Standing behind the Navy, Blackbeard, along with a few other warlords of the sea, furrowed his brow. Being distanced from the execution platform, and with Sengoku and Carp keeping information under wraps, he was oblivious to the unfolding events. He simply found it odd that Whitebeard remained so composed, with no signs of movement after such a lengthy interval. Just as Blackbeard pondered this, he felt a sudden shift in his surroundings. In the blink of an eye, he realized he was no longer on the cement floor of Marineford, but instead on the deck of a ship that looked eerily familiar. This was Moby Dick. As a veteran of Whitebeard's crew for decades, Blackbeard recognized the vessel instantly. What on earth happened? Hadn't I just been in Marineford? Why was I here now? Cold sweat broke out as Blackbeard found himself utterly confused. Gururara, my sons, you have truly taken good care of me. The booming voice sent chills down Blackbeard's spine. And as he looked up to see the towering, familiar figure, a wave of intense fear enveloped him. Dad, wait, why has your beard turned black? Originally sporting a forced smile, eager to ingratiate himself with Whitebeard, Blackbeard was taken aback by the sight of the crescent-shaped black beard, momentarily forgetting his predicament and blurted out the question. In that instant, Blackbeard felt a chilling realization. This man was targeting me. What was the big deal about me adopting the name Blackbeard? Even though I killed your captain and kidnapped your son, I'm still a good pirate. Humph. In response to Blackbeard's query, Whitebeard let out a furious snort, unleashing his conqueror's haki towards him. He dared not recklessly employ the powers of his tremor fruit, otherwise, he might inadvertently sink the ship before he knew if Blackbeard survived. Though the man in the red spandex who called himself the Flash claimed he could transport everyone thousands of kilometers away in a second, Whitebeard was unwilling to place his fate and that of his sons in the hands of others. Moreover, it had been a long time since Blackbeard had killed his son, Thatch, who was the captain of the 4th Division. The most crucial factor was the request from that red-clad youth, Luffy, and the enigmatic girl referred to as the leader. The reason the Flash had brought Blackbeard onto Moby Dick stemmed from his single utterance. The mere thought of the speed exhibited by the man in red left Whitebeard speechless. And to be referred to as the leader by such a being was undoubtedly terrifying. As for Nico, he hadn't overthought the situations. Perhaps he had considered many matters that ultimately bore no relevance. In truth, he had simply shared a photograph of Blackbeard in a group chat, asking Barry if he could locate this individual and bring him over, as someone who had been thrust into the pirate world. Nico had no opportunity to witness the conclusion of the Pirate King saga. Thus, he was eager to invite Blackbeard for research purposes. Everyone stand down. I shall personally meet him. As he rose slowly amidst the astonished or contemplative gazes of those present, Nico's coat fell to the side, revealing the attire beneath. Naizi appeared to be casually strolling towards Teach, the most dangerous and cunning man in the realm of pirates. As the wind swept past, his cloak began to flutter, revealing the coat he wore underneath. Are you done yet? Finally. Tornado could no longer contain himself and unleashed a telekinetic force that swept away the numerous coats Naizi had just pilfered from the Whitebeard pirates' quarters. TCH. Such a flashy move. Whitebeard has done it before, Naizi muttered in dissatisfaction, but with no coats left, he could only approach Blackbeard. Barrett Teach. I have long wished to meet you. Naizi's voice was eerily calm, yet carried a condescending air, weighing heavily upon Teach's heart. After several deep breaths, Blackbeard managed to stammer. My name is Marshall Teach. That S of no consequence. With Teach pointing out his error, Naizi was instantly filled with indignation and swung a punch. His fists danced with ferocity as he unleashed a series of moves reminiscent of a bygone era, leaving Blackbeard momentarily paralyzed with shock. Perhaps he felt there was no need to move at all. I didn't expect you to possess some skills. Surviving my strike, Naizi remarked, retracting his fist and nodding approvingly at Blackbeard. The latter wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered under his breath. Those moves of yours are weak and merely bouncing in place. If I were to be killed, it would truly be a disgrace. It was only due to the presence of the Whitebeard pirates that he refrained from retaliating, or else he would have already lunged at Naizi. Humph. It seems that unless I show you what true hell is, you will not shed a tear. However, being someone who enjoyed eavesdropping on the narrative, Naizi caught wind of Blackbeard's muttering and his fury ignited. I had no intention of using the power of this devil fruit, especially since I have only just consumed it. However, since you are so stubborn, I must offer you as a blood sacrifice to my fruit. With a tremor in his arms, he assumed a stance indicative of unleashing a formidable attack. Though his words were somewhat disjointed, they succeeded in alarming Blackbeard. The powers of devil fruits were notoriously unpredictable, and aside from those who relied solely on brute strength, most wielders posed significant challenges. While mastering the abilities of such fruits is a daunting task, the mere existence of many powers is utterly unreasonable. For instance, most of the Logia-type fruits inherently possess terrifying powers. Even an ordinary weakling could ascend to greatness if they obtained a formidable fruit. Moreover, among the Paramecia-type fruits, there exist several that defy conventional logic, with Whitebeard's Quake fruit being a prime example. In contrast, Blackbeard's dark fruit, while immensely powerful, lacks the elemental intangibility typical of ordinary Logia fruits. Coupled with the fact that he had yet to reach his envisioned perfect state, it explained why he behaved so unpredictably upon arriving at the Moby Dick. Yet, even the Whitebeard pirates remain oblivious to the true power of the dark fruit. Now that I have drawn close to you, it matters not what fruit you have consumed. Although outwardly anxious, Blackbeard swiftly contemplated his course of action. At this moment, Naizi was merely 4 to 5 meters away, his towering height of 3 meters allowing him to reach Naizi with a simple bend and stretch. Additionally, with the skill of his dark fruit, he could effortlessly summon Naizi towards him, nullifying the latter's devil fruit abilities, and then negotiate with Whitebeard while holding Naizi hostage. Despite being unaware of who this unfamiliar character was, Whitebeard's tense demeanor suggested that he was indeed of great importance. With this thought in mind, Blackbeard chuckled menacingly and engaged Naizi in conversation. So you are also a wielder of powers? I, the dark man who has consumed the dark fruit, dare you to challenge me? Unyielding. Naizi retorted with a bizarre laugh that echoed, he, wahahaha. Tornado, furious, dodged a chair hurled his way and saw Blackbeard's bewildered expression, prompting Naizi to nod in satisfaction. No one can rival my madness. No one. It's just a dark fruit. I know it well, Blackbeard. But you will never guess what fruit I have consumed. Naizi shot a sidelong glance at Blackbeard. Disdain etched across his face. Damn, This peculiar-looking kid seems overly confident. Could he have consumed one of those legendary fruits? As someone familiar with the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, Blackbeard was aware of some particularly fearsome fruits and found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to capture Naizi as a hostage. Though you didn't sincerely inquire, I will graciously inform you that I have consumed the legendary Zoan-type human fruit. I am the human. Blackbeard stared blankly at Naizi, then dug into his ear with his pinky to ensure no wax obstructed his hearing before confirming, "You mean the fruit that allows animals to turn into humans? The human fruit? Indeed. Surprised, aren't you? Of course, I'm shocked. Who could possibly foresee such a thing? And judging by your reaction, you seem to know what the human fruit entails." For Blackbeard, who was not accustomed to being a commentator, the absurdity of the fruit's name eluded him, rendering his thoughts in a state of disarray. Yet, the next moment, he regained his composure, revealing a predatory glare as he declared, "Haha, you scared me half to death. Since you're not a dangerous ability user, then perish, dark water." With a resounding boom, an immense sound reverberated, causing those nearby to experience a momentary ringing in their ears before they turned their attention back to the confrontation between Naizi and Blackbeard. Blackbeard maintained his outstretched hand, channeling dark water, yet his face grew pale, revealing a gaping hole the size of a bowl that pierced through his body. "What have you done to me?" Everything transpired too rapidly for Blackbeard, who had believed victory was assured, yet found himself the one injured. 18 martial arts. This is a gun. Naizi smirked disdainfully as the smoke cleared to reveal a gleaming, ebony flintlock pistol in his hands. You? Blackbeard stammered, his lips quivering. But he could not articulate further. "To die at the hands of my master, the Sea Emperor Yabi, you may rest in peace." In the past, Yabi had defeated a man capable of challenging an entire nation. As he spoke incomprehensible words, Naizi nonchalantly hoisted the spear, casually reopening Blackbeard's tightly shut eyes after death. 15. The handheld wisteria, as is widely acknowledged, firearms within the world of One Piece possess an almost invincible status. Whether it is the formidable Ben Beckman, who repelled Admiral Kizaru with a mere pistol, or Whitebeard, who should have been felled by a barrage of bullets. Even the legendary Pirate King Roger wielded a firearm, underscoring the esteemed position of guns in this universe. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Blackbeard to be dispatched with a single bullet. This premise is devoid of any flaws and warrants no skepticism whatsoever. "Leader, what on earth have you been shouting at the air about?" Tornado inquired, observing Nico as he stood on the deck, seemingly in a fit of agitation. Although she had grown accustomed to his eccentricities, it still felt quite embarrassing, prompting her to wish he would cease immediately. "Nothing much, just offering a brief explanation. In any case, this effectively resolves the major dilemma in the One Piece world. Once Luffy descends, we shall retrieve him, and that will be that," Nico replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. As for Blackbeard's corpse, it had already been taken away by members of the Whitebeard pirates. Whether for desecration or awaiting the manifestation of his devil fruit, it was of no concern to Nico. A person of his integrity certainly did not seem like one who would seek to consume the dark fruit. At that moment, everyone lay around the deck like limp fish, either reclining or leaning, simply waiting for the conclusion of events to depart. The subsequent occurrences unfolded without incident, as Luffy's ship approached within 100 kilometers. Barry swiftly boarded and transported everyone onto the Moby Dick. This vessel, originally one of the most imposing ships in the One Piece realm, now resembled a public transport boat, accessible to anyone. However, Whitebeard uttered no objections, for these individuals were benefactors to him and his crew. Without their assistance, their departure today would have been far from effortless, with many of his sons likely meeting their demise here. Allowing a few people aboard was hardly a matter of concern. "Now that everyone is gathered, let us set sail." With a wave of his hand, Whitebeard signaled the Moby Dick to begin its retreat. As familiar faces like Luffy, Ace, the cross-dressing King Ivankov, and the Crocodile greeted each other, Nico refrained from interrupting this rare moment of camaraderie. He had far more entertaining pursuits to attend to. Hey, the Moby Dick is retreating, Sengoku," Carp exclaimed, finally unable to contain himself as he witnessed Whitebeard's flagship pulling away. Although he was reluctant to see Ace perish in this situation, allowing the adversary to escape unscathed would utterly disgrace the Navy. Damn it. Sengoku's composure shattered, his reputation in tatters. He was unafraid of his plans failing or his strategies faltering. Yet today's events felt bizarre and utterly incomprehensible. Wait, who is that? Suddenly, Sengoku's keen eyes spotted an individual standing at the bow of the Moby Dick. The individual, realizing the ship had changed direction, quickly dashed to the stern. "Thank you, Prime Minister Sengoku, for the gift of Ace." Although lacking amplification, Nico whispered at the ship's stern, his words crystal clear to Sengoku. "Scoundrel. Clearly, it was Whitebeard's crew who abducted Ace. By some unknown means. All forces, attack. Hold nothing back. Kizaru. Akainu. Akiji. Engage that ship. Even though he could not comprehend Naiko's cryptic utterances, the name Ace resonated, prompting him to disregard any notions of restraint or strategy, ordering everyone to charge forth. If they delayed any longer, the enemy would surely escape. Frozen Age. Akiji, the admiral with the least combat desire among the three, attempted to ensnare the Moby Dick with an ice attack akin to the original narrative, intending to prevent its escape. How unpleasant. Vanish. A cold, haughty voice echoed through the air, and the Navy personnel beheld a girl with short green hair pressing her palm against the ground. It was unclear whether she addressed the Navy behind her or Naiko, but in the next moment, neither the Whitebeard pirates nor the Navy dared to ponder the matter further. Countless meteors cascaded from the sky, akin to a torrential downpour, leaving all present gaping in astonishment, exclaiming the apocalypse had arrived. Only Naiko gazed up at the meteor shower, clapping his hands in delight, shouting, "Sini!" Handheld wisteria. Fortunately, Tornado was oblivious to the commotion below, otherwise, Naiko would have been hurled into the heavens along with the meteor shower. Regardless, one could only wonder if a certain admiral 2 years hence would seek Tornado for copyright fees upon witnessing this maneuver, if he were to see it at all. In any case, Tornado's assault had significantly delayed the majority of the Navy's advance, compelling Akiji to create a substantial ice barrier for defense. Otherwise, the Navy's soldiers would have suffered catastrophic losses. Initially, Tornado had no intention of intervening, yet after hearing Law's explanation, viewing the incomplete episodes of the One Piece anime, and witnessing Blackbeard's shamelessness, she found herself unable to restrain her anger, having been treated as a test subject during her childhood. She bore an innate distrust and even aversion towards humanity. In the world of One Punch Man, she could confine herself with the idea of exterminating monsters. And as the second-ranked hero, her interactions with others were minimal, thus her violent side rarely surfaced. However, the actions of individuals like Akainu, who embodied a dark sense of justice by torturing Ace to lure out Whitebeard, undeniably ignited her fury. As the meteors rained down, Tornado seemed to regain her composure, feeling a pang of regret as she desperately sought Naiko below. "Hey, look, that meteor resembles a butt," Naiko exclaimed excitedly, pointing skyward. "All right, I suppose I shall readjust my mindset." 16. The pursuit by the Navy. Akiji, hindered by Tornado's meteor shower, found himself stranded at Marineford, while Akainu, despite his formidable attacks, lagged behind due to his short legs, utterly unable to catch up with the Whitebeard pirates, who were intent on fleeing. Thus, this conflict, devoid of any real warfare, came to a decisive close, and the chat group erupted with notifications of mission completion. Nonetheless, since everyone could converse freely in the chat group, the distinction of greetings mattered little. As for Law, he intended to seize this opportunity to forge connections with the de facto pirate king, Whitebeard, the strongest man in this world, hoping to garner some advantage from him. Meanwhile, the future fifth emperor and protagonist of the One Piece saga, Luffy, also stood as a valuable investment, warranting as much interaction as possible. Naiko, however, held little interest in such matters, merely requesting Barry to transport him to the entrance of the Grand Line, atop the infamous Reverse Mountain that had once stirred excitement in countless adventurers during their youth. As a pivotal starting point for myriad pirate escapades, Reverse Mountain connected the four seas of the One Piece universe. A unique upward current would gather waters from all directions at its peak before flowing into the Grand Line, serving as the sole passage into this perilous route. Is this it? The place where the dreams of this world commenced? Standing atop Reverse Mountain, Naiko gazed at the 5 streams of water cascading like dragons, momentarily lost in thought. It was said that the legendary pirate king, Roger, uttered the words, "Do you want my treasure? If you seek it, you must venture on to the seas. I have hidden it at the end of the New World," before meeting his fate, thus igniting the Great Pirate Era. His proclamation spurred countless pirate crews to set sail, traversing Reverse Mountain into the Grand Line, enduring innumerable hardships, and ultimately reaching the New World from the Sabedi archipelago, marking their ascendancy as pirate crews. Ah, if I were to be reborn in this world, perhaps I too would assemble a pirate crew to partake in such adventures? Shaking her head in resignation, Naiko recognized the impossibility of such a notion. After a moment of melancholy reflection, she resolutely turned and leaped from the back of Reverse Mountain. It is well known that this planet, whether in the realm of Earth or the world of One Piece, is spherical. The Grand Line, a colossal ring encircling this world, has its starting point coinciding with its terminus. After enduring great trials, Naiko finally arrived at the fabled end of the Grand Line. Indeed, the treasure of the Pirate King Roger lay before her. Unsurprisingly, upon descending the mountain, Naiko beheld an enormous sign emblazoned with the words Roger's treasure. As a pirate king in a world where honesty prevails, Roger's words were remarkably sincere. He truly meant it when he said he would annihilate your entire family, and that his treasure lay at the end of the New World. As for why it had remained undiscovered for so many years, one need not ponder too deeply. After all, even the formidable Yonko Shanks lost a hand to the Sea King, did he not? Let me see what treasures you possess. Naiko, with a gleam of excitement, hurried towards the indicated treasure site. The treasure that had captivated the hearts of all in the One Piece world had been a subject of countless discussions, even during Naiko's previous wanderings through forums. Some speculated that Roger's legacy comprised vast wealth and the prestige of being the Pirate King. Others claimed he left behind formidable weapons, terrifying entities akin to the ancient weapon, Pluton. There were even those who dismissed the treasure as a mere jest, a prank Roger played on the world in his final moments. Naturally, sentiments such as the true treasure lies in the bonds forged during adventures also circulated, embodying notions of love and friendship in this world of camaraderie. Yet, within this realm that champions love, friendship, and justice, such sentiments hold a semblance of truth. After lingering in the hearts of many pirate enthusiasts for over a decade, the enigma surrounding Roger's treasure was finally about to be unveiled before Naiko. To her surprise, there were no traps present. She effortlessly approached the perimeter of the treasure's hiding place, entering a space that bore unmistakable signs of human craftsmanship. Whether to call it a cave or a palace remained uncertain. Is this truly the treasure of the Pirate King? Upon entering the clearing, Naiko's eyes widened in astonishment, her breath quickening. So this is it. I had anticipated something different. Yet this seems entirely plausible. After all, this is the treasure of the Pirate King Roger. It could only be this. Gazing at the object before her, Naiko marveled, struck by the feeling of unexpected yet reasonable revelation. Even if she had speculated it might be this, witnessing it in person left her momentarily incredulous. Nevertheless, this was perhaps the only thing worthy of being called the treasure of the Pirate King, truly an eye-opener. Having fulfilled a decade-long aspiration, Naiko felt as though she had entered a sage's realm, devoid of any regrets concerning this world. Who would have thought it would be this? In another conversation, the trembling 28-year-old lowly remarked, a member known as the Swift and Unbreakable stated, just arrived. Fished out a few devil fruits from that place called Mariewa in your world, currently researching. The Death Surgeon added, those belong to the Celestial Dragons. Well, if you took them, you took them. No one can catch you anyway. I wish to address another matter that I have just realized, the Death Surgeon continued. According to the narrative established by our group leader, Luffy is the protagonist of this tale, correct? What do you mean? The topic of Roger seemed to disinterest Tornado. Yet Barry the Flash quickly grasped what was being implied. In other words, even without this group task, he would not perish, rather. It is this task that introduces numerous variables to the Marineford War, potentially resulting in Luffy's untimely demise. Indeed, if we consider it from that perspective, it becomes quite perplexing. The Death Surgeon affirmed. For without us, Luffy would certainly survive. Instead, our presence may endanger his life. Do you think I'm not aware? Let me tell you. I found Roger's treasure, exclaimed the one who desires the airport. To issue such a group task is inherently contradictory, the Death Surgeon remarked. The treasure is indeed that. It truly is that. Who would have thought? Group leader, we are discussing serious matters here, the Death Surgeon interjected. Oh, it's simply the author whimsically altering the plot without tying it together, nothing to fret about, replied the one who desires the airport. Regardless, I have decided to put on a magnificent performance for everyone. The one who desires the airport. Voice message, 1,551 seconds. Have you all clicked it? Who would have thought? In fact, I wrote it. Clicking does nothing. In that moment, Roger felt an overwhelming sense of despair. According to the typical narrative arc of novels, shouldn't the leader of the group engage in discussions and swiftly analyze the issues at hand with them? What an absurd leader they had. Thank the heavens if he didn't create chaos. Wait a moment. Could it be this way? Suddenly, Roger contemplated a possibility, disregarding Naiko's antics in the group, and hastily sent a message. Group leader, may I inquire about the notable figures in our world? Like the 7 warlords or the Yonko? While I do know, if you ask me to say it, I would feel embarrassed. I shall have the chef prepare a meal of your favorite dishes. After spending a few days in collaboration, Roger had come to understand Naiko's unabashed preferences. Hey, Roger, even as the group leader, do you really think a meal could sway me? The Yonko are Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Red-Haired Shanks, and Kaido of the Beasts. The 7 warlords are Dracul Mihawk and Bartholomew Kuma. Tragically, it was due to a mere meal that Naiko unhesitatingly divulged all the information she possessed. Indeed, there is an issue, to my knowledge, among the 4 emperors. There is no figure known as Kaido of the Beasts. Initially, I did not perceive any issues, but upon closer inspection, I realized that the information I possessed starkly contradicted that provided by Naiko. The Death Surgeon remarked, In our world, the other three of the four emperors are indeed accurate. But there should be another, the esteemed Beast Kaido. The airport seeker exclaimed, "What is this foul nonsense?" This truly left Law in a state of bewilderment. If Nico's information were false, most of it had already been validated. Yet, to assert that the details regarding the One Piece anime were genuine. What then could be said about this inexplicably additional four emperor, the Beast Kaido? The airport seeker responded, This is quite simple. It is merely a traveler from another world." The death surgeon inquired, "A traveler?" The Unbreakable swiftly remarked, "So, the dimensional barrier can indeed be traversed?" As members who had recently experienced such a transition, they were not unfamiliar with the term and readily comprehended Nico's meaning. The airport seeker hypothesized, perhaps they traveled through time decades ago and eliminated Kaido before his rise, thus becoming the new four emperor. Such plots are quite common. The airport seeker continued, "The original Marineford War concluded with the arrival of Shanks, yet prior to his appearance, they had indeed faced Kaido." The airport seeker reasoned, "In this light, it becomes clear, had we not intervened, Shanks might have been subdued by the Beast Kaido. And if Shanks failed to arrive at Marineford, Luffy would surely meet his demise." The death surgeon considered that if one disregarded Nico's excessive points of contention, the scenario described might indeed be plausible. It was conceivable that this Beast Kaido could wait outside the Marineford War, ready to capitalize on the outcome. As one of the four emperors, Law believed that if given the opportunity to significantly weaken both the Navy and Whitebeard, he would undoubtedly relish such an endeavor. The death surgeon mused, "Such matters exist. What follows then?" The airport seeker responded, "Next comes the time to recruit new members." The death surgeon exclaimed, "Wait, upon discovering this situation, should not the standard script dictate that you return and eliminate this traveler first?" Concerning Law's query, Nico had not contemplated the notion of confronting the Beast Kaido in a duel. Logically speaking, whether it was Tornado or Barry, confronting a four emperor should be a straightforward task, given the disparity in power structures. However, the chat group had not issued any relevant tasks, and simply the title of Beast Kaido evoked a sense of home for Nico, dissuading him from seeking trouble unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, after the conclusion of the group task, for reasons unknown, Nico was granted yet another opportunity to recruit members. With nothing pressing at hand, he opted once more for recruitment. The mod enthusiast has joined the chat, Equality for All has joined the chat, Ha 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 has joined the chat, Poor and Malevolent has joined the chat this time. The recruitment yielded a notable number of new members, totaling 4, thus reaching a rather high threshold of 25. Although their usernames were not particularly striking, Nico's keen deduction skills and the privilege of viewing the members' true identities revealed their concealed backgrounds. The mod enthusiast was a perverse scientist from the world of Bleach, currently the head of the Technical Development Bureau, Urahara Kisuke. He was fervently dedicated to modifying himself, others, and all manner of objects, transcending the mundane with his eccentricity. Comparatively, he stood as a rather extreme figure among the multitude of mad scientists. It was not that his skills surpassed others, but rather his level of madness exceeded that of typical mad scientists, at least 4/10 of Nico's own level of eccentricity. It was easy to envision that as the chat group expanded, various mad scientists would converge here, leading to unpredictable outcomes from their collaborative inspirations. Regardless, it was undeniable that as the group leader, Nico would not mind, and might even delight in kindling a little chaos. I find those 3 words rather peculiar. Even I would never engage in such antics, Nico asserted earnestly. Well, let us disregard this madman and turn to the others. The term equality for all conjured several individuals in Nico's mind. However, the distinctive eye patch and casual demeanor of the profile picture made it evident that it was none other than the legendary Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja. The Ha-Ha moniker also belonged to someone whose identity was quite awkward to deduce. Were it not for Nico's access to real name authentication, he might never have guessed that this figure was the infamous Gilgamesh, known for his incessant laughter. As for the poor and malevolent individual, her origin differed from the previous members, as she hailed not from an anime or manga world, but from the gaming realm of League of Legends, specifically the deranged Jinx. The mod enthusiast remarked, "Huh? A dimensional chat group? What is this? Did you do this, Urahara?" The mod enthusiast continued, "No, wait. Even that guy's spiritual pressure shouldn't extend from the real world to the Soul Society. So whose Zanpakuto's power is this?" Equality for All queried, "What is a Zanpakuto? Is this a new illusion technique?" Ha 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 laughed. "No matter what it is, I suppose it is merely one of my treasures. Which fool dares to use my treasure against me?" Equality for All retorted, "My lord, I have never heard of such a king. Are you akin to a prominent figure?" Poor and Malevolent chimed in, "Huh? A king? Just the other day, I launched over 30 missiles at the royal palace of Piltover. Do you dare to try?" Poor and Malevolent added, "Wait, that is not right. There seems to be no royal palace in Piltover. Where did I blow up then? The airport seeker welcomed everyone. New members, you are warmly welcomed. Feel free to check the group announcement for detailed introductions written by me or my members. Naiko, embodying the demeanor of a group leader, issued a line of welcoming words, though 3 words were rendered in a minuscule font barely visible. Ha 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 ha, retorted, fool. Who permitted you to address me in such a manner? And what do you mean by group leader? Do you intend to become my master? The death surgeon remarked, a moment of silence for the newcomers. Why provoke anyone, let alone the group leader? This newcomer is truly courting death. Meanwhile, the other new members remained silent, seemingly waiting to observe what this group leader would do. The trembling 28-year-old lowly added, a moment of silence for the newcomers. The Unbreakable swiftly echoed, a moment of silence for the newcomers. The Unbreakable swiftly has been muted for 10 minutes. The airport seeker sighed. I feel much better after the mute. In the heart of Barry, the sacrificial offering, there stirred no wave of emotion. After all, this was neither the first nor the last time, and thus he remained impervious to any emotional turmoil. How absurd. What does it matter to me? As the others anticipated Naiko to disregard the raucous laughter, they soon realized they had indeed overestimated her patience. Over the next 30 minutes, the unfortunate Jean Shanshan was subjected to the profound intricacies of insult culture, as Naiko unleashed a torrent of profanity, targeting every female in proximity. The laughter echoed. Following this, another 30 minutes of relentless abuse ensued, laden with venomous language and crude expressions, capable of inciting fury even in those who pride themselves on their restraint. Without question, the tirade persisted for yet another 30 minutes, this time ensnaring even his male relatives, alive or deceased, who were mercilessly subjected to her relentless verbal onslaught. Poor Jean Shanshan, as the ancient king, had not the linguistic sophistication of modern times. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to the repetitive. Had he encountered someone with a modicum of dignity, perhaps a reciprocal exchange of jibes could have ensued. However, faced with Naiko, who possessed no such decorum, he felt the chilling terror of an insipid internet troll, especially in a group from which one could not exit, where Naiko, as the group leader, could forcibly commandeer conversations. The situation became utterly inescapable. At long last, the farce concluded when Naiko's attention was captured by a food-red envelope from Lowell. Even Barry found solace in the knowledge that he was merely silenced, rather than enduring a day-long beratement from this lunatic. Unlike the aforementioned madman, these individuals were all quite busy, after all. As for the unfortunate Jean Shanshan, he had long since ceased his protests. This was not to say he feared Naiko, but rather that he found her lack of decorum disheartening. It was akin to the camaraderie shared among him and the other heroic kings, who could share drinks and admire the moon, or engage in playful banter with swords and clubs, yet always with a sense of dignity. But what was Naiko's approach? It was as if 2 armies faced off. One commander donned in splendid armor, wielding a resplendent sword, bellowing a challenge. Who dares to fight? And then Naiko, in a shocking display, dropped her trousers and defecated, smearing it across his face. The outcome of the battle remained ambiguous, yet the humiliation was undeniable. Regardless of victory or defeat, the moniker of being smeared with excrement would forever cling to him. Could you not exhibit a modicum of decorum? Upon witnessing Jean Shanshan's silence, Naiko finally relented, a satisfied smirk gracing her lips as she momentarily ceased her tirade. The last individual to endure her onslaught was an elderly neighbor, reputed to suffer from a syndrome of overconfidence due to age, often commandeering bus seats and prying into the lives of passers-by. One day, during an incident of queue jumping, he faced a grievous injury and was subsequently hospitalized. Upon examination, it was revealed he was indeed mentally unstable, which was of little consequence. But his placement next to Naiko was particularly troublesome. One fateful day, the old man, in a fit of delusion, demanded Naiko's lollipop, only to be met with a furious verbal assault through the wall. By the time the doctor intervened, this poor soul, who could barely control his bodily functions, had been verbally berated into a state of constipation. Who could fathom the torment he endured? From that day forth, the hospital's inhabitants learned a valuable lesson. Do not engage in a verbal battle with Naiko. Sigh, how dull. Jean Shanshan's vocabulary paled in comparison to the elderly man's, rendering their exchanges utterly unsatisfying. Naiko lamented, shaking his head. He was not one to hold grudges, and after venting his frustrations, he noted the incident in his little notebook, turning his attention to this round of recruitment and lottery. According to the group chat's introduction, the lottery would only yield items from the worlds inhabited by its members. Thus, in contrast to the previous lotteries for the Pirate World and One Punch Man World, this time it might encompass realms such as Death Note, League of Legends, and Naruto. It is well known that 3 plus 4 equals 7, and 7 multiplied by 7 equals 49, although there is no correlation. It suffices to fill out a few more lines. Recruitment lottery selected, Is the group leader conducting another lottery? Upon seeing Naiko initiate a live broadcast for the lottery, Wei Kwaibu eagerly chimed in. Truly extravagant. I only received 1,000 group points from the last group task and have yet to spend them. Remarked the death surgeon. I have 2,700 points, haha, replied the trembling 28-year-old lowly. Here ST for the esteemed one, the death surgeon added. Followed by here ST for the esteemed one, from all beings are equal. In contrast to the others, the lazy fish card integrated into the chat more swiftly, now echoing the sentiments of the veteran members. Regarding the group points, Luo was not particularly surprised. After all, Barry had done most of the heavy lifting in the group task, so it was only natural for him to have the highest score. Although Tornado appeared to have coasted through, her devastating meteor attack on Marineford alone was formidable enough that even Whitebeard might struggle to surpass that level of destruction. As for himself, aside from providing a rough map and ships, he had done little else, much like Naiko. It is unclear how many points the group leader might have accrued, as it seemed he had not engaged in any meaningful activities aside from courting disaster. I possess 3,000 points, for I am the dog group leader, hehe. For a fleeting moment, Luo nearly leapt from his seat, momentarily believing Naiko had once again traversed into the pirate world, merely to elicit this reaction from him. Given Naiko's penchant for such antics, it was entirely plausible. What are these group points you all speak of? As the chat grew lively, the newcomer could no longer remain passive, originally intrigued by the group points. Jean Shanshan quickly fell silent upon realizing it was Naiko hosting the live broadcast. The group points can be deemed a valuable asset, for they allow for numerous possibilities. Wei Kwaibu elaborated. The death surgeon continued. According to the chat group's description, group points can essentially facilitate any endeavor, traversing to other worlds, enhancing physical prowess, acquiring abilities, and so forth, simply by applying through the chat group. However, utilizing group points in such a manner is considerably more costly than direct lotteries, for instance. Even the least desirable devil fruits begin at a price of 10,000 group points. Reading the chat messages, Jean Shanshan furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, devil fruits? What might those be? I had no idea there existed so many things in this world of which I am unaware. As he was about to send a message in the chat group, he paused once more, casting a glance at Naiko in the live stream, and let out a faint sigh, abandoning the thought. Never mind, it would be prudent for this king to observe a little longer. These mixed cultivators are truly lacking in decorum. Without paying attention to the idle chatter in the group, Naiko clicked the lottery button. As the ethereal button was pressed, a burst of flashy effects reminiscent of a shoddy online game, adored by middle-aged men, erupted. However, the seasoned members of the group remained relatively composed in the face of this bizarre display. Once the light show concluded, 5 items promptly appeared in the lottery window. From left to right, though I know you cannot see, they were a shallow Zanpakuto, initial design version, a reanimation jutsu scroll, a chunk of heroic spirit trait luck, a hextech nuclear bomb, and a Batman unlimited black card. Transformer enthusiast? Isn't that a Zanpakuto? All beings equal, what? Reanimation? Isn't that a forbidden jutsu from our Hidden Leaf village? Extreme poverty, oh, isn't that the new weapon created by that big-headed little shorty? I want it so badly. Unbreakable speed, Batman's black card. I'm so envious I could transform. With the emergence of these 5 items, the veteran members, aside from Barry, exhibited little reaction. In contrast, the new members were instantly filled with astonishment, surprise, and even dread. What the hell? What kind of dimensional chat group is this? The reanimation jutsu. That is indeed a forbidden technique. How could it possibly be obtained by someone else? Originally indifferent to the appearance of the dimensional chat group, the lazy Kakashi was now sweating profusely from shock. In truth, he did not possess extensive knowledge about this forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage. Nevertheless, as a jonin of the Hidden Leaf, and a relatively strong one at that, he was aware of a few things. For instance, the purpose of the reanimation jutsu is to resurrect the deceased. In most worlds, including that of Naruto, this is undoubtedly a taboo. Yet, this inexplicably appearing chat group claims to have provided this so-called group leader with a reanimation scroll. Kakashi understood that not everyone could learn jutsu scrolls just by glancing at them. The very existence of a forbidden jutsu scroll is highly classified, not something to be casually seen. However, it was clear that no one was aware of Kakashi's internal turmoil. As a newcomer, he felt hesitant to directly accuse someone who could surreptitiously steal the Hidden Leaf's forbidden techniques. Very well. Let me observe for now and later decide how to handle this chat group. With his thoughts racing, Kakashi concluded that the most appropriate and only course of action was to patiently watch what this live stream would entail. Death Surgeon, although these are all unfamiliar items, if they are produced by a chat group, they must be worthwhile, right? Transformer Enthusiast, worthwhile? That's not incorrect. A Zanpakuto is an essential weapon for every Soul Reaper. But what kind of power one ultimately gains depends on the wielder. Transformer enthusiast. I just wonder what the initial design version in parentheses means. Could it imply that there are other variations of the Zanpakuto? Seeing the words of Illya in the chat group, Naiko did not conceal anything and directly smiled at the live stream screen, saying, "Of course. In your world, the final settings are all incoherent. Various elements are randomly altered. And the setting of the Zanpakuto has changed countless times. Transformer enthusiast? Death Surgeon. Ahem, don't pay too much attention to the group leader's words. Overall, it seems similar to our devil fruits, weapons that grant the holder special powers, right? Transformer enthusiast. That perspective is not wrong. Ordinary intelligence can suffice to understand it this way. Death Surgeon. Ahem, does anyone know the origins of the other items? Ha 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 ha. Of course, this king knows. But there is no need for me to explain it to a mixed cultivator like you. Death Surgeon. All beings equal, if you ask me. I can only say I have no comment. Death Surgeon. Extreme poverty. That one is quite impressive. Death Surgeon? In an instant. Luo felt an aura of malice. The new members seemed to share a certain resemblance to the group leader. For heaven's sake, Naiko truly did not use designated recruitment. But who knew that those who arrived this time would bear such similarity to him? Death Surgeon. Never mind. The group leader must understand the powers of these items better than we do. Surely, he will make the right choice, right? Unbreakable speed. He'll probably make the right choice. Right? Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Perhaps? Originally, the few who thought this 5-choice scenario would be stable began to recall previous events. Naiko, after all, is someone who would insist on choosing the useless item among 4 divine artifacts and 1 scrap. Death Surgeon. As for the black card, Unbreakable Speed has already mentioned that it allows for unlimited spending in any corner of their world, equivalent to endless money. Death Surgeon. The Zanpakuto has been introduced by Transformer Enthusiast. As for the other 3, I have roughly deduced their functions from the names and comments of the new group members. Death Surgeon. The reanimation jutsu should be a powerful technique. One that can be inherited, similar to the Marine 6 styles or the usage of haki. Death Surgeon. The concept of luck sounds strange. But there are also abilities in devil fruits that control luck, so it is likely something similar. Death Surgeon. As for the last one, I suspect it to be a weapon of terrifying might. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Wait, you know that is the group leader, right? Even if you analyze it for him, it holds no significance. Death Surgeon. I know, I'm just casually speculating, and I'm curious about how the group leader will choose this time. Unbreakable Speed. That's true. Now that you mention it, I'm also curious about what the group leader will ultimately select. Zanpakuto and spiritual pressure. It must be said that Luo and the others' curiosity is somewhat justified. After all, based on Naiko's tendencies, he would undoubtedly opt for the most inconsequential reward. However, this time's 5-choice lottery seemingly targets Naiko directly. According to the brief overview Luo had previously read, the lottery in the group presented a multitude of items. While it wouldn't include something like a stone from the One Piece world, the likelihood of strong rewards appearing was also quite low. Based on Luo's conjecture, the possible rewards would generally fluctuate around the level of a weapon from a certain supernova or one of the Marine 6 styles. Certainly, it is not to say that there are no good or bad items. However, it is unlikely that they would appear as impressive as the 5 options presented by Naiko. The Death Surgeon speculated that the group leader might choose the lucky option, as it seems to align with their preferences, especially since it has reached the 5th level. The Unbreakable Speedster suggested that Abian's black card could be a possibility. While it holds value in my realm, in another world, it might be deemed worthless. The trembling 28-year-old lowly pondered whether it could be the ninja technique scroll, which sounds difficult to master, and whimsically suggested that the group leader might use it to wipe the table. Equality for all exclaimed in disbelief, questioning whether they understood what it was. Incredulous that someone would suggest using it for such a mundane task, Kakashi felt on the brink of insanity. What kind of people were these? He feared that Naiko might take the scroll, yet he was baffled by the thoughts of the others. Just moments ago, Luo had elaborated on the impressive attributes of these items, and even Kakashi had to concede that a scroll for the Edo Tensei was quite remarkable. Still, why were they not debating which was the strongest, but rather engaging in this peculiar conversation? The initial prototype of the Soul Cutter, Shallow Strike. The Death Surgeon interjected, wait? Why would you choose this, group leader? The Unbreakable Speedster chimed in, don't do that, group leader. This is incredibly strong. It doesn't suit your style? The trembling 28-year-old lowly echoed the sentiment, asking if the group leader had made a mistake. Equality for all, bewildered, exclaimed, isn't that supposed to be the strongest item? Why is everyone so reluctant? Observing the dialogue in the chat group, Naiko chuckled, revealing 32 teeth as he addressed the live stream. Just as you thought I wouldn't have a breakdown, I did. Now, you assume I will falter, yet I remain steadfast. In truth, I am indeed in a state of disarray. The death surgeon, the unbreakable speedster, and the trembling 28-year-old lowly unanimously declared, in matters of insanity, I shall regard the group leader as the ultimate champion. As a cultured and sophisticated connoisseur of eccentricity, Naiko would not allow such trivial titles to cloud his judgment. Thus, he decisively removed the blindfold labeled with the word fame and began to scrutinize the soul cutter before him. The nameless soul cutter, referred to as Shallow Strike, appeared rather unremarkable, resembling an ordinary katana. In the later stages of the Bleach narrative, as the entire power structure crumbled, the Zero Division S King, Yoruichi, mentioned that all soul cutters were crafted by him, with their names bestowed by the esteemed swordsmith, Urahara Kasuke. However, this premise diverged significantly from the initial assertions. Given the unparalleled freedom depicted in the latter parts of the story, many statements could be interpreted as mere flights of fancy. In the earlier narrative, soul cutters were more akin to living weapons, not merely defined by their names but also evolving in form and power over time, rather than being static entities fixed from the outset. This growth necessitated a connection with the soul of the Shinigami to nurture, refine, and comprehend the soul cutter's name, allowing it to flourish alongside one's spiritual pressure. Essentially, it was akin to a relationship that required continuous cultivation of affinity to unlock various forms. Upon grasping this fundamental principle, Naiko clarified his future path. In the chat group, he pondered how many points would be required to unlock the name of the soul cutter. Apologies, but I am the type who would download a complete save file while playing, just as Luo had previously attempted. The chat group's points could be seen as a versatile resource. Whenever a member expressed a need, the chat group would provide a fitting price. Initial version soul cutters cannot directly reveal their true names. One may spend 5,000 points to exchange for a soul cutter crafted by Yoruichi. Acquire the initial release name of the corresponding soul cutter for 10,000 group points. Acquire the Bankai name of the corresponding soul cutter for 50,000 group points. Note, currently you possess no spiritual pressure, even knowing the true name will not awaken the soul cutter. Sometimes, one might find that when downloading a complete save file online, it could very well lead to a collection of unrelated content. How could I have forgotten this issue? Alas, indeed. Even Naiko understood that such soul cutters, which evolved based on the user in the initial setup, were of far greater value than the fixed development soul cutters mentioned later. Spending 5,000 points to exchange a valuable item for a lesser one seemed illogical. Well then, let us first convert for spiritual pressure. Without it, the soul cutter cannot be utilized. After a moment of contemplation, Naiko resolved not to dwell on these matters any longer and converted all 3,000 points into the Shinigami's unique energy, spiritual pressure. Upon confirming the exchange, Naiko immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, and a multitude of indescribable, unnameable light descended from the void, flooding into his being. As Naiko slowly opened his eyes, his body radiated a refreshing vitality. The death surgeon inquired, "What is this situation?" The unbreakable speedster remarked, "Is this the legendary muscle transformation?" The modification enthusiast questioned, "Can spiritual pressure really achieve such effects?" Wanting a plane exclaimed, "What is going on?" "I merely applied a deep-sea mud mask and heated a bag of popcorn." Suddenly, the bubbling appearance of the modification enthusiast, Nimue Karatsuchi, sparked a new idea in Naiko's mind. Although the soul cutter required gradual emotional cultivation, it was evident that someone like Nimue, with his twisted demeanor, would hardly engage in nurturing any genuine attachment. Moreover, by the end, his soul cutter had been so modified that it was neither truly a sword nor a spirit, so discussing emotions was futile. It was more about negotiation. However, when it came to the modification procedures for soul cutters, even I would not be adept at that. Yet upon further reflection, Naiko realized that there was little he could do to address the core issue. Alas, even someone as dashing and captivating as I have my limitations. Perhaps this is simply fate. After a moment of melancholy introspection, Naiko decided to refrain from using so many idioms moving forward, otherwise, his mind might become overwhelmed. Nevertheless, whether or not he could awaken the soul cutter was not of paramount importance to him, at least for the time being. This nightmarish party was primarily focused on unraveling mysteries. In contrast, this was not akin to certain infinite spaces where one is immediately thrust into combat against ghouls, mummies, aliens, and the like. Rather, the approach here was more fluid, allowing for diverse survival strategies. Note that the term combat here refers to lethal engagement, devoid of any peculiar implications. So please do not misunderstand, for even Naiko might entertain the thought of trying. I digress. In any case, although he had acquired the soul cutter, Naiko was not in a hurry to utilize it, as the absence of a means to expedite its initial release was of little concern to him. Ultimately, Naiko chose to spend 1,000 points to exchange for the spiritual pressure awakening, a unique energy characteristic of the Soul Reapers, and further invested 2,000 points to enhance it to the strength of a member of the GOTI 13. Although the members of the group were unaware of the true strength of the GOTI 13, one could liken it to that of an ordinary passerby. It seems that the very foundation of the Soul Reapers' power system is flawed. Why is it that, apart from the captains and certain lieutenants, the rest can be easily defeated by those from the protagonist's team who have barely trained for a few months? The modification enthusiast remarked. Though I do not comprehend your words, it is indeed true that the spiritual pressure of an average GOTI 13 member is merely of that caliber. The modification enthusiast added. And please refrain from sending me private messages when you want to complain. Regardless, after exchanging for the spiritual pressure, Naiko truly established a peculiar connection with his Zanpakuto. This sensation felt less like that between a person and an object, and more akin to the bond between individuals, allowing Naiko to wield the Zanpakuto with effortless grace. To validate this, he used the Zanpakuto to trim his toenails and sliced a watermelon to distribute as a group red envelope, effortlessly carving apples into various animal shapes. Be it rabbits, hedgehogs, foxes, or even Cthulhu. Yet inexplicably, with each use, Naiko sensed that his connection with the Zanpakuto became increasingly tenuous. However, it was only when he intended to use the Zanpakuto to unclog the toilet that he suddenly felt a surge of understanding. Realizing he knew the true name of the Zanpakuto. I can easily obtain the name of my Zanpakuto. I have already discovered its true name, remarked the Wanningen airport. The modification enthusiast responded, Did you also turn your Zanpakuto into a fool? The death surgeon interjected, Wait, what exactly did you do after you ended the live stream? Luo had previously inquired with Nimue Karatsuchi and was aware of the difficulties in awakening a Zanpakuto. According to Nimue, even among the captains of the GOTI 13, there were those who had not awakened their Zanpakuto's true name for centuries. What does it mean to wait for centuries? The greatest event in the world of One Piece. The beginning of the great age of exploration has yet to reach 100 years. Luo suddenly felt a pang of existential dread, instinctively reaching for his own blade. However, upon realizing the absurdity of this action, he hastily withdrew his sinful hand. At that moment, Naiko activated the live stream once more, eager to test the effects of the true name of his newly acquired Zanpakuto. All right, I shall begin now. Naiko took a deep breath, brandishing the fruit knife-sized Zanpakuto. The instant he comprehended its true name, the blade transformed autonomously into a new form, bypassing the arduous refining process Nimue had described, prompting Naiko to privately ridicule Nimue once more. At this juncture, Naiko focused his mind, calming his frayed nerves, and positioned the blade horizontally across his chest. Bankai. Naiko declared with a commanding voice. What the hell? Bankai? Did you just say Bankai? Didn't you just acquire that Zanpakuto? Exclaimed the modification enthusiast. What is happening? What does Bankai mean? Is something amiss? Inquired Yukibukuber. This is not just amiss. The modification enthusiast retorted. Bankai is the ultimate power of a Soul Reaper, typically. Even Soul Reaper members may struggle to master Shurkai, let alone Bankai, which is a power possessed solely by the captains of each squad. Do you have any idea how many Soul Reapers exist in my Soul Society? Do you know how few have mastered Bankai? It has taken countless ages to accumulate a mere 13 who possess that power. Watching Nimue's near-manic response, the other group members finally grasped the extraordinary nature of Naiko's feat. Though each had differing thoughts, they all accurately understood the gravity of Naiko's actions. You are mistaken, Naiko replied nonchalantly, waving at the live stream screen with a calm smile. Actually, the release command for my Zanpakuto Shurkai is Bankai. According to legend, the abilities of a Zanpakuto are reflective of their wielder. A notion Nimue had always been skeptical of. Otherwise, why would Soifin's Bankai be such a massive and formidable blade? Why does Aizen's Bankai, whatever it may be, elude him? Regardless, today he found himself convinced. The tales of Zanpakuto being crafted and named by individuals seemed utterly ludicrous. What kind of fool would name a blade Shurkai command as Bankai? In the Technology Development Bureau of the Soul Society, Vice Captain Nimue Karatsuchi gazed in bewilderment at her captain. Although Nimue's behavior was often perplexing, today he seemed particularly deranged, thrusting his Zanpakuto against the wall after invoking its Shurkai. It is well known that the H-Gyoku is perilous. His reckless stabbing had caused toxic fumes to fill the Technology Development Bureau. Fortunately, the members here were hardly conventional Soul Reapers. Faced with the situation, they calmly retrieved various colored potions and injected themselves, returning to their work at the computers. In stark contrast to the fury of Nimue and the others, Naiko felt little discomfort, merely thinking that his Zanpakuto's Shurkai was lacking in grandeur. As far as he could recall, there were 3 types of release commands for Zanpakuto. The first is the most common format, exemplified by Yukate's Scatter, Senbenzakura, and Rukia's Dance. Sodi no Shiryuki. One particularly peculiar case is Urahara Kisuke's Zanpakuto, Benaheim, which, despite sharing the same format, seems to release under any incantation. The second type is quite unique, as demonstrated by the protagonist Ichigo Kurosaki's Zangetsu, which possesses no release command whatsoever. Naiko's Zanpakuto release command also seems somewhat off. Perhaps as a form of retaliation for his earlier toilet escapade, its Shirkai command consisted of only half a phrase, Bankai. As for the third type, it is truly impressive, requiring a poem to be recited before release. A prime example would be all things under heaven are reduced to ashes. The blade flows like fire. It is widely acknowledged that once a poem is recited, the stakes are raised. Thus, Naiko resolved that his Shirkai should also involve poetic recitation, clearing his throat. He pondered the outcome. If it's not feasible, then I've backed down. This won't do. With a smile towards the azure sea, I shatter 1,000 armies, plotting the heavens and earth. After a few nervous attempts, Naiko felt he might be struck down before finishing, leading him to abandon the endeavor. Despite his insanity, he did not wish to court death. He was a principled madman. Thus, regarding the predetermined matters, such as the endeavor to compose a poem for his Shirkai, after dismissing 5 consecutive ideas, he resolutely abandoned the effort. Well, let us first observe the outcome, Bankai. With the lethargic voice of Naiko, the long-anticipated, yet hardly expected, Shirkai of the Zangetsu finally revealed its true form. As the short sword transformed, Naiko found himself holding an object the size and shape of a playing card. It bore the thickness of one as well, yet was distinctly not a playing card. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a card. So, do I choose the fool and have everyone in the group draw one? Faced with the transformation of the Zangetsu, a smile of delight blossomed on Naiko's face. Regardless of whether it was a playing card, tarot card, or Gwent card, the emergence of such a rectangular card, approximately 3 fingers wide, signified the arrival of one of his formidable enhancements. Generally, that was how such settings were established, utilizing the bond between himself and his Zangetsu. Naiko instinctively grasped the effect of his weapon. It could be used for card games. Be it poker, Gwent, Yu-Gi-Oh, or Hearthstone, it could freely transform, truly terrifying. In any case, this round of luck finally reached its conclusion, and Naiko realized that the countdown for the first game of the Nightmare Party was nearing its end. As the countdown in the room struck 0, a grand voice resounded abruptly in Naiko's mind. However, the message conveyed by those words caused Naiko's expression to shift dramatically. He hurriedly picked up the note he had placed on the table a week prior and read it again. It merely stated that the game would officially commence in 7 days, with no further details mentioned. How peculiar! What did I overlook? With Naiko's intellect, it was evident that he sensed an anomaly. Sitting silently on the sofa for a moment, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he flipped the note over. During this week, players can participate in the trial version of the game at any time to acclimate to the Nightmare Party. Failure in the trial version will not deduct survival points, yielding only 1/5 of the rewards, with a 90 drop rate reduction. So that's it. This week serves as an adaptation period for novice players. Having finally unearthed the clue, Naiko felt a wave of relief wash over him and carelessly tossed the note aside. As for the fact that he had squandered a week without partaking in the trial version and was entirely unfamiliar with the mechanics of the Nightmare Party, that unfortunate realization had yet to dawn on him. At that moment, there was no live stream, and the group members were engaged in casual conversation, oblivious to the changes unfolding on Naiko's end. As the final second of the countdown elapsed, Naiko beheld a surge of black light abruptly erupt before him, swiftly expanding to engulf the entire room. The Nightmare Party is about to commence. Within the boundless darkness, a ghastly male voice, one that seemed to have rotted through the throat, echoed oddly in Naiko's ears. Upon hearing this, Naiko scoffed derisively, cleared his throat, and with a voice tenfold more terrifying than that of the man, shrieked, "The Nightmare Party is about to begin." Such a reading is far more professional. Do you understand? 24 days of darkness. Please do not close your eyes. Player 114514 has joined the game. This round consists of 12 players. The difficulty of this round is 1. Basic victory reward, 1 survival point, 500 nightmare points. Failure will deduct 1 survival point. Current remaining survival points, 5. Introduction and progress. Outside a tranquil little village, there lived a simpleton born in the 1960s. Naiko answered instantly. A community of villagers who were nearly isolated from the world. As a competent system, it paid little heed to Naiko. However, no one knew when it began that several terrifying monsters infiltrated the villagers. By day, they appeared identical to the villagers, without the slightest difference. Yet, on nights of the full moon, they would shed their human guise, transforming into horrific, hairy humanoid monsters, commencing their merciless predation. Indeed, they were the legendary moonlit hares, creatures that morph into half-human, half-hare forms under the moonlight, dragging people into darkness at midnight until their victims are utterly exhausted and perish. Now, The 12 of you are the last living souls in this village, yet you are aware that among you, 3 are disguised moonlit hairs. From the next evening onward, a consecutive week of full moon nights will begin. Victory conditions updated. Humans, identify and execute all moonlit hairs to receive the basic reward. Moonlit hairs, eliminate all humans to acquire a basic reward of 200. Day and night will each last 20 minutes. Every day, regardless of life or death. All players will be forcibly transported to the village center for discussion and execution voting. Every night, moonlit hairs may hunt humans with no other rules imposed. All players will be randomly assigned identities, including the following special identities. Moonlit hair will possess nearly invincible strength and endurance as well as night vision abilities during the night, appearing as ordinary humans by day. Prophet can use prophetic arts to discern the true identity of a target at night, usable once per night. Hunter receives a shotgun and a box of ammunition. Capable of delivering a fatal blow to any being within this world, cannot be taken out of the game. Apothecary receives 2 special potions, one splashed on a target. One can instantly kill, while the other can fully heal all of a target's injuries, cannot be taken out of the game. Ordinary villager randomly receives a piece of ordinary equipment, can be taken out of the game. Fool, you are a fool. The special abilities and equipment gained through identity are invisible before use and cannot be utilized during the day. After spending some effort to peruse this rather lengthy introduction, Naiko had formulated a staggering hypothesis in his mind. This game may very well be a mimicry of the When Darkness Falls. Please close your eyes. By heavens, how ingenious of me to connect the dots. After praising himself a couple of times, Naiko noticed that a phantom card before him began to shuffle and cut itself, subsequently laying itself out before him. It was time to draw his identity. Though he had yet to draw, an inexplicable sense of malice lingered. Naiko gazed vacantly at the descriptions of the various identities, already having a rough idea of what he might draw. Before drawing, Naiko pondered briefly and decisively chose to open the chat group live stream. He had to admit that he was a player who had lost more than he won in When Darkness Falls. Please close your eyes. Thus, it was only natural for him to seek the assistance of group members. Regardless, the intellectual prowess of the group had reached a 3-digit count, boasting the first, second, and third positions. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. What on earth is the group master up to this time? Unbreakable speed. It should be that death game of his starting again, right? I remember the countdown had almost finished before. The trembling 28-year-old lowly. What a tedious game. Why not just smash everything to pieces? Perhaps due to the peculiar darkness surrounding her. Naiko observed that the game introduction did not appear on the small screen on her arm, but was instead projected directly into the air, coupled with the real-time, ultra-high-definition nature of the chat group live stream. The text was naturally visible to everyone, including Luo and the others. The Death Surgeon. So this is how the rules work. The Unrelenting. I see. The Rapid Unbreakable. Such game-like rules, yet they require real lives to play. The Unrelenting. What are you all talking about? The Trembling 28-year-old lowly. So you didn't understand anything, did you? You say I see. Ha. The Laughing Fool. What a sinister amusement. Have humans truly fallen to such depths? As the live stream commenced, the group members began to share their thoughts. However, Naiko remained unaffected by their chatter, steadily drawing her identity card. Prophet, the Rapid Unbreakable. Surprisingly. It's not. The Death Surgeon. It's not that after all. The Trembling 28-year-old lowly. One the Laughing Fool. One the Modification Enthusiast. One ignoring the malice of the group members, as Naiko stowed her identity card. Her system panel revealed a new skill. Divination Special, not transferable, can designate a target at night to learn their identity. With the card vanishing from sight, a number appeared on Naiko's clothing, and the shadowy illusion began to shift once more. Before long, Naiko found herself in an unusually remote and quaint village, joined simultaneously by 11 others, all clad in various outfits, arranged in a circular formation in the village's central square. Game start, 1959 until daylight ends. Hello everyone. Time is of the essence, so I won't waste any more words. I am player 1. You may call me Away. I believe everyone here has played the game Werewolf, and this game is evidently a twisted version of that. A man standing diagonally across from Naiko appeared to be a natural leader. Although he seemed somewhat disoriented moments before, he quickly regained his composure and attempted to take control of the situation, being the first to speak. Everyone could surmise this. But since he had voiced it, there was no need for others to reiterate, and thus they all nodded in tacit agreement. It seemed the group leader had missed the opportunity to lead, as this player 1, Away, demonstrated a keen sense of communication. The Rapid Unbreakable, indeed. Just a few words have given him the aura of a leader. He is quite cunning. The Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Ha. They're lucky. If the group leader had taken charge, they would likely be doomed by the first night, even though it was merely a matter of speech. Human psychology tends to be inertia-driven. As no one contradicted Away at that moment, it was likely that they would heed his words in subsequent discussions, provided he did not say anything too outrageous. As time passed, this initial agreement would gradually evolve into a subconscious trust. Even if Away remained inactive thereafter, others would still want to hear his opinions. It is important to note that Away's ability to seize this fleeting opportunity suggested he was skilled in this regard, and he would undoubtedly use it to further solidify his position. For those familiar with the game Werewolf, it is clear that such a leader figure is critical to the outcome of the game, even without reminders from the group members. The 10 individuals present were undoubtedly aware of this. As for Naiko, it is certain that she was somewhat oblivious to these dynamics, so we shall not delve into that. However, it is evident that this game diverges significantly from Werewolf. Away, seizing the moment, reiterated his earlier statements, deepening the implicit sense of agreement among the group. While the game may be structured to resemble Werewolf, our circumstances are far more perilous. Without further discussion, the mere fact that there are no rules at night, allowing unrestricted hunting, poses a considerable threat to us. After all, in that game, the greatest reliance of the good players is not on the few special rules, but on the rule that the bad players can only kill one person per night. As Away passionately explained, many faces reflected the realization of this truth. Although his words lacked substantial depth, they effectively clarified the situation, showcasing a glimpse of his capabilities. However, in the next moment, Away's expression grew serious as he stated, "For this reason, I would like everyone to announce their identities. Good players should not conceal themselves. We must quickly eliminate those with evil identities. Unlike the conventional game, we possess the power to execute during the day. If we unite, we can resolve this game before the first night descends. In a typical game, the first daytime phase holds little value. However, given our current situation, not only can the bad players kill freely at night, but we can also vote for executions multiple times during the day. Therefore, Away's assertion is not without merit, ideally. If everyone speaks the truth, there would be no need to enter the night to conclude the game." Suddenly, a somewhat effeminate voice emerged from nearby. Turning to see, it belonged to a young male player marked with the number 10. "We have all participated in the trial version of the game. We know how terrifying this nightmare party can be, despite its seemingly laughable facade." Player 10 began with a seemingly unrelated remark that hinted at something deeper. He then cast a disdainful glance at Away, laughing as he said, "If you are indeed the so-called Tsukino Usagi, then your words are utterly laughable. Are you trying to discern who your allies are and who the ordinary players are, so you can hunt at night?" His words were deeply cutting yet compelled all participants to seriously contemplate this possibility. What Player 10 expressed was not unfounded. If Player 1 Away truly held such a misfortunate title, then his previous actions could be deemed quite sinister. The once jovial atmosphere shattered in an instant. And as everyone glanced at those beside them, their gazes turned wary. Although they were all newcomers alongside Naiko, having recently completed a week-long initiation period, they possessed a certain understanding of this nightmare party, particularly concerning the consequences of failure in the game. Even though in the nightmare party, as long as survival points are not depleted, one can revive in their room once more. However, each death in the game is not merely a loss of survival points. It transcends that simplicity. Each failure experienced through death is, apart from the fact that one does not truly perish, indistinguishable from actual mortality. This is not mere philosophical musings, but rather a reflection of the anguish of death that these individuals have endured multiple times over the past week. Drowning in the game allows one to fully experience the sensations of a drowning person, to feel the terror of life gradually slipping away. Similarly, being crushed by a train in the game conveys an overwhelming agony, the horror of one's body disintegrating into countless fragments. They have come to realize that in this game, other players cannot be trusted. They are adversaries who will betray their teammates for personal gain, and in their fear of death, they will thrust their comrades toward doom. The style of the Nightmare Party may appear to be a series of games, yet the essence of these games harbors an exceedingly terrifying and pure darkness. Prior to the first night, no one knows the identity of the others, and naturally, no one wishes to reveal their existence, even based on the fear of death. Whether those with identities would dare to step forward remains a puzzle. 26. The night falls. Please open one eye and close the other. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Wait? Why did the group leader run off immediately? Aren't they all over there? Swift and unbreakable. To think I believed the group leader would engage them in a battle of wits. I was, indeed, too naive. All beings are equal. The group leader's thoughts are truly unique. The members stared in astonishment, rendered almost speechless, as they watched the live stream where Naiko, resembling a weasel attempting to steal, moved on tiptoe with hands curled like a T-Rex. This posture bore no particular significance. It was merely Naiko's belief that it might increase his chances of stealth. Surprisingly, he succeeded, as the other 11 had failed to notice when he vanished. "I want an airport," They have not grasped the true essence of this game. Death Surgeon, for instance? I want an airport, firstly, and most importantly, as the hunter. Tsukino Usagi must eliminate all ordinary players to win, correct? Death Surgeon, so? I want an airport. Therefore, if I eliminate myself first, they cannot kill me. Ro glanced at the chat messages, suddenly standing and exiting the captain's cabin. Bring me something to chop. I wish to practice my knife skills. As someone who has always held himself to a strategist's mindset, Ro felt that without hacking something, his mood would remain unsettled. As for the chat group and the death game the leader is participating in, he brushed it aside. I, Trafalgar Ro, shall become a swordsman from this day forth. I shall no longer spam the group. Swift and unbreakable. Group leader, you wouldn't actually do that, would you? Just a casual remark, right? I want an airport. Nonsense, I am merely a prophet. Without a weapon, how could I possibly accomplish that? Naiko did not realize why the number of speakers had suddenly diminished. He simply rebutted Barry's foolish question earnestly. Without suitable weapons or tools, how could one successfully implement the final plan? Swift and unbreakable. Cough. You are right. You are right. So why sneak away? If we listen a bit longer, we can help analyze the situation. I want an airport. There is no need for that. In truth, I merely need to hide and quietly await the arrival of night. Swift and unbreakable. Are you referring to the prophet's ability? Barry's mind raced, quickly deducing the implications of Naiko's words. The identity card Naiko received possessed the skill to directly see through a target's identity, in other words. He did not need to rely on others' analyses, but could uncover the truth himself. In the world of these group members, there was no game of night falls. Please close your eyes. Instead, upon directly observing the rules, they understood the essence of the game even more clearly. Naiko's identity as a prophet appeared crucial, even the key to winning the entire game. However, upon reflection, not only might the individual who obtained this identity fear death and hide, but once revealed, it would be nearly impossible for others to believe him. If they do not believe, the most that would happen is the prophet exposing his identity and being killed at night. If they do believe, and if the opponent is false, then he would be killed. Even though the death experience does not equate to actual life lost, but rather a mere substitute of survival points. No one would willingly squander such an opportunity to trust another. As the Dark Forest principle suggests, there are no absolutely trustworthy individuals in this place. Thus, to avoid deception, one must first deceive. To avoid death, one must eliminate others first. In contrast, Naiko could gradually observe all players. And whether attempting a counter hunt or gaining trust through dialogue during the day, his chances of success would be the highest. Swift and unbreakable. But, group leader. This doesn't seem right. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. What? How is that possible? All beings are equal. What's wrong? I feel the group leader's line of thought is sound. Swift and unbreakable. Precisely because there seems to be no issue, that is the greatest problem. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Indeed. It is precisely because there seems to be no issue that it feels off. Extreme poverty and evil. Why don't we blow up the group leader? Swift and unbreakable has been muted for 10 minutes. Swift and unbreakable. What the? Wait. You have been muted. Please wait patiently for 9:59. It proved that even the speed of the flash could not surpass the speed of Naiko's muting. As for why only Barry was muted and not Jinx, it was undoubtedly because flatness reigns supreme. Flatness can be forgiven for anything. Naiko crossed his arms, proudly declaring an utterly disgusting proclamation to the live screen. What he intended to do was no different from what the group members speculated. He would find a place to hide and wait until nightfall to act. Although the prophet possessed no tools, this unique ability to perceive identities was already overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, others might fear being counterkilled after locating Tsukino Usagi, but for him, that was certainly not a concern. Do not be fooled by his status as Naiko, nor by his lack of accumulated resources from the experience game like others. Thanks to the existence of the chat group, he too had his trump cards. After Naiko found a secluded room to conceal himself, the day, which lasted only 20 minutes, came to an end. The sky abruptly transformed into night without warning, as though plunging into a cavern. As night fell, Naiko glanced at the skill bar, where the prophecy skill was now activated and ready for use. Without hesitation, he chose to activate it. You have used the prophecy skill special. You may select any player to view their identity. What a straightforward and comprehensible skill usage. So, this nightmare party indeed leans towards a data-driven approach. After murmuring a few unintelligible words to herself, Naiko shook her head and then focused on her target player, invoking her prophetic abilities. In the darkness of the night, a bespectacled woman was sprinting swiftly, her attire emblazoned with the number 4, identifying her as the 4th player in this game. Her feet moved with remarkable speed, yet her movements produced no sound. This was not due to any extraordinary skill she possessed, but rather the effect of a piece of equipment she had fortuitously acquired during the past week of the beta version of the game. Name: Cat's Paw Footwear. Level: Type: Footwear. Special effect: Silent movement while walking. It is important to note the methods of equipment acquisition within the Nightmare Party. Firstly, after the conclusion of a game, achievements may yield treasure chests from which players can obtain items. Secondly, players may seek out and acquire equipment directly within the game environment. In simpler terms, battling monsters in the Nightmare Party does not result in treasure drops. However, players can seize the equipment held by their defeated foes. They may even dismember the vanquished monsters for their body parts, which can serve as materials or equipment. Furthermore, unlike conventional video games, equipment in this realm does not impose strict limits on the number of items per body part. However, a player may only wear a certain number of items on the same body part, and all pieces must be fully equipped to activate their effects. For instance, the fourth player's cat's paw footwear must be worn on both feet to take full advantage of its special abilities. Donning only one shoe while wearing a steel boot on the other would be ineffectual. Naturally, Naiko was unaware of these intricacies, having never participated in the beta game. Thanks to her cat's paw footwear, the fourth player did not conceal her movements, but instead raced through the night with remarkable speed. Unfortunately, her assigned identity in this game was not particularly advantageous. She was merely an ordinary villager, armed with a small knife. Although this seemed somewhat adequate, her combat capabilities as an untrained woman rendered her unlikely to succeed even against a mere chicken, let alone a human adversary. To make matters worse, the hunters, particularly the moonlit hares, were far more formidable than mere humans. Troublingly, despite the game ostensibly resembling a typical Night Falls, eyes shut scenario, no one dared to speak freely during the day. Revealing one's identity could easily lead to being hunted under the cover of night. Yet if the ensuing day passed as aimlessly as the current one, they would inevitably be picked off one by one. In her frantic flight through the darkness, the fourth player felt a surge of anxiety. She was not adept with words, and today she had nearly lost her train of thought to player number 1. Away. Had things gone differently, she might have remained steadfastly by his side, unwavering in her beliefs. However, a statement from player number 10 had shattered that illusion, leaving everyone uncertain about whom to trust, resulting in their scattering before nightfall. Nevertheless, if she could locate others now, she might discern their true identities. But would it truly be so simple? If merely spotting someone at night sufficed for confirmation, then the role of a seer would be rendered redundant. Initially, she felt she was grasping at some semblance of clarity, only to realize her reasoning had been flawed from the outset. Upon reflection, she noted that while the moonlit hare's identity description indicated they transformed into hunters at night, it did not assert that this transformation was obligatory or irreversible. In other words, those monstrous forms might be subject to change at will. Thus, even if she encountered other players at night, they might appear human while concealing their monstrous true selves. However, considering the village's considerable size and the vast, uncharted forest beyond, encountering another player seemed improbable. Just as the fourth player pondered and moved, she noticed a distant house ablaze with light. The village, shrouded in darkness, was illuminated only by the faint glow of moonlight. Players, keen to avoid detection, would not dare to create light. Thus, she had grown accustomed to the enveloping darkness. Yet, the sudden illumination of the nearby house stunned her, as if that light had siphoned away her very thoughts. What in the world was happening? Who could be lighting a lamp at such a time? Were they not afraid of being attacked? Or could the occupant be a hunter, the moonlit hare, deliberately luring innocents? A myriad of thoughts swirled in her mind, yet curiously, she felt no inclination to flee. The week spent in the beta game had taught her that within this nightmare party, each game was not only a slaughterhouse for players, but also the sole path to their empowerment. To survive in this nightmare party, one must seize every opportunity to acquire equipment, skills, and nightmare points. With the capabilities of her cat's paw footwear, she reassured herself that she could stealthily observe the scene outside the window, assessing the situation before determining her next course of action. Bolstering her resolve, the fourth player held her breath and crept closer. The night was fleeting, and regardless of who was within that house, she could not afford to waste precious time. The light inside was conspicuously unmasked. The very act of illuminating the room at such an hour suggested the occupant harbored no intention to conceal themselves. With agility and swiftness, the fourth player approached the window, her movements as silent as a predator stalking its prey. She tilted her head to the side, straining her eyes to catch a glimpse of the interior. Yet in an instant, her blood ran cold, immobilizing her in place. For there, at the edge of her vision, a man wore a mocking expression, and she could not fathom why a note of derision seemed to be affixed to his face. Discovered, her heart raced. But that was not the most terrifying revelation. What truly chilled her to the bone was the sight behind the man. At the center of the room, a lifeless body lay sprawled on the floor. The corpse of player number 1, Away. Away was dead. The fourth player stood at the window, locked in a gaze with the young man inside. Though her body trembled, she did not retreat a single step. It was not that she felt courageous enough to retaliate, nor was she paralyzed by fear. She simply could not bear to lose sight of him. She understood that a window separated them, and whatever his next move might be, she had to ascertain it to respond appropriately. Thud, thud, thud. Unexpectedly, the man inside the room did not flee through the broken window, nor did he exhibit any signs of panic upon being discovered. Instead, he wore a smile and lightly tapped the glass in front of him, as if he had something to convey. Despite the fear gnawing at her heart, Fur was somewhat intrigued by the man marked with a numeral, curious about his intentions. Nevertheless, she remained vigilant and had no intention of approaching the window. She merely shifted her expression to one of attentive listening. Most likely, he would utter some drivel about his innocence, claiming he was already in this state upon entering the room. I know that no matter what I say now, you won't believe me. Here we go. The clumsy performance begins. Naiko pointed behind her at the now cold Wei and declared earnestly, you might not believe this, but I truly killed this person. Indeed, was she resorting to a childish lie to absolve herself? Fur lifted her gaze to meet Naiko's eyes, only to find them strikingly clear, innocent, and calm as an ancient well. She was compelled to avert her gaze, for it was the first time in her life she had encountered someone projecting light into their own pupils with a projector. Thus, I did this, and then that, and I struck him down. Inside the room, Naiko was holding a carrot and gesturing towards Fur, but after repeating her explanation thrice, Fur still failed to grasp how she had killed Wei. Wait, how did I get in here? Suddenly, Fur became acutely aware of the absurdity of her situation, almost leaping a meter off the ground. Yet, such details were trivial. Since she was here now, it implied she trusted Naiko. Trust you? Are you kidding? Trust you to have killed Wei? Moreover, I have no idea how I got in here. Faced with the advancing Naiko, the facade of calm on Fur's face finally crumbled. The trembling 28-year-old lowly exclaimed, oh no. Is the group leader finally revealing their true colors and tarnishing the reputation of virtuous women? The death surgeon retorted, the term revealing one's true colors is inaccurate. The group leader's essence has never been concealed. Indeed, the essence of the group leader has never been concealed. Echoed the equality of all beings. The trembling 28-year-old lowly added, that makes sense. That makes sense, repeated the equality of all beings. However, this time, the group leader is genuinely in trouble. With that eloquence of his, explaining himself seems hopeless. Seems hopeless, chimed in the equality of all beings. The trembling 28-year-old lowly questioned, what on earth are you doing? You've been echoing our words since the beginning. Humph, as a renowned ninja, isn't it normal for me to repeat? Replied the equality of all beings. The trembling 28-year-old lowly sighed, fine, let us discuss the group leader's predicament. Due to Naiko's continuous live streaming, the members of the group were well aware of the events unfolding. In fact, what transpired here was neither particularly extraordinary nor overly convoluted. After dark, Wei, much like Fur, spotted a brightly lit room and approached to investigate, only to witness Naiko enveloped in a kaleidoscope of fantastical lights, spinning through the air like a magical girl, with ribbons of light shooting out in all directions. Wei was stunned. Such an anomaly could not simply be brushed aside. However, Naiko was not to blame, for the bizarre glow and her brief levitation were merely the effects inherent to her prophetic powers, though it was Naiko who was twirling and leaping with her eyes closed. This time the blame did not solely rest on her shoulders, at least half of it did not. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Wei, being resolute, drew a small knife from his pocket and lunged towards Naiko. This knife was not an ordinary tool bestowed by status. It was a high-level weapon acquired from the previous trial game, a blade coated with lethal poison. A mere scratch would suffice to cause instant death. Were it not limited to 3 uses, Wei believed this knife could be a legendary artifact, or even beyond that. However, as fate would have it, while Naiko was spinning in midair, she inadvertently kicked Wei's wrist, causing him to stab himself with the poisoned dagger. Thus, Wei met his demise. What followed was the scene that Fur had witnessed, a bewildered Naiko and a lifeless Wei. Although the situation was undeniably bizarre, even comedic, it was clear that under such circumstances, Naiko would find it challenging to clear her name. This is problematic. The only person beside the deceased has no witnesses, physical evidence, or surveillance footage. Even in an ordinary world, this would be utterly indefensible. The trembling 28-year-old lowly remarked, the group leader is in serious trouble. I'm curious to see how he will navigate this predicament. Ha ha, chimed in another. He.s. just a mixed cultivator. Killing him is trivial. And if this woman dares to question, she can be eliminated as well. Exactly, echoed another voice. The death surgeon interjected, you 2, or rather 3, should reconsider. In this situation, Even I cannot convince anyone of my innocence. The best outcome would be for 4 and me to coexist without conflict. However, come the second day, the group leader's situation will become perilous. As the group members engaged in their analytical discourse, Naiko was completely unconcerned about how to persuade 4 of her innocence. She simply flipped her identity card onto the table with a resounding thud, the word prophet gleaming brightly on its surface. Is it not merely about proving one's identity? How simple. Why has Day 29 dawned yet? In that moment, both 4 and the group members, present and absent, were left in a state of disbelief. Isn't the crux of this game to rely on dialogue and observation, to identify allies among the crowd and eliminate hidden foes? Why did she just reveal her identity card? The trembling 28-year-old lowly mused. Well, this doesn't seem problematic, does it? Indeed, it doesn't seem problematic. Echoed the equality of all beings. Perhaps it's not an issue, added another voice. It appears we have overthought this, concluded the equality of all beings. Wait. For stared at the identity card on the table, and after a few seconds of shock, she suddenly leaped up. What? Have we been misled by our own assumptions? If you knew this all along, why didn't you say anything earlier? At this moment, For was genuinely furious. Had Naiko spoken up sooner, they could have concluded this game on the first day. Yet, she had chosen to remain silent and run away. What the hell? However, since you are a prophet, you must possess the ability to discern the identities of others, right? Have you checked anyone's identity? Although identity is not of utmost importance now, For remained somewhat curious. Without waiting for 4 to ask further, Naiko nodded affirmatively, stating, of course. I have already used the prophetic arts. This skill is not merely a means to discern the true identity of a specified number. It also has the remarkable ability to ascertain the opponent's location, status, and strength, rendering it an incredibly useful capability. Upon hearing Naiko's description, the eyes of number 4 instantly sparkled with excitement. Regardless of whom Naiko had managed to uncover, the skill itself was undeniably practical, should the opportunity arise. She might even attempt to utilize it beyond the confines of this game. So, whom did you investigate? What did you discover? Number 4 inquired eagerly. Well, I checked myself and found that I am a good person, Naiko proclaimed proudly, hands on her hips. Observing the seemingly soulless expression of number 4, Naiko felt somewhat perplexed. However, ignoring the expressions of others was Naiko's forte. She promptly disregarded the dazed number 4 and approached Away's corpse to retrieve the dagger from his grasp. As a seer, he had no items, and this dagger would serve as her weapon. Wait, did I forget something? Glancing at the Zanpakuto at her waist, Naiko could not recall what she might have overlooked, ultimately sighing in resignation and deciding to make do with this small dagger for self-defense. This system is utterly nonsensical. Name, Duran 23, level, type, special weapon, effect. The blade is infused with a unique toxin that becomes lethal upon entering the human circulatory system. Description, a marvelous weapon forged by the legendary weapon master Shajiba Xiao Wan Jiba after a bout of intoxication. Its material is exceedingly fragile. Akin to a paper cutter, yet it bears a peculiar toxin of unknown origin, regardless of the quality of the blade or the quantity of the toxin. This knife can be used no more than 3 times. Note, this weapon does not belong to you. However, its owner has perished in this game. Thus you may temporarily possess and utilize it within this game, though it cannot be taken out or stored in a bag. Additionally, even if it is damaged, the original owner will incur no actual loss. In summary, it is simply a formidable knife. Faced with the dense text above, Naiko ultimately opted to ignore it due to its excessive length. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Naiko and number 4 concluded their rummaging through Away's remains and were idly awaiting the arrival of daylight, a sudden knocking at the door interrupted them. Wait, let us not open the door just yet. Number 4, initially tense, stood up, poised to gesture to Naiko. However, upon turning, she discovered that Naiko had already opened the door. Standing outside was a familiar face, number 10, the effeminate man from among the few who had spoken earlier. It was unclear whether Naiko's abrupt action or the presence of 2 individuals inside the room caused him to pause momentarily upon seeing the door open. Nevertheless, he quickly adopted a somewhat familiar demeanor, stepping inside while shutting the door behind him. Naiko exhibited no particular reaction to number 10's arrival, but number 4 felt a jolt of apprehension at his actions. For some inexplicable reason, number 10 exuded an ominous aura. I was pondering how to make you open the door, but I never expected you would do so easily. It has certainly spared me a great deal of trouble, as acting outside posed a risk of exposure. True to form, upon entering, number 10's cold laughter echoed, his tone devoid of any subtlety. Damn it. This guy is a predator. Number 4 could no longer contain herself and screamed. What? It's Takino Usagi. Fantastic. Naiko also shrieked, turning to lunge at number 10. Shut up. and die. Number 10 retorted, activating his identity's ability. In an instant, his body swelled to more than double its size. Muscles bulging as a coat of white fur enveloped him, and a pair of bunny ears sprouted atop his head. Bankai. Naiko reacted swiftly, drawing her Zanpakuto and slashing toward number 10, declaring, I have 4. I'm leaving. No farewells. Where do you think you're running? The transformed number 10, resembling a muscular rabbit, extended his arms to grasp Naiko. However, she deftly sidestepped, retreating behind number 4, causing his grasp to be thwarted. Though both Naiko and number 4 were his targets, his anger was directed toward Naiko's evasive maneuver. His girlfriend in the real world had once run off with someone else. And now, as he attempted to confront that individual, she had become something of a barrier, preventing his vengeance. How infuriating. Is it just because he is more handsome, wealthier, better built, more accomplished, comes from a finer background, has superior social skills, and knows how to charm you? When I pursued you, I knelt for days in your community, your school, and the city center. On my 17th suicide attempt, I finally won your affection, promising that after marriage, as long as you bore me 3 sons, I would allow you to dine at the table. I was so sincere, and yet you dared to abandon me. But you never anticipated that I would find myself in such a world. I must be the legendary protagonist. Number 10's mind raced with madness. But his fury could not be quelled. The more he seethed, the more Naiko's and that other individual's images merged in his mind. Seeing Naiko, half hidden behind the shorter number 4, he bellowed, Coward. Are you only capable of hiding behind a woman? Absolutely. Are you envious? I just met her. Naiko replied. Insane. You're courting death. At those words, Naiko was taken aback, astonished that he had discerned her true identity. He could not be allowed to live. As Naiko was still in shock, number 10 leaped into the air, soaring to the ceiling's height, intending to bypass number 4 and attack Naiko directly. Though still within the realm of biological capabilities, his leap was beyond the reach of an ordinary human's evasion, coupled with his transformed state. His feet bore claws longer than an average person's fingers, capable of inflicting grievous harm with a single strike, even with number 4 standing in front of her. Naiko calculated that this kick could easily pierce through both of them. As a person of principles, Naiko could not allow such a fate to befall them both. Hence, she decisively thrust the toxic blade, Durin, into number 4's hands and pushed her toward the rabbit monster. Naiko then executed a series of evasive rolls, taking cover in the corner of the room, bracing herself defensively. You scoundrel. Number 4, despite having accumulated wisdom over 20 years, could never have anticipated such a turn of events. However, the current predicament left no room for hesitation. That muscular rabbit would be upon her in mere moments. In this dire situation, she had no choice but to fight for her survival. In the midst of despair and fear, number 4 unleashed a roar, charging forward with her dagger, twisting her body as much as possible to evade a fatal blow. Whether it was her innate talent for combat or divine intervention answering her prayers, in the chaos, her strike indeed found its mark upon the long leg of number 10. In that moment, the adversary's claws also tore into number 4's shoulder. Though the pain was excruciating, it was far from a mortal wound. The two figures danced through the air in less than a second, and by the next heartbeat, number 10 lay lifeless. The power of the Dunrin activated. Number 4, not yet aware of the weapon in her hand, continued to roll away, fearful of a counterattack from number 10. However, as she neared the exit, she finally sensed an unsettling silence behind her. Do not fear, he is already dead. Naiko approached calmly, taking the dagger from number 4's grasp, as if the recent events had no bearing on him. I fear you not. I vanquished that monster. Could you refrain from acting as though it were your triumph? Number 4 exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Yet, Naiko barely spared her a glance, dismissing her outburst as mere excitement. Once her emotions had settled somewhat, number 4 grew curious and inquired, By the way, what is the nature of your blade? How did a mere graze to the thigh lead to his demise? At this, Naiko smirked with pride, gesturing with the Dunrin towards her, exclaiming, Isn't it splendid? This belonged away. You still dare to claim that? Number 4 retorted, her complexion shifting to an alarming shade. Undeterred, Naiko continued to boast about the Dunrin. Do not underestimate this seemingly ordinary blade. It is steeped in lethal poison. Just a mere lick? You have died. This is a team game. Please wait for your teammates to complete the game for a settlement. The events that transpired felt dreamlike, leaving no trace behind, save for the chorus of banter in the chat group, reminding Naiko that everything had indeed been real. I wanted to win. Alas, we still lost. They were indeed commendable opponents. Only fast and unbreakable. Death Surgeon. All beings are equal. Enthusiast of modification. Question from Dongskin. Only fast and unbreakable. Enthusiast of modification. What is that? It seems rather intriguing. Enthusiast of modification. I noticed a set of emoticons in the group functions, so I created a few based on those. I prefer not to use others' creations, the team leader shrugged. It remained unclear whether it was due to familiarity with Naiko or the group's peculiar tendencies, but the topic of conversation had become increasingly erratic. Regardless, Naiko's first game in the Nightmare Party concluded in a rather anticlimactic fashion. Although her team emerged victorious, the rewards following their success were set aside for the moment. The reason being, Naiko had not even glanced at them, and their impact on the narrative was minimal, rendering further elaboration unnecessary. Cut it out. You merely lack the motivation to devise numerous items. When the time comes, you will claim they exist. Naiko, be aware that many protagonists meet their demise. Should you continue to prattle, I might introduce a new protagonist by tomorrow. Do you believe me? With the conclusion of the Nightmare Party game, Naiko was granted another week of respite through the simplistic instructions provided by the Nightmare Party. She astutely noted a typographical error and recognized the rule mandating a game every week. Naturally, one could also spend Nightmare points to extend this rest period, though it was uncommon for individuals to do so. After all, Nightmare points could be utilized to enhance oneself or purchase items. Most would hesitate to squander them on prolonging leisure, even though failing a game would result in experiencing death and losing survival points, or even facing true, irreversible death. Remaining holed up in a room, avoiding games, was akin to a slow, self-inflicted demise. It could be said that anyone with common sense would refrain from trading points for rest days unless absolutely necessary. Thus, Naiko exchanging all her points for 20 days of rest was a perfectly reasonable decision. Contentedly regarding the remaining rest time from the Nightmare Party, Naiko nodded before shifting her gaze to the chat group. Though the reasoning eluded her, she discovered that the chat group was once again open for recruitment. Not one to dwell on causes or uncover hidden truths, she simply glanced and opted to recruit. The split personality card player has joined the chat. Jelly is Delicious has joined the chat. Wooden Sword Tiger has joined the chat. Tom has joined the chat. The Indestructible Lolita Enthusiast has joined the chat. Only Fast and Unbreakable. Newcomers already? How swift. Death Surgeon. 5 this time? Is this the most we've ever had? Ha ha ha. Newbies. I am the king of antiquity. Kneel before me, for this is your glory. Split personality card player. Huh? King? What are you? To dare be so audacious before me, Pharaoh? I shall duel you. Ha 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 ha. Pharaoh? I feel as though I've encountered such a disrespectful character before. Split personality card player. Enough chatter. Play your cards. Split personality card player. Yes, yes. I apologize. That was unintentional. It was that fellow's doing. Ha 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 ha. Jean Shanshan stared in bewilderment at the suddenly submissive card player, beginning to grasp the meaning of split personality. Ha 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 ha. Forget the other riffraff. Listen well, my subjects. Wooden Sword Tiger. Wooden Sword Tiger. Do you wish to perish? Despite presenting an adorable avatar and identifying as female, the newcomer's brief words exuded an almost tangible aura of menace, even without knowledge of the power hierarchy in the opposing world. Jean Shanshan could sense the formidable strength emanating from this individual. The Indestructible Lolita Enthusiast. Death? Ha. I would love to try, but alas, I am immortal. Ha ha ha. Humph. Merely a resurrecting riffraff dares to claim immortality? Even that riffraff with the 12 trials of divine artifacts merely revives 12 times. Kill you 10 times. And you still can't return? The Indestructible Lolita Enthusiast. Let me think. Since drinking from the fountain of life, I believe I've died thousands of times now. I'm unsure why you think a mere 10 times would prevent resurrection. Ha 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 ha. TH thousands? Observing the dialogue in the chat group, Jean Shanshan was genuinely befuddled. As a being of this world, she understood that the power structure was exceedingly rigorous. The concept of dying and resurrecting was not easily attainable. In his perception, even those possessing combat continuation skills of formidable ranks could merely cling to life when faced with a fatal blow, allowing them to persist in battle. As for the ability to resurrect, that belonged to the realm of divine artifacts. Even under such circumstances, the number of artifacts with such capabilities was scant, each fraught with various limitations, rendering them not easily deployable. Yet, what on earth was this man babbling about? Resurrecting thousands of times? What nonsense was that? Merely exhausting oneself would suffice to vanquish an opponent. After experiencing the incomprehensible might of the members in the dimensional chat group, he could almost hear the disintegration of his worldview. 5 individuals entered simultaneously. Upon confirming, it appeared that 3 of them were not to be trifled with. However, as the king of heroes, his pride would not allow him to swallow this indignation. Skipping over the first 3, his gaze settled on the final 2 members, whose names seemed rather ordinary, likely indicating they were mere mortals. With a slight boost of encouragement to himself, he began typing once more in the group. Ha 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 ha. Tom Jelly is delicious. You ordinary folks, come forth and pay homage to this king. Tom, meow meow meow. Tom, meow 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 meow. Tom, meow 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 meow. Tom meow. Jelly is delicious. Jelly is delicious. 17.7 jelly is delicious. 114,514? Ha 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 ha. Originally, he had prepared countermeasures for whatever was thrown his way, but this time, he was genuinely flabbergasted. Observing the lively chatter in the group, Naiko, however, refrained from interjecting. He had already discerned the true identities of the 5 newcomers. The split-personality duelist was undoubtedly the classic character from the anime Yu-Gi-Oh! A card enthusiast harboring the spirit of an Egyptian pharaoh, Yugi Mutu. The wooden sword tiger, the first member from the Daily World, was Taiga Isaka, the sharp-tongued and violent heroine from Toradora. The undying Lolicon was one of the protagonists from the world of the 7 deadly sins, embodying the sin of greed with her ability of immortality and theft. Jelly is delicious referred to Saya, the protagonist of Saya no Yuta, a beautiful girl who is, in truth, a descendant of a malevolent deity, leaving much to ponder about her true nature. Tom was simply Tom, a large blue cat. Originating from the classic Tom and Jerry, which had been grotesquely adapted into various subpar animations featuring wolves and sheep. The influx of members this time, in terms of both quantity and quality, along with the diversity of their worlds, was unprecedented in all current recruitments. Given the nature of the dimensional chat group, this situation undoubtedly benefited all involved. Once they joined, everyone understood a crucial point. Through the exchange of resources across different worldviews, all could reap the maximum benefits. This notion was rather easy to comprehend. For instance, in a high-power world like One Piece, their methods of physical training and the hockey system were quite fundamental yet applicable to lower martial arts worlds and everyday realms. Even in high martial worlds, such concepts held a degree of reference value. Conversely, miraculous items like the devil fruits were treasures of immense worth, even in worlds occupied by formidable heroes like the Flash. However, the technological landscape of the One Piece world was lamentably disheartening. One need not mention the so-called great scientist Vegapunk, whose ultimate weapons, which brought despair to pirates during the Marineford War, paled in comparison to the likes of Lex Luthor or Iron Man. The simplest point was that, in the world of One Piece, transportation still relied heavily on foot, and communication was primarily based on shouting. Were it not for the peculiar telephone snail, the world would struggle to communicate over distances of merely a couple of kilometers. If someone handed Law a walkie-talkie, he might very well abandon piracy to become the largest telecommunications provider in the One Piece world. Naiko, that's a splendid idea. Let's proceed with it. Having been eavesdropping on the narrative, Naiko nodded. Then promptly spent the 1,000 points he had just acquired to privately message Law with a complete set of devices from the base station to the mobile game Honor of Kings. Such commonplace items in the real world, devoid of any particularly powerful functions, were quite cheap to exchange, costing Naiko merely 10 points. However, modifying this equipment to ensure that he would receive 90% of the revenue from each user would cost him 990 points. This was enough to elevate someone's physical condition to that of seasoned pirates. If others knew how frivolously Naiko squandered points, they would surely be heartbroken. Besides Naiko, who could inexplicably accrue points due to narrative necessities, it was exceedingly challenging for others to acquire them. Except for the previous mission, others could only manage single-digit points from daily sign-ins, barely amassing 3-digit totals by now. Yet Naiko had the audacity to spend a whole 1,000 points on such trivial matters. Nevertheless, regardless of the fact that the group leader was Naiko, the dimensional chat group was finally beginning to reveal its value. This transaction might be the first, but it would certainly not be the last. In the future, the exchange of resources among members would only increase. Continuing down this path, bizarre events such as a certain monkey succumbing to a heart attack or a certain cataract meeting their end before the grand finale would be averted. However, this time's lottery was rather lackluster, with all 5 items being slightly underwhelming. Having already streamed twice before, and given that this lottery featured artifact-level items, Naiko was too lazy to stream again. After a brief inspection, he chose one of them, the Divine Axe Rita from the world of the 7 Deadly Sins. Although the power system in the 7 Deadly Sins had ultimately crumbled like all battle narratives, the Divine Axe Rita, alongside its master, the Sin of Pride Scanner, had established an unparalleled legacy of invincibility throughout the story. To elaborate on this saga in detail would easily run into thousands of words, so here, a brief introduction to this legendary figure's exploits will suffice. Besides the remarkable combat prowess of the Sin of Pride himself, the contributions of the Divine Axe Rita were undeniably significant, possessing a unique magical power known as filling and emission. As the name suggests, this artifact could absorb its master's strength and emit it as heat, regardless of its original nature. In simpler terms, the stronger the master, the stronger the axe, otherwise. It might not even be able to lift itself, aptly named the non-lifter. For instance, Naiko's current state was precisely that. After expending a precious opportunity for a lottery, Naiko adorned her room with a decorative piece and subsequently directed her attention to the chat group. It was then that she discovered a new member, who had previously struggled to communicate, was now fluently conversing in a language comprehensible to all. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the chat group had somehow loaded a multidimensional language conversion template, allowing even the most peculiar sounds, be they meows or the strange murmurs from the meat chunks, to be flawlessly transformed into text. How absurd that the chat group would take it upon itself to engage in such trivialities. Initially intending to contribute to the conversation, Naiko felt a wave of disinterest wash over her upon seeing the coherent messages from Saya. The new group task, seeking recommendations, was announced. Trembling 28-year-old Loli, I still can't believe the new member is actually a cat. Split personality card player. Indeed, a talking cat is quite strange to contemplate. Tom, is it my fault? Tom, besides, compared to the other, I'm at least a normal being, right? Jelly is delicious. The unkillable Loli enthusiast. However, judging by the group avatar, they appear to be an adorable girl, while you are merely a cat. Tom, is being an adorable girl something remarkable? Wanting an airport? Of course, why not? The unkillable Loli enthusiast, right? Split personality card player. Exactly, why not? Death surgeon. Indeed, why not? Equality for all. Certainly, why not? Director of technology development. Indeed, why not? In an instant, Tom felt the harsh reality of a world that values appearances. Meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. After venting a series of incomprehensible grievances, Tom decisively exited the chat group and retreated to his laboratory, where he began tinkering. As is well known, Tom, being a cat, had mastered nearly all instruments, including but not limited to the violin, cello, drums, and piano, as well as skills such as fencing, racing, marksmanship, lunar exploration, pharmacology, and alchemy, essential proficiencies for a house cat. Additionally, he possessed miraculous abilities such as immortality, resurrection, havoc in heaven, control over electricity, shape-shifting, and weight manipulation, making him an Omega-level mutant cat. Having been wounded in his pride by the group, he locked himself away in his room, leaving even his old friend Jerry the Mouse oblivious to his endeavors, which allowed Jerry to sneakily devour his dinner. Meanwhile, the conversation in the chat group shifted to another topic. Trembling 28-year-old Loli. Speaking of which, I haven't seen the guy named Wiki Bupo today. Isn't he online every day? Death surgeon. It seems we haven't seen him for a few days. Wiki Bupo, are you alive? Wiki Bupo, I drank too much and ran too fast. Inadvertently disrupting the timeline here. I probably won't have much time to chat lately. Death surgeon. Trembling 28-year-old Loli. However, after that, he fell silent once more, indicating he was indeed very busy. From his words, Naiko could surmise that a pivotal event in the world had occurred. So she generously shared related manga and animations in the group, knowing Barry wouldn't have time to watch them. Split personality card player. No, as expected of a big shot. Even if I drink too much, I can only kill someone while playing cards. The levels are entirely different. Wooden Sword Tiger. I was thinking, aren't you in a similar predicament? Wooden Sword Tiger. So what exactly is going on? Is it only my world that is like this? Or am I actually the abnormal one? Is your world the normal one? Even though her combat prowess was exceptionally strong among ordinary individuals, capable of knocking over utility poles with her diminutive 142-centimeter frame and taking on muscular adults with a wooden sword, she felt utterly inadequate compared to the others in the group. Crushing stones with a punch is merely foundational. Slicing through steel with a blade is routine. Pulling down meteors from outer space, telekinetically lifting thousands of tons, possessing abilities that render one impervious to death. These were things she had only encountered in fantasy novels. But if such phenomena were to manifest in reality, no, that could never happen, after all. This chat group was likely just a figment of her imagination brought on by recent stress. Yes, it must be. Staring at the dark ceiling, Dave repeatedly reassured herself in her mind. She had recently severed ties with her parents and moved into this apartment alone, her emotions already tumultuous and despondent, thus attributing everything related to the chat group to mere hallucination. Wasn't that boy's name Kitamura? As night descended, seemingly inducing melancholy, Day found herself ensnared in sorrow. However, compared to her uncommunicative parents, she recalled the boy who had confessed to her not long ago. You have new group tasks, main quest, journey to the world of dragons and tigers. Locate and eliminate the traveler. Side quest 2. Prevent Lei Li from initiating the Holy Grail War in the world of dragons and tigers. Side quest 3. Participate in the Holy Grail War initiated by the mutated Holy Grail. Side quest 4. Achieve victory in the mutated Holy Grail War. Basic rewards for group tasks. 1,000 group points. Completing each side quest earns an additional 500 group points and doubles the total reward points. There is no completion sequence for side quests, but some tasks may contradict one another. Please use discretion. During the execution of group tasks, crossing worlds does not require points. The maximum number of participants for this task is 04. What? Day gazed at the suddenly posted group task, momentarily stunned. Then read it again and released a squeaky cry akin to that of a distressed squirrel. Aw? Wait. I remember hearing that so-called group leader mention that this place is the world of dragons and tigers, right? The abrupt group task shattered Day's fleeting sorrow, prompting her to quickly calm herself and contemplate what this task entailed. Wooden Sword Tiger. Hey, everyone, did you see that group task? Equality for all. Yes, I saw it. Wooden Sword Tiger. This can't be real, right? Did something happen on my end? Equality for all. Well, I can't explain it either, as it's my first time seeing this too. Wooden Sword Tiger. If you know nothing, then what are you even saying? Unlike certain lazy fish, the impatient and fiery Day found such roundabout discussions infuriating, and without a thought for her interlocutor's strength, she began to shout. In conclusion, the so-called group task is, quite literally, a task issued by the chat group, primarily aimed at sending group members to other worlds to carry out various assignments. As the leader of the dimensional chat group and someone who has personally participated in a task, Naiko effortlessly introduced the group tasks with no hint of awkwardness. At present, the world of chat groups that issue tasks appears to be exclusively targeting realms inhabited by travelers. It remains uncertain whether this is merely coincidence or if the inherent purpose of these chat groups is indeed this. However, judging by the current state of tasks, it seems to lean towards the latter hypothesis, existing primarily to rectify the diverging timelines of these worlds. Of course, this bears little relevance to us. Yet participating in group tasks allows us to accrue group points, a resource that could be deemed omnipotent. Beyond fixed uses such as lotteries and purchases, group points can also be exchanged for desired items through applications to the chat group. Whether it be enhancing physical attributes, trading for gold, acquiring advanced technology, or even transforming mountains into airports, all are feasible. That is essentially the gist of it. With this explanation, do you comprehend? Naiko, seated leisurely on the sofa, spoke eloquently, leaving Date momentarily stunned, his confusion regarding the chat group now largely clarified. I understand most of it, but I have a question. Date nodded slightly, his brow furrowing as if troubled by something. Please proceed, Naiko responded, feigning surprise while adopting a serious demeanor. Why are you in my bedroom? Date exclaimed, his fingers descending to reveal a wooden sword approximately 60 centimeters in length, which he swung down at Naiko with force. Naiko, unfazed by the sudden attack, merely smirked and executed a deft maneuver to evade the strike. Date's grip on the wooden sword stiffened momentarily as he witnessed Naiko rolling on the ground, cradling her head. It was not the first time he had used a weapon against someone, but never had he encountered anyone who could block a strike with their head. Clearly, this individual was no ordinary person. As the group leader, is it not natural for me to participate in group tasks? Naiko stood up, nonchalantly wiping the blood from her forehead as she calmly explained her nocturnal visitation to Date's room. My presence here is devoid of any pure intentions. It is driven entirely by desire. Oh, perhaps I misspoke, but that's of little consequence. Naiko dusted herself off and resettled on the sofa as if nothing had transpired. Originally, this task was limited to 4 participants, and as the self-proclaimed group leader, she would naturally exploit her authority for personal gain. Discussing who should join was simply out of the question. Thus, upon seeing the task, Naiko had teleported directly, leaving the other 3 participants to contend for their spots. In any case, it appeared that the Flash, Barry, would not be joining them, as he was still entangled in the Flashpoint paradox. As for the so-called murderous Batman, adorable heroines, and the underwhelming Superman alongside the muscular Wonder Woman, they were all preoccupied on his Earth. Presently, the Flash hardly had time to manage the group, let alone execute group tasks. Even though he desperately wished to exchange group points for a devil fruit, saving the world took precedence. Similarly, Law was preoccupied, not with world saving. But after receiving the item from Naiko, he was wholly devoted to his own pursuits. His paramount desire was to avenge Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Although he had learned through the chaotic narrative provided by Naiko that Luffy would ultimately defeat Doflamingo, he remained steadfast in his quest for vengeance. After all, Luffy defeating Doflamingo was a far cry from Law avenging him personally. If given the opportunity, Law would undoubtedly prefer to take matters into his own hands. Consequently, he recognized that, as a pirate, his current strength was insufficient to topple Doflamingo. In terms of combat prowess, wealth, and influence, he fell short in all aspects compared to Doflamingo, an undeniable truth. However, the communication device Naiko had provided him sparked a glimmer of hope. Possessing such advanced technology could yield unimaginable benefits. With this newfound wealth, He could easily assemble a formidable force, ensuring that one day he could confront Doflamingo himself. Yet, in pursuit of this ambition, he found himself exceedingly busy, leaving no time to traverse to other worlds for tasks. Thus, despite feeling envious, Law could only suppress his desires and focus on his current endeavors. Among the veteran members, 2 were unable to attend, while many newcomers engaged in discussions within the group, though none had yet decided to join. On one hand, everyone had their own commitments, making it improbable for all to find leisure for such activities. On the other hand, there was apprehension regarding the group tasks. After all, not everyone was as reckless as Naiko. Concerning the notion of traversal, even though the attendees were seasoned individuals, hesitation lingered. They had faced wars and calamities across nations and worlds, but the concept of interdimensional travel remained incredulous. I see the group tasks mention some mutated Holy Grail and the Holy Grail War. It surely must relate to my possessions. All treasures in this world are my property. What audacious thief dares to steal from me? Shivering 28-year-old lowly. I have some free time, so I might as well check it out. Shivering 28-year-old lowly. I heard this world is a mundane one. I'm curious to see what a world without oddities or superpowers is truly like. Equality for all. If that's the case, count me in. I'm quite intrigued by what this traversal entails. As they conversed, the final 3 members reached their decision. Out of gentlemanly courtesy, prior to the others' teleportation, Naiko exercised her authority as group leader to arrange their destination approximately 5 kilometers away, ensuring they would not disrupt Date in his bedroom. Please take yourself to that location as well. Naiko, disregarding Dae's sharp tongue, sent their current location to the chat group and awaited the arrival of the others. Fortunately, none of the newcomers were ordinary individuals. 5 kilometers was a manageable distance for anyone, and within 5 minutes, all 3 had arrived at the designated location. Tornado, an old acquaintance, nodded in acknowledgement to Naiko before silently hovering in the air. Her eyes, however, betrayed her curiosity about this world, yet, due to her personality, she refrained from inquiring. Kakashi's reaction was similarly muted. Appearing among them via the body flicker technique, he exchanged brief greetings before retreating to observe in silence. In stark contrast, the response of Mr. Gold, the well-meaning citizen, was somewhat unexpected. According to his usual arrogant and restless demeanor displayed in the group, coupled with his previous grievances with the group leader, everyone present, as well as those watching the live stream, assumed he would undoubtedly engage in a confrontation with Naiko without a second thought. However, what no one anticipated was that upon the arrival of the golden-haired, golden-armored man, he merely cast a silent glance at Naiko before coldly snorting and turning away. Yet, within the mind of this glittering figure, a profound perplexity filled his thoughts. Energy, in various forms, exists in many worlds. It simply manifests differently, bearing diverse names and methods of use, yet fundamentally, it constitutes an energy system that grants individuals access to tremendous power. Just as he was about to launch an assault on Naiko, he discovered that the latter emitted no energy whatsoever, appearing as blank as an ordinary person. Is he attempting to play the role of the underdog? As the leader of the dimensional chat group, how could he possibly be an ordinary individual devoid of any power? Silently muttering to himself, the glittering figure dared not take any rash actions. Despite the leader's apparent vulnerabilities, the impurities that seemed to pervade his body, and his exceedingly lewd grin, he, Gilgamesh, would not be deceived. Not to mention, he had heard from others that the leader possessed a mysterious item from the world of One Piece known as a devil fruit, which was said to bestow immense power upon ordinary people. Additionally, there was a weapon from the world of Bleach, each of which rivaled divine treasures, a Zanpakuto. Moreover, there was an artifact from the world of 7 deadly sins, reputedly owned by the strongest entity of that realm. As a sovereign of equipment, Gilgamesh was thoroughly familiar with such an arsenal. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. To possess such formidable equipment configurations was indicative of the terrifying strength of this individual. Although he was uncertain why others deliberately avoided discussing Naiko's specific abilities, Gilgamesh firmly believed that the power possessed by Naiko was indeed frightful enough to compel them to remain silent. And this was merely what Naiko had displayed within the chat group. Heaven knows what other hidden trump cards he possessed. Like himself, even when utilizing the noble phantasm, he rarely resorted to those formidable weapons. As for the Excalibur, it was a terrifying treasure that could hardly be wielded even once. The more he pondered, the more Gilgamesh felt that Naiko was certainly not an adversary to be faced directly. Even if he possessed a noble phantasm, it was not on par with the dimensional treasures. Furthermore, after departing from his world, he discovered that his magical energy entirely depended on the chat group for sustenance, which only deepened his sense of Naiko's unfathomable depth. The surrounding individuals were oblivious to the internal monologue of Gilgamesh, and given his haughty appearance, they had little interest in provoking him, choosing instead to disregard him. Strangely, despite hailing from various distinct dimensions, each being a significant existence within their respective worlds, upon meeting, they occupied corners of the room as if several unwilling participants had been forcibly dragged into a tedious team-building exercise, retreating to the corners to play on their phones. Ahem. Since everyone is present, let us discuss the group task. Naiko, as the group leader, decisively stepped forward. If anyone were to court danger, it would be me, Naiko. To take the biggest risks and endure the harshest consequences. That is Naiko's life motto. To prevent anyone else from seizing the opportunity to court disaster. He uncharacteristically took the initiative to guide the group towards the task at hand. After all, group tasks come with rewards and no penalties if left unguided. They might dawdle indefinitely. According to the information provided by the chat group, the traveler possessed what was referred to as a mutated Holy Grail, likely his so-called golden finger. Before he could finish speaking, the gazes of the others turned towards him, with Taiga Isaka from the daily life anime world appearing most puzzled. Fearless. She furrowed her brow and directly inquired, "What is the Holy Grail? And what does golden finger mean?" These two questions mirrored the curiosity in the minds of the others. Only Gilgamesh had any inkling of what a Holy Grail was, while the rest were completely in the dark. However, they understood that Naiko was the one who possessed all the information about their worlds, so they collectively turned their attention to him. Well, let me offer a brief explanation. Naiko began. The Holy Grail, in simple terms, is a device that, when infused with tremendous magical energy, can fulfill wishes within a certain range. As for what the mutated Holy Grail has transformed into, that can only be determined upon direct confrontation, it cannot be ascertained at this moment. The term golden finger refers to the unique powers possessed by these travelers. Essentially, every traveler has a golden finger, though what form it takes can vary widely. With succinct clarity, Naiko elucidated the concepts, and the others displayed expressions of understanding. So, according to the group task, our primary objective is to locate this traveler. Tornado replied with a slight nod, though soon her expression turned somewhat troubled. If it were a matter of uprooting this town, I could manage that. But how on earth do I find one person among so many millions? Though she was one of the strongest heroes, her prowess lay purely in combat. This task of finding someone seemed far beyond her capabilities. If it's a search, perhaps I can assist. A certain individual, who had been pretending to be indifferent in a corner, suddenly raised a hand, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Kakashi made no pretense, swiftly forming hand seals before slamming his hands onto the ground, summoning several ninja dogs with a resounding thud. They were powerful ninja hounds, their ability to locate individuals or objects exponentially surpassing that of ordinary dogs. They would surely prove useful. Although Kakashi's summoning technique had faded into obscurity by the mid-phase, it must be said that in matters of tracking, ninja dogs were undoubtedly among the best allies. With a promising plan taking shape, Naiko reluctantly set aside the notion of utilizing a nuclear bomb from the chat group to obliterate the traveler. "So, you'll be rolling along with them," Naiko exclaimed, irritated by the persistent presence of Taiga, who refused to leave her home. Approximately 7 kilometers away, in a luxurious apartment, a rather large man, boasting an ample beer belly and weighing well over 200 pounds, was contentedly rising from his bed and stretching. He paid no mind to the girl on the bed, her face and body smeared with blood, tears, and filth. With a wave of his hand, a figure shrouded in black cloth abruptly appeared and promptly escorted the girl out of the room. If Gilgamesh or Naiko were to see this figure, they would easily recognize it as Hassan of the Cursed Arm, one of the heroic spirits. I never expected that after being killed by my debtors, I could still cross over and be resurrected in this world. How delightful. Lile was originally a high school dropout, a delinquent who spent his days with a group of tattooed fools, believing themselves to be tough members of society. Engaging in petty crimes such as robbing elementary school students and kicking elderly women, his misdeeds were both trivial and heinous. However, one day, during a game of werewolf, in a fit of rage over losing, he fatally stabbed his opponent, propelling himself into a life of fugitive despair. His former companions, equally as lost, abandoned him in fear of the murderer he had become. Left with no option, he resorted to borrowing 500 yuan from a loan shark. As a notorious debtor, he had no intention of repaying the debt, yet he underestimated one crucial aspect. Those willing to lend to someone like him were far more dangerous individuals. Little did he fathom that his inability to repay that meager sum would lead to his demise, ultimately culminating in the absurdity of his life. In the chaotic void after his death, Lile heard an indescribable voice, distinctly non-human, instructing him to resurrect in this world. Endowed with an extraordinarily powerful golden finger, a peculiar artifact known as the Holy Grail system, capable of summoning a variety of enigmatic spirits. Although he lacked theoretical knowledge and had never read extensively, and despite still inhabiting his former, lethargic body, he felt akin to the protagonists of many novels. for he had acquired a golden finger, rendering all else inconsequential. It is widely acknowledged that a wasteful physique is indeed the most formidable, and he was not surprised to find himself on the verge of becoming a winner in life. With the aid of the Holy Grail system, he had already summoned two spirits, the formidable Hassan of the Cursed Arm and King Leonidas I, both exuding immense power. Their peculiar abilities rendered them invisible to others, allowing Li Lei to move undetected, appearing as if he were alone. However, the cost of summoning new spirits was exorbitant. A single summoning required 1 million yuan, which felt excessively steep. Gazing at the summoning button on the system, Li Lei felt a twinge of regret. 1 million was no small sum, and despite having pilfered a substantial amount with the spirit's assistance, he had only managed to gather a little over 300,000 yuan, making him reluctant to summon another spirit. Moreover, what was this task? Initiating the Holy Grail War? It demanded 3 million yuan to commence, which was quite a bother. Truth be told, he believed 2 spirits were ample. There was no need to summon more, as these spirits lacked consciousness, and he would struggle to command them. As for the so-called Holy Grail War, he saw no benefits, and even the system's tasks failed to pique his interest. Suddenly, what was that? A dog dressed in clothing? Peering out the window, Li Lei was startled to discover a massive dog squatting in the street. As if sensing his gaze, the dog raised an eyebrow and looked back at him, its face contorted into a human-like smirk. What the hell? A dog is laughing? In an instant, a chill coursed through Li Lei, causing his heart to skip a beat, only to be replaced by a surge of anger. Leonidas, go down and take care of that dog. As a student with poor grades who had never attended high school, Li Lei struggled to pronounce the somewhat complex name Leonidas. Yet it did not hinder him from issuing commands through the Holy Grail system. There's no need for that. We'll handle it ourselves. Still, it was an effortless task. What? The dog is speaking? Li Lei was not well versed in anime, preferring the nightlife to animated shows. Thus, he failed to recognize the leading ninja dog before him. Pakken, one of the most beloved characters from the renowned series Naruto. Although Pakken and his fellow ninja hounds were relegated to the role of mascots in the later stages of the series, they were formidable in the earlier arcs, serving as one of Kakashi's secret weapons. In other words, summoning all 8 ninja hounds was not merely a threat to an ordinary person, even against elite shinobi. They could pose a significant danger. Despite Pakken's chatter, it did not hesitate to command the other ninja dogs to swarm and attack the unsuspecting Li Lei. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Someone help me. Even an ordinary person would be startled to see 7 toy-like dogs charging at them. At this moment, Li Lei faced 7 fearsome-looking ninja hounds, their sheer strength palpable, sending him into a panic. Pakken and his companions were astute in choosing their moment. At that time, Hassan was attending to the girl Li Lei had violated, while Leonidas had been dispatched to eliminate the dog-esque shadow clone. This was all part of Pakken's trap, designed to exploit the opportune moment to strike. Although the 8 ninja hounds lacked specialized ninjutsu like the Inuzuka clan's dogs, their inherent combat prowess was not to be underestimated. They were more than capable of overpowering an opponent with the fighting strength of an ordinary person. Each ninja hound lunged at Li Lei from different angles, targeting distinct yet lethal points, each capable of delivering a fatal bite. I command you with the command spell. Hassan, come to my aid. However, to Pakken's surprise, at the critical moment, Li Lei roared in defiance, and a dark red, tattoo-like sigil emerged from his hand, dissipating into an invisible force. As this peculiar rune vanished, a figure cloaked in black materialized. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed several slender, dark flying knives towards the hounds, forcing them to retreat and successfully averting Li Lei's impending doom. What he wielded was the power of the command spell, a formidable magic capable of compelling spirits to act, even transcending the limits of reality. Li Lei's mutated Holy Grail imposed no restrictions on the 3 command spells. Each invocation deducted 10% of his total assets. Ha, ha, ha. You wretched mutt. I care not what kind of monster you are. You are all finished now. Li Lei laughed maniacally, stepping back, lamenting the substantial loss of wealth yet relieved to have escaped with his life. Before his words faded, Hassan had already sprung into action, a massive arm and flickering knives swiftly subduing all 8 ninja hounds. As a spirit, Hassan demonstrated remarkable prowess, easily handling the onslaught of the hounds. Had the hounds not been formidable in their own right, and had Hassan not lacked experience in battling dogs, the outcome would have likely been a decisive victory for Hassan. Woof. This is no good. We must retreat. We are no match for them. Pakken, among the ninja dogs, was one of the most astute, clearly recognizing the dire situation. The rotund man beside them had 2 peculiar, yet powerful allies. Nearly one had already turned the tide against them. Trying to escape? Not so easily. However, what puzzled Layli was that despite calling out several times, not only did the Holy Grail system remain unresponsive, but he also found himself unable to utilize the command seals. Zaxiu, are you looking for this? Suddenly, a radiant golden sword pierced through the air, embedding itself deep into the wall beside Lei Li's neck. Upon this golden blade stood a figure Lei Li knew all too well, Leonidas I, whom he had summoned countless times. Yet, as a low-tier heroic spirit, he stood no chance against the king of heroes, who effortlessly dispatched him in an instant. Who are you? Seeing the suddenly appearing man clad in golden light, Lei Li stumbled back in shock. Just as he pointed a trembling finger at the golden figure, it was severed from his arm in a flash of brilliance. Zaxiu, should that wretched finger of yours dare to point at this king again, you shall experience the most excruciating death this world has to offer. Ignoring the agonized cries of Lei Li, the golden figure turned his attention to another heroic spirit. His speed was impressive, yet on the other side, the pace was equally swift. At that moment, the cursed arm Hassan had already been vanquished by the combined efforts of Tornado and Kakashi. While Tornado possessed formidable combat prowess, her telekinetic abilities were so destructive that she risked annihilating the entire area. Conversely, Kakashi's combat experience allowed him to engage even heroic spirits on equal footing. With the assistance of the 8 ninja dogs and Tornado, they swiftly dispatched Hassan in mere moments. As for Naiko and Oikawa, they arrived leisurely only after the dust had settled. Observing the golden figure, Naiko furrowed her brow. Contemplating the unsettling calmness with which Naiko approached the dire situation, truly a person of unfathomable depth. The resolution came swiftly. Had Lei Li attempted to summon more heroic spirits or initiate a holy grail war, it would have complicated matters for Naiko and her companions. Yet, Lei Li's actions ultimately spared them considerable trouble, although they missed out on the side quest rewards from the holy grail war. The main storyline rewards and the chance to acquire a mutated holy grail were substantial enough that no one felt regret. Finally, the moment had arrived. Facing the group of individuals eyeing him with intent, even though Lei Li felt ensnared in a nightmare and had no comprehension of what had transpired, he understood his fate. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that these individuals were not here for idle conversation. Once upon a time, he had been a slender youth from a modest family, accompanied by a childhood sweetheart who, though not particularly attractive, shared a profound connection with him. However, everything changed from that fateful day. That afternoon, while he was immersed in a game at an internet CAF, consistently landing in last place, he decided to purchase cheats online to enjoy a few victories. Just as he was reveling in his newfound success, a phone call delivered the gravest news of his life, a turning point that would alter his existence forever. His parents had perished in a car accident. He had become an orphan. To make matters worse, his childhood sweetheart had run off with a pig farmer from the neighboring village. In a mere day, he was left utterly alone. Not only had he lost his parents and childhood companion, but he had also forfeited what little inheritance remained, as the funeral industry showed no mercy. From that day forth, he transformed completely. Wait. What are you talking about? Even surrounded by formidable and intimidating figures, Lei Li could no longer contain himself and leapt up, desperate to halt Naiko's continued discourse. In response to Lei Li's furious outburst, Naiko remained unfazed, counting off her fingers to elucidate. Secondly, there is the rising faction of those who refuse to listen. They simply blast your head off without regard for your ramblings. However, neither of these approaches aligns with my aesthetic. I belong to the third category, the storytellers. So you needn't thank me. I'm here to narrate your past. What about you? Lei Li's lips quivered, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing that thought, resigning it to silence. After all, one must live to nurture hope. Since these individuals had merely restrained him, it was evident they intended to extract something from him. With a sharp gunshot, half of Lei Li's large head was obliterated. Simultaneously, Tornado swiftly shielded Oikawa's eyes and ears, ensuring she remained blissfully unaware of the chaos. Although she was remarkably fierce, she was still an ordinary person from a mundane world, and her psychological resilience could not compare to that of these monstrous elites. In truth, neither she nor Kakashi nor the golden figure was particularly perturbed by Naiko's actions. They were merely bemused by the neurotic timing of her sudden execution. After all, it seemed she was on the verge of saying something. A rational person would typically listen before acting. However, considering Naiko's lack of conventionality, they quickly dismissed their concerns. Noticing the lack of reaction from the others, Naiko grew disinterested in explaining that she had merely aimed for his knee and had accidentally misfired. Kakashi, intrigued by the revolver in Naiko's grip, despite being obtainable for just 10 points from their group, found it a rather novel toy in his world. Ultimately, it was just a toy. Firearms were not the ultimate weapons in the ninja realm. An ordinary person wielding such a weapon could not hope to match a ninja's speed. And those above the Nin rank were akin to human tanks in terms of destructive capability, unless one considered the flintlock pistols from the world of One Piece. which could even startle the likes of Kazu. Even the famed AK-47 or the rapid-fire weaponry paled in comparison. As for the golden figure, his thoughts were far more intricate. His gaze had never truly been on the gun. Despite being the oldest member of the group, heroic spirits inherently acquired modern knowledge upon their arrival, thus making him familiar with firearms and their capabilities. It was precisely this understanding that left him astonished that Naiko would resort to wielding such an inconsequential weapon. Was it possible that his own strength was insufficient to eliminate this Zaxiu with his bare hands? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he glanced at Naiko. But upon seeing the smile upon her face, he was suddenly struck with dread. No, that is not it. I comprehend now. Is it that with a single punch, this area, or even this planet, would be obliterated? Hence, she chose the most mundane of weapons. After a moment of contemplation, the astute Mr. Gold believed he had unraveled the truth, deepening his wariness towards Naiko. The others, witnessing the resolution of the situation, lowered their guard and began to scout the vicinity. After all, this mission had unfolded rapidly, and even now, with Lei Li's demise, they knew nothing of his background. Gold had little interest in such matters. While Tornado remained vigilant over Oikawa, ensuring she did not witness anything inappropriate. As a longtime caregiver to her younger sister, Fubuki, the tempestuous Tornado, while exhibiting a rather domineering demeanor in her protective role, is inherently kind-hearted. However, with Kakashi, the adept ninja, gathering intelligence becomes an exceptionally effortless task. It did not take long for him to amass a considerable amount of information regarding Rayleigh's daily activities. After all, Rayleigh himself does not conceal his actions. And even without inquiring or reviewing surveillance footage, one can deduce much from the traces left in his room. TSK? ISNT he just a scoundrel? Listening to Kakashi's words, O'Hara could not help but kick the nearby table in frustration. Even the worldly and seasoned 28-year-old legal lowly, Tornado, displayed a look of disdain, remarking, "Humph, in my world. Such a person would have long since been deemed a freak. She has always found those who disrupt others' worlds through time travel to be quite detestable, and now." Observing the situation, it is evident that no one holds even a shred of sympathy for Rayleigh. With the task now complete, an announcement suddenly appeared in the chat group. The Holy Grail War has commenced. All members are requested to prepare. The enormous magical array that materialized in the sky prompted Tornado and her companions to instinctively glance towards Naiko. Under the weight of their collective gaze, even Naiko felt a twinge of discomfort, awkwardly twisting her neck as she sheepishly asked, "Would you believe me if I said it was intentional?" Moreover, since the participants in this variant of the Holy Grail War are entirely random, apart from Naiko, who instigates the event, the other 6 contestants would be selected from this town. The victor would undoubtedly have the opportunity to make a limited wish to the not-so-omnipotent Holy Grail, which would then be granted. Had Rayleigh comprehended the implications of the Holy Grail War earlier, he might have leveraged this underwhelming wish-granting mechanism to enhance himself in various aspects, possibly even gaining dominion over this world. Should such a scenario arise, Naiko and her companions would undoubtedly face a far more arduous mission, likely prolonging their task by at least 20 additional minutes. However, everything is hypothetical. Since he did not opt to undertake the mission, the future is irrelevant. These individuals lack the experience of a peaceful, modern world, which made their leisurely stroll through the town alongside O'Hara exceedingly exhilarating. Even a simple CAF could captivate them for hours. "Something feels off," Kakashi remarked, gazing at the colossal magical array outside with a sense of ennui. Perhaps due to the chat group's effects, despite lacking magical prowess, Kakashi and the others could still perceive the anomalies triggered by the Holy Grail War. "Are you referring to the group leader's intellect? I can assure you, that is indeed abnormal," Tornado quipped, twirling a strand of her hair as she gazed out the window. Somewhat bored. "That may be true, but I am referring to the peculiar nature of this group task," Tornado mused, her brow slightly furrowed. "Is it too simplistic?" "To be frank, I share the same sentiment. Indeed, it felt somewhat strange. Although group tasks typically exude a grandiose aura, the execution of this particular one seemed excessively straightforward." Sipping on her milk tea, O'Hara nodded in agreement, acknowledging that something felt off about the situation. In response to their reactions, Jean Shanshan remained unfazed, dismissively stating, "Ultimately, it is simply because those miscellaneous practitioners are too weak. This is certainly one contributing factor." Yet Kakashi still sensed something amiss. In truth, aside from Naiko, even O'Hara, a member of the ordinary world, could discern that this task had culminated in a rather anticlimactic fashion. Although the group task mentioned a variant Holy Grail, time travelers, and the Holy Grail War, nothing of consequence transpired. The matter concluded with a mere confrontation. To speak candidly, even the 2 mindless pseudo-heroic spirits under Rayleigh's command could be dispatched by any present member with minimal effort. At first glance, it appeared that the strength of the group members was the cause, but upon further reflection, one must ask, Was there truly a necessity for the chat group to issue such a task? Surely. A simple red envelope sent to O'Hara would suffice for her to single-handedly eliminate that foolish time traveler. Why resort to crossing dimensional barriers and mobilizing 4 individuals in such an elaborate manner? Quivering 28-year-old lowly, unyielding death surgeon, please step forward. Seizing the moment while Naiko was absent from the chat, Tornado tagged Ro and Barry, both of whom had previously participated in group tasks, to discuss this matter. After all, barring any hindrances posed by Naiko, even O'Hara, the weakest link in the group, consistently achieved exemplary results. This weakness stemmed solely from her being an ordinary person. As the others had long surpassed the human realm, they were either exceedingly knowledgeable or top-tier scientists. In short, they could all be deemed exceptionally intelligent individuals. Unyielding death surgeon. It seems odd. Perhaps the real issue is not the time traveler, but rather another concealed entity? Quivering 28-year-old lowly. That is quite possible, however. In O'Hara-chan's world, which is fundamentally ordinary, there are no conspicuous threats akin to the 4 emperors, making the hidden adversary challenging to handle. Equality for all, indeed. On a planet with billions of inhabitants, such an entity, even if the group leader has perused every story, is unlikely to be found. Despicable villain. Why not just blow it all up? What planet are you on? Director of the Technology Development Bureau? Oh, if necessary, I have a spirit bomb. While it cannot obliterate an entire planet, it should suffice for a small town. Wooden sword tiger, don't blow it up. Delicious jelly. Need any seeds? We could transform all humanity. Wooden sword tiger? Absolutely not. What do you plan to turn them into? O'Hara felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. What kind of people are they, so quick to destroy another's world? Unyielding death surgeon. Enough with the intimidation, but indeed, this situation is challenging. Wooden sword tiger. What is so challenging? If that so-called time traveler dares to come here, I will smash his brain out with this wooden sword. Unyielding death surgeon. As expected of the esteemed Menghu. Delicious jelly. As expected of the esteemed Menghu. Equality for all. As expected of the esteemed Menghu. Quivering 28-year-old lowly. As expected of the esteemed Menghu. Hearing O'Hara's assertive declaration, the group members momentarily felt a pang of shame. Here was a member from a world devoid of combat prowess, yet she was so formidable. Meanwhile, they, who boasted greater strength, appeared increasingly cowardly, which was indeed rather embarrassing. This chapter serves as a transition, much like the preceding one. While it undoubtedly contains elements of naivety akin to a newborn calf unafraid of the tiger, O'Hara, who has never encountered the terrifying might of advanced combatants, could not comprehend such power. However, it must be acknowledged that in terms of momentum, they were indeed at a disadvantage. The trembling 28-year-old lowly, Dai-chan is not wrong, no matter how much we ponder here. It is futile unless we either locate that person or initiate the relevant group tasks. Otherwise, we are powerless against him. The trembling 28-year-old lowly, if that is the case, then the best course of action is to empower Dai-chan to the point where she need not fear the potential lurking mastermind, correct? Only fast and unbreakable. That is indeed a viable solution. Previously, the wooden sword tiger participated in group tasks and should have earned some group points, right? You can utilize that to swiftly enhance your physical capabilities. As the conversation unfolded, Barry promptly sent a red envelope. Only fast and unbreakable, this envelope contains a modicum of speed power. Although you cannot control it in the event of danger, it can allow you to escape instantaneously to the other side of the Earth or even to another planet, without issue. With Barry's gesture, others also generously contributed. Tornado sent a bit of mental power, capable of imprisoning a dragon-level monster for at least a minute. Ordinary individuals would likely find themselves immobile for the rest of their lives. Although she was right beside Dai, relying solely on their own abilities, they could not send forth these intangible gifts, thus they utilized the chat group's red envelope feature. Kakashi gifted Dai a scroll for the shadow clone technique, which could be used immediately without the need for learning, serving to evade a single attack. Nilai, being straightforward, spent all his points to exchange for an incomplete Zanpakuto's flowing blade like fire, and tossed it to Dai. However, this was not an act of generosity. Rather, he sought to gather data regarding this blade. And such an experiment could not be conducted in the Soul Society, so he opted to throw it into another world for the endeavor. Within just a few minutes, bolstered by the collective support of the group members, Dai transformed from the weakest among them to one of the top contenders. Though she still needed some time to acclimate, the current Dai might even hold her own in the world of One Piece, potentially attaining the status of a warlord. Wanting an airport, I have a question. Naiko, who had been silently observing throughout, could no longer contain herself and immediately drew everyone's attention. Wanting an airport, shouldn't these things be given to me? I am the protagonist. After all, in response to Naiko's lament, the other group members offered her sympathetic gazes, then busily returned to their own matters. Observing that no one intended to send her a red envelope, Naiko lost interest in continuing her fuss. And she soon recognized a grave issue. Her own power was fundamentally disorganized, while perhaps 80% of this was her own fault. It was undeniable that being in the Nightmare Party while possessing a chat group had muddled her abilities. Furthermore, the chat group connected various dimensions, each with differing worldviews, which complicated the power systems even more. Although the existence of the chat group allowed everyone to utilize their powers across dimensions, even summoning entities that did not exist in this dimension, it did not resolve the chaos of these power systems. Death Surgeon. So, why did the group leader share all his inner thoughts in the chat again? Wanting an airport. If the power system is not unified, it could easily collapse. You understand what I mean, right? Death Surgeon? Only Fast and Unbreakable has been muted for 10 minutes, wanting an airport. You understand what I mean, right? Death Surgeon. Got it. Got it. The magical array in the sky had already formed, and after nodding, Naiko turned to Dragon Tornado and the others. Instructing, follow my directives for the subsequent events. I must first attend to this Holy Grail War. Before she could finish her sentence, Naiko had already turned and exited the door, leaving the others exchanging glances in bewilderment. Tornado, unfazed, shrugged and remarked, this is just the group leader's standard operation. It's best to ignore it. Since it was Day's first close encounter with Naiko, she expressed genuine concern. Is it really safe? This Holy Grail War sounds quite perilous. Doesn't he? Perilous? Huh. In response, Gilgamesh scoffed derisively, stating, the Holy Grail War does adhere to basic laws. Summoning heroic spirits requires a substantial amount of magical energy. And since this world lacks such energy, they must rely on the magic of the Holy Grail itself. Consequently, the heroic spirits that can be summoned are based on a foundation that does not exist in this world. Essentially, these elements are connected through the existence of the chat group and their original worlds. Ultimately, what heroic spirits can be summoned and how they can be summoned remains uncertain. However, one certainty prevails. The power limit of this Holy Grail War will not exceed the magic limit of the Holy Grail itself. In other words, the maximum destruction possible is confined to this small town. One thing Gilgamesh refrained from voicing was that he believed the true concern was not the Holy Grail War itself, but rather that Naiko might become overly enthusiastic and inadvertently obliterate the entire planet. Unfortunately, such sentiments could never be expressed by a king, as it would portray weakness. Thus Gilgamesh buried these thoughts deep within, hoping no problems would arise. Moreover, he surmised that Naiko's sudden decision to activate the Holy Grail War was likely motivated by a desire to uncover the lurking mastermind after winning the war. In light of this, we shall disregard the group leader for now. I will take Dei-chan to the outskirts to familiarize her with her newfound powers, to prevent any issues arising from a lack of control. Tornado stated, already using her telekinesis to levitate Dei, and then they exited through the window. Kakashi nodded to Gilgamesh as a gesture before departing the room. Ahem, perhaps I should indulge in a bit of chatter. Regardless, the tone will undoubtedly remain unchanged. So rest assured on that front. In summary, for the next few days, I will slow down the update pace to address subsequent matters before continuing the grind. Additionally, I express my gratitude for lifting the safety mode and to book friend 160814202028187 for the generous donation of 100 coins. 41 The Holy Grail War concludes. Despite Naiko's combat capabilities being rather dubious, as one of the participants in the Holy Grail War, she naturally possesses the authority to summon her own heroic spirit. Furthermore, the Holy Grail system is now in her hands, a system where money can be exchanged for magical energy and command seals. Combined with her chat group that allows her to convert group points into a significant amount of money, creating an almost unbeatable combination, akin to a ramen bear. Of course, whether this contraption can be utilized effectively ultimately depends on Naiko's own abilities, or whether she might become erratic. After all, the normalcy of any situation is inversely proportional to Naiko's involvement. The more she engages, the higher the likelihood of complications. Conversely, less involvement generally ensures a smooth outcome. Nonetheless, at least in the process of summoning heroic spirits, Naiko did not cause any disturbances. Following the established procedures, she successfully summoned her heroic spirit. Although it was neither an overpowered class archer, nor a protagonist-exclusive class saber, nor the king of combat, berserker, nor a self-destructive enthusiast lancer, it can be said that Naiko's fortune was remarkably fortuitous, as he deftly avoided all the prominent figures, even the two supposedly weakest classes, the magus and the assassin, were not assigned to him. Instead, he acquired the strongest of the bystanders, the old knight. This was a man clad in a black suit, wearing sunglasses, exuding an aura reminiscent of the Yakuza from the land of cherry blossoms. Yet, despite Naiko's understanding of the world, he had no inkling of this individual's true identity. Coupled with his fleeting interest, he was too apathetic to delve deeper. However, thanks to the Holy Grail system, he could effortlessly and intuitively perceive all the abilities and noble phantasm data of this heroic spirit, which could be considered an advantage over others. Class, true name, unknown, attributes, strength, endurance, agility, magic, luck, noble phantasm, class abilities, magic resistance, a rather weak magic resistance, likely due to his own lack of proficiency in sorcery. Riding, an innate talent for riding, he can master nearly any vehicle he mounts. Innate skills, beast, a title widely recognized for its embodiment of wild, feral strength in battle. Information erasure, no one can discern his location or true identity, possessing a skill akin to aura concealment, but with its own peculiarities. Strongman lock, a significant enhancement in combat prowess when confronting males. Humorous, a man whose every action is imbued with humor. Noble phantasms, black luxury car, a car noble phantasm, serving as both a formidable vehicle and his most potent method of attack, beyond typical driving and collisions. It can forcibly make a target rear-end him by infusing it with magic, though this latter effect merely hampers the target without substantial damage. Sleepy red tea, a male-targeted noble phantasm, compelling the recipient to drink a cup of red tea that induces a forced slumber. Its potency is such that even heroic spirits cannot resist, though he seems to exclusively offer it to men. After contemplating, Naiko attempted to inquire, "Please introduce yourself." With a flicker of his gaze, the man smiled at Naiko at a 45-degree angle and replied, "I am 24 years old and a student." "I see. So, are you engaged in any combat activities?" Naiko probed. This could be interesting. As the questions flowed seamlessly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Naiko's mind. And after a few moments of contemplation, he nodded. "Indeed, it seems I have not encountered you before. Would you like some red tea?" Noticing Naiko's gaze, he promptly offered a cup of red tea. "No, I prefer iced cola." Cursed be his oversight. With the successful summoning of 7 heroic spirits, this anomalous Holy Grail War had officially commenced. Under Naiko's peculiar maneuvers, 4 competitors had already been successively defeated. What the hell? I refuse to believe it. What on earth happened? A golden-haired youth, kneeling in fury, bellowed. His delusions of grandeur had barely ignited when they were abruptly extinguished. Failure was not terrifying. What was truly dreadful was his utter ignorance of the reasons behind it. It felt as if he blinked. And the heroic spirit of the man before him had already vanquished his own. He had only just acquired his heroic spirit. Still grappling with the rules of this Holy Grail War. What had transpired during this time? Had he truly been unconscious for days? However, Naiko regarded him with a frosty demeanor, devoid of mercy, and coldly pointed at the youth's heroic spirit, stating, "The air conditioning is set too low." Oh. Under the command seal's influence, the temperature was silently adjusted. Yet, even without it, he would have complied. Once the chill was no longer unbearable. Naiko nodded in satisfaction and gestured toward his opponent, saying, "Go ahead, unleash your noble phantasm, and let the black luxury car collide." With boundless magical energy at his disposal, Naiko's approach to battle was straightforward and ferocious. It was akin to a cannon blasting forth with unrestrained might. His use of noble phantasms was as though he had no need for caution, while other heroic spirits would find it impossible to triumph. As the black luxury car charged at the enemy, the heroic spirit, who had not even been granted the opportunity to reveal himself, was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving behind only an infinite grudge as he exited this Holy Grail War. Contentedly surveying the task progress on the Holy Grail system, Naiko felt a sense of fulfillment. He had no intention of lingering unnecessarily. After all, this wasn't a genuine Holy Grail War, and even a victory would yield little benefit. Satisfying his amusement was sufficient. Speaking of which, there seemed to be one last opponent he had yet to encounter. After counting on his fingers thrice, Naiko confirmed who remained alive. However, before he could finish his thought, a dark hand rested upon his shoulder, and a chilling, mocking voice whispered from behind him, "Are you referring to me?" Accompanied by a wretched scream of agony, Naiko was propelled backward, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, until he crashed against the wall, coming to a halt. Remarkably, the opponent's heroic spirit was also flung away from the impact, maintaining the shoulder-padding posture while staring dumbfoundedly at his own hand. Unable to recall when he had acquired such formidable strength, had he truly dealt such a blow that sent someone flying while bleeding profusely? Was this not a noble phantasm geared toward humans? Had he unknowingly leveled up? In his bewilderment, he even forgot to pursue Naiko, focusing instead on sensing his own state, needing to ascertain if anything had changed. Little did he know, the injuries Naiko bore were the result of his own efforts. After all, he had exchanged several command seals for a few punishing blows, and merely being able to breathe was already a testament to his resilience. Why? Lying in a pool of blood, trembling as he gazed at Naiko, Confusion and doubt gradually filled his eyes. He could not fathom why Naiko would act in such a manner. Wasn't he merely attempting to invite him for red tea a few hundred times? Humph. Even pretending to be impressive must adhere to the basic laws. How can one showcase bravado without first sustaining some injuries? As a protagonist, Naiko was acutely aware of the essence of posturing. One must allow the opponent to display their prowess before he could decisively strike them down. However, he was too lethargic to wait, so he opted to wound himself slightly, ensuring that he appeared suitably fit for an extraordinary turn of events. In the chat group, he requested an exchange for the development of fruit abilities, asking for as many as he could obtain. Confident in his ample group points, Naiko made his demand without hesitation. Although, as the leader of the dimensional chat group, he should possess numerous valuable items. Due to his own circumstances, useful items were scarce. Moreover, presently, due to the legendary and insurmountable force, the true capabilities of the Zanpakuto would be temporarily sealed by the author. Thus, within this hastily modified outline, the only ability he could develop was that of the fruit. It is widely known that among the devil fruits, the Zoan type possesses transformative powers. However, this transformation undoubtedly extends beyond merely assuming the form of a corresponding animal. It embodies a more profound abstraction, a metamorphosis of traits. After all, the discerning observer can readily perceive that these so-called Zoan fruit users, even those not of the ancient or mythical variety, have long surpassed the mere concept of animals in terms of power. The most conspicuous representatives of this phenomenon are the prison guards residing in the underwater prison. Despite having consumed fruits associated with seemingly feeble creatures like cows, rhinos, koalas, zebras, and chihuahuas, these guards exhibit an astonishing level of combat prowess that is nothing short of terrifying. Their colossal physiques, formidable regenerative abilities, and sheer strength capable of shattering massive boulders are far beyond what any ordinary koala or chihuahua could achieve. In the narrative of One Piece, a notable instance arises during Zoro's battle with a giraffe fruit user, wherein it is stated that no such giraffe exists in this world. It is difficult to ascertain whether this statement was made in jest or with intent, yet it is evident that Zoan fruits serve fundamentally as liberators of constraints, a remarkable tool for expanding one's potential. Hey, you've revealed your true intentions, Naiko remarked, observing the rapid depletion of group points. The inherent power of the fruit, which necessitates gradual development and understanding, surged within Naiko at an unreasonable speed. He could distinctly feel a tangible heat coursing through his body, waves of warmth relentlessly pounding against him, cleansing his very being. Why do you fight with little suns surrounding you? 7 of them at once. Barry, who had initially prepared to watch the group task livestream, couldn't help but sputter his drink upon seeing Naiko encircled by 7 miniature suns on the screen. You wouldn't understand. When you level up, if you don't radiate some heat, it's almost shameful to greet others. Naiko retorted, rolling his eyes at the ignorance of his companion. He was far too overwhelmed by the heat coursing through him to engage in further debate. Get off me. All right. After dispelling the figure clinging to him, Naiko eagerly harnessed the power of his devil fruit. As he delved deeper into his abilities, he felt a continuous transformation occurring within him, a profound mastery over every vein, muscle, and bone in his body. At that moment, Naiko realized that his condition mirrored this transformation. Since the human fruit lacked any animalistic elements, he was not constrained by the dichotomy of human and beast forms. Yet, the nature of devil fruits is anything but simple. It is widely acknowledged that their effects are far from ordinary. Thus, after consuming the human fruit, Naiko's abilities evolved into a perfect mastery over his body and its transformations. In simpler terms, Naiko could alter the structure and form of his physique at will, effortlessly assuming the characteristics of unique races, such as the long arm or long leg tribes found in One Piece. As for the giant race, that feat would likely only be achievable upon awakening his fruit's full potential. After all, such a transformation defies the law of conservation of mass. A mere human could become a towering giant of several meters, an effect that the devil fruit's influence cannot be easily explained in mere words. The atmosphere grew tense as fear gripped the onlookers. The man before them exuded an ever-growing aura of menace, though merely a pseudo-heroic spirit born from a false holy grail. And even now the author could not be bothered to provide him with an identity. He possessed a fierce desire to survive and to prevail, a burning instinct for self-preservation, and the fury of battle ignited within him. With a fierce roar, he drew a slender sword from beneath his dark cloak and transformed into a blur, pouncing upon Naiko with the swiftness of a cheetah. What if I embarrass myself? I can't just leave the group, right? Though the introduction stated he should withdraw, every member of this group was exceptionally talented and articulate. He adored the camaraderie here and had no intention of departing. Of course, if anyone doubted this theory, that was perfectly fine, as it was merely a whimsical notion. Nevertheless, Naiko's punch carried immense power. In Muay Thai, the elbow strike is renowned for its devastating impact, and at that moment, Naiko's elbow strikes were formidable indeed. As his fist, slicing through the air with a thunderous crack, approached, the opponent stood frozen, momentarily forgetting to evade. Anyone could tell that if that punch connected, it would undoubtedly be a lethal blow, perhaps even cleaving him in two. Just as Naiko's fist was about to make contact, a hand suddenly intercepted the force of the blow, dragging Naiko backward. That was a close call. Thank goodness you stopped him, or it could have been disastrous, Naiko exclaimed, clutching his right hand with his left, retreating a few steps, his chest heaving as if he had just experienced a great shock. That was far too dangerous. I launched an attack without even announcing the technique. How unprofessional. Cursing himself internally, Naiko reflected deeply on his misstep while intently preparing to launch another assault. Human whip. With an explosive shout, Naiko unleashed a skill that aligned perfectly with the aesthetic of the One Piece universe, as his right arm transformed into a whip-like appendage. Wait. Just as he prepared to defend himself, Naiko leapt backward, narrowly evading the whip strike. No way, that name is utterly ridiculous. And the last two characters conjure some rather unpleasant associations. In an instant, Naiko found himself in a quandary, adhering to the naming conventions of the One Piece world. The fruit's name typically precedes the technique's effect. Something akin to rubber gun, shattered clowns flying knives, or thorned fingers would be more fitting. Of course, this was not an absolute rule, but it was the most commonly employed format. However, with Naiko's human fruit serving as a prefix, any technique would inevitably sound bizarre, clashing with his aesthetic sensibilities. Well, if that's the case, perhaps I should contemplate an alternative naming convention. Akin to how Ice Chicken and Yellow Monkey do it, just choose a name that sounds impressive. Before the thought could fully escape his lips, Naiko once again summoned his energy, his right hand transforming into a whip, as he shouted, "Supreme Holy Magical Profound Light Fury." As a flurry of seemingly nonsensical, yet fierce and melodramatic phrases erupted from his mouth, he found himself unable to finalize a name. His right hand swung in circles, refusing to settle, leaving him in a state of anxiety and helplessness. He had attempted to escape before, but the sleek black luxury car had kept a relentless watch over him. Even if he wished to flee, there was nowhere to go. He could only wait in resignation. Yet, as Naiko struggled to arrive at a name for his technique, he could only watch helplessly as the lethal punch loomed over him, perpetually hovering without landing. Feeling as if he were at the mercy of fate, he realized there was no hope for escape. He could only continue to endure this torment as he awaited his inevitable fate. However, on the other hand, Naiko was also engulfed in despair. The development direction of the everyone fruit was too broad, resulting in a lack of distinctly prominent characteristics, rendering the naming operation exceedingly arduous. Within this brief moment, he had already dismissed at least 100 names for techniques, yet he remained utterly clueless on how to resolve this matter. Can we speed this up a bit? Or should I just end it all? Finally, after waiting to the brink of mental collapse, he raised his hand to seek Naiko's guidance, only to inadvertently trigger a nerve in her, causing her to glare at him with a fierce expression. That gaze sent chills down his spine, and even the usually stoic black-faced individual turned pale, instinctively wanting to retreat. However, realizing the futility of escape from Naiko's wrath, born out of her naming difficulties, he could only brace himself. He banana lightning. With a furious roar, he was momentarily stunned but then felt a sense of relief. He could finally die in peace without enduring further torment from this madwoman. Yet, a puzzling sight caught his attention. Naiko, clutching her head in anguish, incessantly muttering phrases like "it's over, it's over. If I say it out loud, the technique will be named." Although the process was somewhat unexpected, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Just as his consciousness began to fade, he heard a familiar voice and beheld a hand gripping the Holy Grail. Is that man? What of the false Holy Grail? As the one most closely associated with the Holy Grail, even if it were a mere imitation, Gilgamesh was the first to sense something amiss. Kakashi, Tornado, and the now mighty Oka, although not lacking in combat prowess, were oblivious to the significance of the situation unfolding before them. Suspended in midair, straddling the line between illusion and reality, the Holy Grail, appearing as a golden chalice, was clasped in the hands of a figure clad in a black trench coat, its hem billowing like the wings of a demon. This devilishly attired individual possessed crimson eyes and disheveled black hair, a centipede-like scar crawling across his face, adorned with a mad smile as he surveyed his surroundings with impunity. As if sensing the gaze of Gilgamesh and the others, the figure's deranged eyes turned towards them, casually raising the Holy Grail as if it were a wine glass, poised to unleash its immense magical power upon them at any moment. Why does he seem so familiar? Tornado was the first to sense something amiss. She could be certain that this demon in a trench coat was a stranger, yet inexplicably, he struck a deeply familiar chord within her. Despite the brief exchange of glances, a palpable pressure enveloped the group. The magical energy contained within the false Holy Grail was accumulated from the spirits that had perished in this Holy Grail war. Even under normal circumstances, it served as a limited, universal wish-granting machine, capable of easily fulfilling any desire that did not alter the fabric of the world. However, this particular imitation was even more peculiar. It could convert virtually worthless currency into magical energy and summon spirits from thin air. Inquiring with any moon person would reveal that this was entirely inconsistent with the original design of the Holy Grail. Not to mention that currency, lacking intrinsic value akin to precious metals, does not serve as a source of magical energy, and summoning spirits requires the support of the Hall of Heroes. But undoubtedly, such constructs did not exist in the world of dragons and tigers. Yet, with the prior examples of travelers and systems, the group felt no overwhelming surprise, merely burying their doubts in their hearts. Nonetheless, no one wished to engage in combat with this individual, despite both Gilgamesh and Tornado possessing the power to obliterate cities, and Kakashi being capable of holding his own. The aftermath of any confrontation would leave Oka's city in ruins, with not a single building left standing. Who could have imagined we would meet in such a manner at this time? The demon in the trench coat seemed familiar with Naiko, flashing a twisted grin as he greeted her, causing the centipede-like scar to writhe. Naiko raised an eyebrow, entirely unaware of the stranger's identity, for her intellect was only marginally superior to that of a goldfish. The demon's demeanor remained unperturbed, merely swaying the cup in his hand while muttering to himself. That fool Laylee has no idea about the true nature of the Holy Grail system. In truth, I cannot allow him to seize the opportunity to elaborate on his plans. In response to this situation, the demon displayed an expression of unexpected yet reasonable understanding. Neither shocked nor enraged, simply casting a disdainful glance at Naiko. TCH, what an insufferable fellow. Alas, it is not yet time for our next encounter. I shall deal with you then. Everyone, take a good look at this person. Does anyone recognize him? While Naiko conversed with the demon, Oka had already snapped a photo of him and sent it to the group chat. Although the chat was accessible to all, her adaptability to modern life allowed her to think of capturing and sharing the image faster than the others. Death Surgeon, what is up with him? Wooden Sword Tiger. He seems to be the mastermind behind this group task, the one stirring up chaos in my world. Death Surgeon. While I'm not disbelieving, he is indeed capable of such deeds. Are you certain he is responsible? Wooden Sword Tiger, absolutely. Little Tornado, Masked Fish, and that golden fellow all witnessed it. Trembling 28-year-old lowly, a little tornado? Oka, do you have some misunderstanding about my age? Equality for all, Masked Fish? Death Surgeon, hold on. Don't veer off topic again. So you all can confirm he is the culprit? Wooden Sword Tiger, of course. Why would we? Death Surgeon, but swift as the wind, Isn't this the group leader? Where did he get such a stylish outfit? He gives off a bit of a Batman vibe. Wooden Sword Tiger? Trembling 28-year-old lowly? Equality for all? Ha 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 ha. Death Surgeon, yes, that is what I wanted to say. The man in the black trench coat is none other than our group leader. The demon grinned, his crimson eyes fixed on Naiko, waving his hand in a farewell gesture as a massive black void opened behind him. Regardless, my objectives have been achieved. Let this day conclude here. We shall meet again. Remember my name, Neza? In a realm of chaos, murkiness, and the bizarre, a black circular void abruptly unfolded. As Neza, clad in a dark demonic cloak, emerged from the abyss, the void vanished instantaneously, as though it had never existed. Neza displayed no hint of surprise at these occurrences. Instead, he moved serenely through the chaotic space, traversing with an enigmatic and indescribable gait, adhering to a set of rules that transcended conventional physical laws. When Neza's foot finally descended upon a specific point, the surroundings subtly transformed, revealing a room where a round table stood at its center, materializing from the void. Numerous chairs encircled the table, though not all were occupied. Upon Neza's arrival, only 5 or 6 figures were present. Neza furrowed his brow as he turned his gaze towards the figure that had spoken. Amidst the swirling chaos, a man with a buzz cut, clad in a training uniform, sat confidently in a chair. Though his demeanor could not be described as arrogant, it bore a notable air of pride. His immense strength radiated, manifesting as streams of energy that formed a path behind him. Neza snorted menacingly and declared, "It is not your place to dictate my actions. Or do you wish to engage in a fight, Na Ping?" If a fight were to ensue, he would hardly be the one to engage, especially considering the line of those who find you displeasing. Before Neza could finish his words, a calm voice resonated from beside him. Casting a sidelong glance, he beheld a man adorned in armor that exuded an ancient charm, interwoven with a myriad of otherworldly elements. Suspended behind him was a formidable hammer entwined with creeping vines. exuding an immense aura of pressure that balanced between the tangible and the ethereal. Neza, do you wish to join in as well? Upon hearing this, Neza furrowed his brow, fully aware that his quest to accumulate magical power had indeed offended many. However, he had not anticipated that they would collectively seize this opportunity to strike back at him. Before his words could fully escape, a man clad in a purple suit, who had been shuffling and cutting cards with an air of nonchalance, suddenly erupted into a fit of manic laughter. While it is true that you are rather irksome, the reason for this trouble lies in the holy grail you possess. Thus, rather than waiting for them to unite and bring about your demise, might it be wiser to entrust the holy grail to me for safekeeping? The man in the purple suit articulated a statement that unveiled the so-called secret, causing the eyes of the crowd to flicker with intrigue. However, when they glanced at him, expressions of wariness and disdain emerged. Damn the scoundrel! Neza, realizing he had been deceived, swiftly drew forth a vibrant crimson blade, poised for confrontation. Oh dear, let us all cease our clamor, for our goals align. A voice resonated, soothing as that of an enlightened monk, calming the escalating tension. The tone exuded warmth, rendering each word irresistibly endearing, even dispelling some of the chaotic mist that enveloped the round table. However, upon turning to regard the source of the voice, one would find a figure clad in formidable armor, wielding a fearsome blade. This entity radiated an unsettling duality, emanating both divine light and malevolent energy. Merely casting a glance in its direction would evoke an involuntary shiver. Ah, Neza, you two have arrived? After all, this is a collective endeavor, and I certainly must come to witness it. Although I exude an air of formidable intensity, Ba Nai's voice and demeanor are remarkably gentle, which is truly hard to believe. Humph. With the arrival of Ba Nai, the previously tense atmosphere began to ease. Neza snorted disdainfully, sheathing his crimson blade and taking his seat in silence. Observing Neza's reaction, the others refrained from further provocation. After all, the Holy Grail was already lost, and engaging in a conflict with him would yield no benefits. They chose instead to disregard this brash individual. As the round table house fell into a brief silence, two sharp raps echoed through the room, drawing everyone's attention. A man shrouded in mist leaned against his chair, seemingly assessing the reactions of those around him before he slowly spoke. I have received word. That individual has commenced their actions. His statement plunged the round table house into a moment of contemplative silence, as everyone pondered the implications. However, the Ping, brimming with impatience, slammed his palm upon the table and exclaimed, Nai Lian, spare us your cryptic nonsense. I detest your kind of charlatans above all. As martial artists, we shall shatter the heavens with a single punch. If one punch proves insufficient, we shall deliver 10, 100. Why indulge in such futile words? Ah, foolish creature. The figure known as Nailin let out a cold chuckle before vanishing into the mist, choosing not to elaborate on the meaning of his previous words. Exuding an air of mystique. As time passed, one shadow after another materialized within the round table house. Each possessed distinct appearances, presences, and energies. Yet all bore striking resemblances to Naiko, with faces that echoed his features. Some donned garments as white as snow, wielding longswords, while others piloted towering mechas, brandishing colossal cannons. A few were equipped with belts, ready for combat. Despite the ample space within the round table house, the overwhelming aura of each individual rendered the atmosphere stifling, with each formidable presence increasing the tension in the room. Indeed, I have depleted the oxygen here. It would be a miracle if you could still breathe. Naisusu. Once again, it is you. Amidst a cacophony of manic laughter, the eyes of the crowd turned towards the instigator, each individual scrambling to devise a means of self-preservation as an exquisitely highbrow meeting hastily reached an absurd conclusion. Tom's peculiarity. Oh, how dreadfully dull. Nothing of interest has transpired lately. Do you genuinely believe there exists a central narrative to this tale? How utterly improbable. In summary, let us all consider that incident as if it never transpired. Moving forward, not only shall I refrain from mentioning it for an extended period, but I shall also embark on the creation of an original screenplay. The Impoverished and Malevolent. Ah, ha ha ha. The group leader has begun to share yet another amusing tale. Equality of all beings. Huh. Although I have long accepted that our world resembles the group leader's comics and animations, I cannot help but wonder why the leader always speaks as if he experiences the same sentiments in his own realm. The mentally fragmented novice. Heh, how intriguing. I never imagined that such captivating games could exist in another world. The schizophrenic card player. Alas, my primary spirit is merely an ordinary student. We are yet unable to partake in such an intriguing game. The undying lowly enthusiast. While that may be true, are you not, O Pharaoh, merely a fellow who excels at playing cards? The schizophrenic card player, damned commoner. How dare you? Ha ha. So, you, the so-called Pharaoh, have finally made your appearance, have you? I shall certainly seek to settle the accounts from our previous encounter. The mentally fragmented novice player. Oh, what are you all discussing? I have just awakened and am unaware of what has transpired. The indomitable lowly enthusiast remarked. Oh, Pharaoh, your facade is rather unconvincing. As Naiko steered the conversation off course. The matter concerning Neza had long been cast aside by the others. Originally, it was Naiko who should have been most anxious about this matter. However, as he appeared indifferent, who else would care? The trembling 28-year-old lowly. By the way, how many group points did everyone acquire this time? I have 5,400 on my end. Equality among all. Adding up a hodgepodge, I have 4,000 points. The fraction is negligible, so I 1T counted. Ha 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 ha. Why do I only have 1,200? Where did it all go wrong? The trembling 28-year-old lowly. Humph, aside from defeating one heroic spirit. You haven't done much, so it's only natural your points are few. Equality among all. Indeed, the group points are distributed based on task contribution. So if you haven't done much, you can't expect many points. Ha 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 ha. What? Are you implying my contributions are insufficient? My mere existence is already your greatest honor. Wooden sword tiger. Silence, you golden old fool. Ha ha ha, old fool. Such disrespect. I am going to airport seeker. Huh? Ha 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 ha. The weather is lovely today, even if one is in the right. Provoking these individuals could lead to a light 10-minute mute or, in severe cases, experience Naiko's uncouth 300 continuous bombardments for an entire day. Not to mention if one is in the wrong. As someone who has had the misfortune of experiencing it once, Golden Flash would certainly avoid provoking Naiko again. Wooden Sword Tiger. In any case, I've acquired a total of 300 group points. Ha 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 ha. Finally, someone has scored lower than I have. I can never be the worst. Wooden Sword Tiger. Additionally, with the gifts from everyone, it might sum up to over 10,000 points. Ha 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 ha, clearly. I am the wealthiest here, so why do I suddenly feel so pitiful? Ha 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 ha, Shinji is withdrawn. With Golden Flash's departure, the chat group ceased to compete over group points. After all, these points are incredibly effective and have an extensive range. Combat strength, weapons, technology, and entertainment products, even those like Tornado, who feel their power requires no enhancement, or Kakashi, who has no particular pursuits, can still find what they need. As for Oka, due to the generous gifts from group members, she has become extraordinarily powerful and no longer needs to exchange for strength-related items, although the remaining points may be few. According to the exchange rate between group points and real-world currency, she need not worry about her unreliable old bean. With this money alone, she can live quite comfortably, even luxuriously, whether it be material existence or extraordinary power, or even the broadening of horizons. Oka is in an admirable position. The only thing she requires now is time to digest it all, in a daily world of dragons and tigers. As long as she doesn't encounter any troublemakers from other worlds, she has an abundance of time at her disposal. The indestructible lowly enthusiast, speaking of which. How is little Tom doing? I haven't seen him in days. The indestructible lowly enthusiast. Is he still upset over that previous topic about the beautiful girl? Tom, I was waiting for you to ask that. Tom, I have long since perfected my potion, and I've been waiting for you all to try it. The indestructible lowly enthusiast, potion? Death Surgeon, what do you mean by potion? Is Tom unwell? Death Surgeon, though I am a doctor, I am not a veterinarian. So I cannot assist you. Tom, a veterinarian? Tom, never mind. I won't waste my breath on you, just watch. Tom has started a video live stream. The indestructible lowly enthusiast. Tom, are you secretly filming someone? As the live stream page unfolds, everyone suddenly sees an ordinary-looking room, within which sits a blue-haired girl. Yet Tom's large cat is nowhere to be seen. Delicious jelly. I never expected you to be such a cat. Death Surgeon. I never expected you to be such a cat. Tom, secretly filming? Suddenly, the girl in the video coldly chuckles and leans closer to the screen, revealing two fluffy cat ears and a tail behind her. Tom, this master is now a beautiful girl too. If the members of the group had played the famous first-person shooter Grass Cat, they might not have been as surprised by the current situation. However, they had not, and thus could only feel utterly bewildered, rather than prepared tissues like Naiko. After all, this was a living cat girl. Could he let such an opportunity slip away? Although it seems there were whispers that Tom is actually a male cat, does that really matter? ISNT it even better. Regardless, Tom's sudden transformation into a cat girl has undoubtedly fulfilled his wish, causing quite a stir in the chat group. At the very least, the shock was greater than when they first encountered Naizi. Whether this was due to the cuteness of cat girl Tom or the failures of Naiko is unclear. Nevertheless, any shadows cast by Naizi's appearance have been completely erased by the emergence of cat girl Tom, and the chat group has returned to its usual aimless banter. After a period of dullness following a tremor, Naiko, having spent some time in the group, discovered the new round of Nightmare Party was about to commence. Ah, it's starting again. It would have been much better to visit the fan-made world, yet here we are in some original world that is bound to cause trouble. Naiko muttered to herself, then stretched out her hand to open the door to the room. Nightmare Party is about to begin. After being scolded by Naiko the last time, the opening lines of Nightmare Party have improved significantly. So much so that even Naiko couldn't help but nod in agreement. Player 114514 is joining the game. Your Nightmare Party points have reached a new level. Unlocking difficulty selection options. Defaults to easy difficulty. Random level 13. Please select your desired game difficulty. Easy, level 13. Normal, level 46. Hard, level 79. The higher the difficulty, the better the rewards, but the more survival points lost upon failure. As Naiko stepped through the door, new information emerged before her eyes. Difficulty selection? Now that's intriguing. The rules of this setting are not difficult. Higher difficulty yields better rewards, but the game itself becomes more challenging. And the survival points lost upon failure increase. Thus, should one accumulate advantages and power gradually through low-risk games? Or gamble on high difficulty for a chance at riches or total loss? This indeed poses a dilemma. Oh, this is quite a headache for someone who suffers from decision paralysis. Of course, one must choose the difficult option, resolutely pressing the hard difficulty. The game's starting program continued once more. Game difficulty 9, single player mode, victory base reward, survival points 10. Nightmare points 4,000, failure deduction of survival points 10, current remaining survival points 12, introduction in progress, as the view steadily drew closer in the pitch-black void. A towering skyscraper slowly came into view before Naiko. Its exterior appeared reminiscent of a bustling urban center, akin to the heart of New York City. Under the cloak of night, the building shone brilliantly, revealing a vibrant interior that suggested a grand festivity was underway. In stark contrast, on every floor, particularly around the periphery of the structure, numerous figures clad in black stood vigilantly, scrutinizing every inch of the vicinity. Even a mere passerby from several dozen meters away would attract the watchful gaze of multiple guards, the level of security bordering on the absurd, inciting curiosity about the events transpiring within. Today was destined to be the most momentous day in the city. A resonant voice, calm and steady as if delivering a speech in a conference, echoed in Naiko's ears. As the wealthiest and most powerful family in the city, the Jodas family was poised for a significant turning point. For today marked the coming of age of the sole heir of this generation, the successor to the entire Jodas lineage. Indeed, today was the 18th birthday of Xiao Bilo Jodas. As the proclamation resonated, Naiko's vision was instantaneously drawn into the skyscraper, where it settled upon a woman in dazzling speed. Beneath the dim lighting, her features remained obscured, yet her alluring figure and aura were strikingly palpable. Any ordinary man who cast even a fleeting glance could not help but lean slightly forward. However, Naiko remained unresponsive, displaying a hint of disdain as she scoffed, "Basketball freak." As Xiao Bilo Jodas's silhouette flickered away, countless bizarre figures emerged within the building, transforming the originally opulent yet ordinary venue into something eerily surreal. The Jodas family's ascendance to this point was not solely due to their extraordinary business acumen, but also intertwined with secrets unknown to the masses, propelled by forces beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. As the man's voice resounded once more, the scene before Naiko continued to shift. However, their utilization of extraordinary powers had already attracted the attention of various parties, including the Jodas family's adversaries, the officials intervening in the realm of the extraordinary, and wild practitioners with their own agendas. At this juncture, as Xiao Bilo Jodas approached her coming of age, all were unable to contain their desires and had converged here. An array of individuals infiltrated the skyscraper today, each with their own motives, poised to turn this grand event into absolute chaos. Main quest released. Main quest 1. Infiltrate the Jodas Tower without being detected. Subsequent tasks will be issued upon successful infiltration. Death Surgeon. Infiltration without being detected. Since entering the game, Naiko had begun a live stream, and the group members were currently observing her actions. Technical Development Bureau Director. Based on my analysis of the group leader, her choices in this situation are rather predictable. Rapid unbreakable. I share the same sentiment, from the group leader's perspective. The only way to infiltrate without detection must be that one method, right? Death Surgeon. If you eliminate everyone, then no one will notice her stealth, correct? Seeking the airport. Naive. You all are far too naive. Seeking the airport. Do you think I'd still fall for that outdated trope? Seeking the airport. The essence of Naiko's stealth technique is that if she wishes to infiltrate without being detected, the best course of action is, of course, to not enter at all. Just as Naiko articulated, after initiating her stealth technique, she decisively walked to a nearby fast food joint and ordered a spicy McChicken to savor. As long as she didn't enter, no one could possibly discover her stealth. This flawless stealth technique had indeed reached a pinnacle, and thus far, no one had detected Naiko's presence. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. So what use is that? Even if you want to be discovered, you still can't locate the target. Seeking the airport? Good point. How did I overlook that issue? Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Please think of these things sooner. This was indeed a bit troublesome. Following Long Wan's reminder, Naiko recognized the major flaw in her plan and frowned in contemplation. It was impossible for her to enter. Akin to a swordsman's trust in their blade or a certain streamer's faith in their hacks, she would never betray her technique. As someone with a sense of pride as a slothful individual, once Naiko's stealth technique was activated, she would not retract it. After all, she couldn't possibly undermine her own credibility, could she? After a moment of reflection, a sudden inspiration struck Naiko, and she slapped her thigh. Wooden Sword Tiger, group leader, are you seriously spending 1,000 group points to slap your thigh? Are you trying to die? Childish. Naiko glanced at the furious comments in the group chat, uncertain of whom they deemed childish. However, once she confirmed that the other party lacked the means to trouble her, she reopened another private chat window. Seeking the airport. Do you still have any of that stuff left? Technical Development Bureau Director? Last time? Spirit Bomb? As Nimi observed the suddenly popped-up private chat dialogue, she felt slightly surprised but not overly so. Having been watching Naiko's live stream, she quickly deduced what Naiko was after. In fact, even if it were her, she would likely make the same choice. After all, the mission required locating Xiao Bilojotis without being seen. Thus, rather than attempting to stealthily infiltrate this seemingly convoluted building, simply blowing the occupants out would be the most straightforward option. Of course, if it were Nimue. She might opt for something more convenient and controllable, like gas. After all, with the assistance of her Zanpakuto, using poison would be a walk in the park for her. And the operational space would be considerably broader. However, regarding Naiko, Technical Development Bureau Director, in any case, there are still plenty of spirit bombs. After all, this thing was originally developed for the human realm, so it's quite useless to me. As the director of the Technical Development Bureau in the Soul Society, Nimue had an array of toys at her disposal, yet due to the peculiar circumstances of the Shinigami world, most of her inventions were difficult to apply. After all, the weak were hopelessly weak, and the strong were boundlessly strong, leading her, as a technician, to often wield a sword in battle, which was rather bizarre. Seeking the airport? Spirit bomb? What is that? Seeking the airport. I want that hat of yours. It looks super cool. Seeking the airport. But also, give me one of those spirit bombs, as I've suddenly thought of a new plan. Director of the Technology Development Bureau, despite Qianli's desire to voice his grievances regarding why Naiko believed the solution to their stealth mission lay atop her hat, he refrained from inquiring further, fearing he might encounter some form of mental contamination. Instead, he pretended not to notice and prepared to present a few spirit bombs he had casually crafted earlier as a red envelope gift to Naiko. After all, they were not particularly valuable, having been created without much thought, and he felt no remorse in parting with them. Once an airport. Wait, I just thought of a new idea. Director of the Technology Development Bureau, what exactly did you just conceive? Why, without uttering a word or taking any action? Are you simply abandoning it? Once an airport. In any case, it goes like this, you understand? Director of the Technology Development Bureau. So, what do you mean by like this? Once an airport. TSK, it means thus and so. Director of the Technology Development Bureau. And what exactly does thus and so entail? Once an airport. Seriously, you claim to be the smartest person in Soul Society, yet lack such basic comprehension. Once an airport. In summary, aside from these bombs, I require you to create a special bomb for me. Director of the Technology Development Bureau, a special one? Once an airport. Yes. One that, upon detonation, emits a foul odor akin to feces, with a color and texture to match. Director of the Technology Development Bureau. Is that not simply feces? Once an airport. Wow. How astute of you. Ultimately, Qianli, after much deliberation, opted to create this device. Admittedly, while the concept sounded repulsive, and indeed was repulsive, there was something rather appealing about the suggestion. As someone who often employed peculiar gadgets in battle, he didn't possess the single-mindedness typical of other Shinigami. If this could facilitate an effortless victory, he would undoubtedly embrace it. Though it was a newly engineered item, it posed no significant challenge for Qianli. Summoning his aide, the artificial Shinigami Nya Yiming, he completed Naiko's request in under half an hour. After sending the bombs to Naiko via red envelope, he became intensely curious about the bomb's effects, fixating on the live stream to observe the ensuing developments. If the results proved satisfactory, he would consider sending a dozen or so to Urahara Kisuke. As for Naiko, upon receiving the bombs, he thought little of the implications and promptly placed them at the base of the Jodasa Tower before hastily retreating. While his actions garnered some attention, the black-clad guards were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating any immediate repercussions. Although they had contemplated the possibility of a building demolition, none took it seriously enough to act. The Jodasa family's guards were not negligent. They simply operated under their own judgment. After all, demolishing such a large structure required a considerable amount of explosives and intricate planning, tasks that were not typically feasible for a single individual. Moreover, if such an explosion were to occur, the resultant devastation would inevitably ensnare those involved, making it an unlikely scenario. Given that the Jodasa Tower was no ordinary building, its internal construction utilized specialized materials and techniques, rendering it resistant even to missile strikes. Thus, influenced by a series of coincidences and habitual thinking, they selectively overlooked Naiko's odd behavior. Consequently, after careful consideration, the guards, comprised of ordinary individuals, felt it was their duty to perform their roles. If supernatural forces were indeed at play, they trusted their own extraordinary members to handle it. Naiko, however, had not anticipated their thought process. He lacked any knowledge of demolition techniques and was utterly oblivious to how to avoid being caught in the explosion. Nonetheless, he possessed a slight advantage that the black-clad guards had underestimated: his head. Iron. Ahem. No, the bomb's true effect was not a demolition. It was a feces explosion. Due to a momentary misjudgment, the guards missed their final opportunity to thwart Naiko, and with a terrifying sound, the Jodasa family experienced one of the most shocking attacks in history. To ensure your comfort, the following scenes have been appropriately edited. As the explosion erupted, a multitude of viscous, semi-liquid curry splattered forth, instantly enveloping the area for hundreds of meters. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, it was as if joyful curry sprites danced upon the curry lake, distributing the dish to every corner of the earthly realm. As the main course of curry descended, chunks of solidified chocolate, shaped in a variety of forms, were also cast from the hands of the curry sprites. Faced with Naiko's gift, the security personnel outside the Jodasa Tower quickly scattered, fleeing in every direction. As the foul odor permeated the building's ventilation system, those inside soon erupted, rolling and scrambling out as if an earthquake had struck. Indeed, my plan is flawless. Now, I merely need to locate Chiao Bilo Jodesu, and my mission will be accomplished. Naiko felt quite satisfied with his scheme, nodding to himself as he began to search the crowd for his target. However, he was puzzled to find that, despite the Jodasa Tower being devoid of life, he could not spot the basketball monstrosity he was seeking outside. Detected that over 90 of personnel have evacuated the Jodasa Tower, triggering hidden plot conditions. Due to your disruption of Chiao Bilo Jodesa's plans, the main quest is altered. No one realized that today's banquet was, in fact, a meticulously devised trap, with the entire Jodasa Tower serving as a component of this grand snare. In a shift from the mundane narrative, Naiko's perspective abruptly zoomed into a hidden chamber within the Jodasa Tower, revealing a corpulent woman, at least 300 pounds, and age beginning with a 7. Lounging languidly upon a grand bed. Though Chiao Bilo Jodasa had just turned 18, she suffered from a rare affliction known as couch potato Mary Sue syndrome. This condition caused her to age rapidly, with each passing year equating to a decade for an ordinary person. While her body absorbed energy from a special space via quantum mechanics, resulting in the accumulation of fat. This ailment transcended the boundaries of conventional medicine and was a phenomenon exclusive to the extraordinary, rendering ordinary treatments ineffective against Chiao Bilo Jodesu. Thus, she devised a plan. On her 18th birthday, she would activate her family as forbidden technique, sacrificing the souls of everyone present at the banquet, along with the entire Jodasa Tower, to cure her affliction and regain a normal human body, along with obtaining double eyelids. Upon hearing this, Naiko was taken aback, incredulously murmuring, "They can even do double eyelids? How terrifying." Regardless of his astonishment, he began to piece together the situation before him. Originally, this building was an integral part of a sacrificial ritual, yet he expelled everyone, causing Chiao Bilo Jodesa's plan to be akin to a painless abortion, begun yet already concluded before it truly commenced. Thus, she resolved to extend the scope of this sacrifice throughout the city, intending to use the countless flesh and souls within his offerings to fulfill her long-held desires. Main quest: survived by any means conceivable, infernal level game drop quality, with a 300 increase in drop rate compared to the hard mode, guaranteeing at least 3 high-tier items. The task description was exceedingly straightforward, with rewards exceedingly generous, yet it hinted at the overwhelming peril concealed within. The male voice's announcement of a city-wide sacrifice virtually foretold an inevitable demise. After all, within the city, Particularly during this banquet, an abundance of extraordinary beings already resided. However, if Xiao Das harbored confidence in her ability to deal with these individuals, it was not inconceivable that in her madness, she would drag the entire city down with her. Game difficulty raised to infernal level. You may choose to exit this game, but there will be no penalties or rewards for failure. In Nico's dictionary, the word fear simply does not exist. With a cold laugh, Nico exchanged for a new dictionary in the chat group, flipped to the page for fear, nodded, and decisively clicked the button to exit the game. Are you sure you want to exit this game? No, Nico. After attempting to exit the game by selecting 4 options in succession and finding no way out, Nico had no choice but to accept the reality of continuing the game. This was clearly targeted at him. At that moment, while Nico was checking the system for changes in the quest, the entire city, lazily dubbed, was caught in a terrifying upheaval. It was as if flames from the abyss, laden with sulfur and toxic mists, surged forth, with grotesque and distorted creatures crawling out from the depths, materializing from Nico's very psyche. Ordinary people screamed and scattered like birds. But the extraordinary beings remained notably composed. One such being, confident in his strength, trembled the ground as he launched himself like a cannonball, transforming into a small rocket in flight. Such speed, such power. As the man shot forth, a voice of astonishment echoed simultaneously. Humph, that was the renowned level 5 warrior, Jack. With his ability for unlimited acceleration and his formidable physique, none could withstand his charge. Upon witnessing a strong individual take action, the surrounding weaker extraordinary beings felt a slight sense of reassurance, turning to observe Jack's target, a massive, grotesque creature resembling a gigantic flesh ball, not far from them. The creature was a revolting mass of gelatinous flesh, oozing with disgusting slime, swaying with the slightest movement, reminiscent of an 800-pound otaku. However, atop its pumpkin-sized head, 4 different faces, grotesquely stitched together, formed its visage, and it grinned with a sinister smile as it beheld the approaching extraordinary being. Suddenly, a sound akin to a squashed frog echoed, catching everyone by surprise. Jack, he is dead. A level 5 warrior could not withstand a single attack. It was unclear who gasped first, but all soon beheld a bloody, mangled mass that barely resembled a human form on the ground. That mass of flesh could not possibly be anyone other than Jack. The fleshball monster laughed heartily, yellow-green viscous liquid spilling from its maw. Then it extended its arm, which grew significantly longer, and violently tore off one of Jack's faces, affixing it to its own, merging it with the other distorted visages. Run, quickly. These are creatures of hell. We cannot withstand them. Extraordinary beings, who typically prided themselves on having weathered many storms, were now utterly terrified at this sight. They scrambled in a panic, just like the ordinary people, fearing they would be slain by the seemingly corpulent creature, whose attacks were too swift to perceive. Yet, within the city, there were not merely one but countless monsters wreaking havoc. An extraordinary being, relying on his ability to ride the winds, began to ascend into the sky, stepping left foot to right foot. However, just under 100 meters high, a creature resembling a burnt birdman with 3 wings broke through the clouds and devoured him in one swift motion. Another extraordinary being transformed into a soft-bodied creature, attempting to escape through a sewer opening. Yet, upon entry, they were met with numerous toothy tendrils, which ensnared them tightly, their teeth piercing the body, voraciously draining their blood, reducing them to a desiccated corpse in less than 10 seconds. Witnessing the pandemonium around Xiao Das Tower, as the crowd scattered and grotesque monsters began to take form across the city, Nico's expression darkened. Damn monsters, he muttered under his breath, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could not tolerate such an affront. You dare steal the spotlight from me. Such a blatant act of disrespect incited Nico's wrath. Thus, he resolved to flee. What else could he do? Should he confront those monsters head-on? In this situation, discretion was undoubtedly the better part of valor. Nico felt no remorse for his cowardice. After all, he was in a place where no one recognized him, and he had no need to uphold any facade. If anyone had recognized him, he would have sought refuge immediately. Considering the current circumstances, running down the main road would undoubtedly be a suicidal endeavor. From the earlier performances of those minor characters, it was evident that monsters filled the skies and the ground alike. Therefore, the plan to escape the city seemed to hold little promise of success, as it was the most obvious route, and Xiao Das would undoubtedly have laid the most stringent defenses. Realizing this, Nico concluded that the only truly safe option was to find a hiding place until this calamity subsided. This was the correct method to navigate through this ordeal. Nico's analysis was not without merit. The performances of those extraordinary beings served as an animated narrative, conveying to players that these monsters were not adversaries to be trifled with. At least for now, the Nightmare Party game appeared to be oriented towards survival amid various desperate scenarios, where even occasional counterattacks were not the central theme. Having confirmed this, Naiko began to search for a suitable hiding spot. As he scanned his surroundings, his eyes brightened upon spotting an excellent refuge. It stood shrouded in darkness beneath the night sky, likely unnoticed due to its lack of presence, as neither monsters nor humans seemed aware of its existence. This will do. Naiko grinned, showcasing a charming yet mischievous smile, and without a backward glance, dashed towards the building, slipping inside without attracting anyone's attention. As player 114514, you have entered the ominous Jodas Tower, the most perilous location within this game. A hidden quest has been activated. Please be attentive. Oh, so that explains why there are no others or monsters here. Hidden quest, Jodas Paradise quest description. The interior of Jodas Tower has undergone an extraordinary transformation due to forbidden techniques. And at the heart of it all lies the source of these events, Jodas Kaiabaluo, who is concealing herself at the center. Although everyone is aware that eliminating her would bring an end to this chaos, none dare to take that step. Yet you, whether foolish or brave, have become the sole candidate for this task. Therefore, you must navigate through all the trials here and confront Jodas Kaiabaluo to vanquish the architect of this impending catastrophe. Rewards. Additional reward. 1 epic item. 50,000 nightmare points. 100 survival points. As a series of messages appeared, Naiko realized that the scene before her was transitioning into an exceedingly bizarre and indescribable state. The twisted and grotesque environment resembled a decayed amusement park. The dilapidated attractions, from swings to Ferris wheels, were all present, yet within each gaping hole protruded not rusted metal, but rather a viscous and repugnant substance akin to entrails. Upon stepping into this playground of decayed flesh and iron, it seemed as though a switch had been flipped. Everything began to tremble violently, accompanied by the slow, distorted sounds of grotesque music. One after another, 9 diminutive, distorted humanoid beings, resembling children or dwarfs, emerged from the ground. Their bodies bore a resemblance to humans. Yet all their organs were misaligned, twisted, and alarmingly disproportionate, causing immediate discomfort to anyone who gazed upon them. Among the viewers in the chat group watching Naiko's livestream, despite their seasoned resilience, they found themselves momentarily breathless upon witnessing these abominations that seemed out of place in this world. Trembling 28-year-old lowly, what are these disgusting creatures? Even monsters don't look like this. Wooden sword tiger, is this like a dark fairy tale version of dwarfs? Unbreakable speed, such bizarre entities are rare even in my world. Ignoring the conversations of the group members, Naiko kept her gaze fixed on the peculiar children. Ever wary of their potential attacks? Come play with us, shouted the nearest child, whose face sported 2 mouths filled with sharp teeth, while the rest of its visage was blank. Its body was adorned with dozens of asymmetrical fingers, resembling a human centipede. The voice it emitted was reminiscent of a dying beast's howl, mingled with a ghostly wail, a terrifying resonance. Come play. Let us play together. As the first child spoke, the other 8 grotesque children echoed various invitations. The cacophony of their voices, coupled with their nightmarish appearances, would likely cause an ordinary person to faint at first sight. Yet, Naiko, with her resilient psyche, managed to maintain her composure. Faced with the children's unsettling invitations, Naiko's expression turned solemn. Her eyes darted around, and she sensed she had grasped the crux of the matter. She slowly inquired, "What do you wish to play?" Seemingly taken aback by Naiko's response. The 9 peculiar children paused before a mouthless demon child, its eyes and nose absent, let out a hoarse laugh, prompting the others to join in. Amidst their eerie laughter, the centipede-like child roared, "Let me think, we could play soccer. All we need is your head to start." A demon child, adorned with hundreds of eyes on its head, grinned evilly as its arms split open to reveal a mouth. Hide and seek sounds fun. Whoever finds you first gets to eat you. Why not play rock, paper, scissors? The winner gets to kill him. Disemboweling is also quite entertaining. Ha ha ha. As each horrifying game suggestion flowed from the demons, the viewers of the live stream wore expressions of dismay. Even the strongest among them could not help but feel revulsion towards such ghastly notions. Given the current circumstances, Naiko's predicament appeared dire. The 9 games proposed by the children all involved her body as the material. Regardless of which game she accepted, survival seemed improbable. However, refusing to play could result in the children overwhelming her and tearing her to shreds. Yet, in response to the group's concern and confusion, Naiko merely smiled before turning to the 9 demons, inhaling deeply, and resolutely declared, "You bunch of lunatics. What miserable games are you playing? Today, I shall lead you in a match of skill." Before her words had fully settled, Naiko exchanged for 10 mobile phones in the chat group, distributing one to each of the 9 demons, while keeping one for herself. ready for a 5v5 showdown. Centipede Demon. Naiko, why do you always manage to win? Simply because I am formidable, Naiko scoffed. Why do you have so much equipment? Questioned the 100-eyed demon, scratching its head in confusion. Because I farm quickly and know how to jungle. The demon with arms longer than its body, lacking a lower half, looked at the screen with curiosity. But we only earn 20 for each minion. Why do you earn 200? Because I have more equipment slots. You only have 6. So 20 is sufficient for you. I have 600 slots, so I need that much to afford my gear. Oh, but why did our base explode when we were about to win? Inquired a demon, its body merely a mass of viscous flesh, save for a single head. Because my Garen is incredibly strong. His passive restores all health every second. His skills can silence and eliminate you from a distance, and when activated, he becomes invincible for 30 minutes, sweeping the entire minion wave. It's only natural that I won. As the group members of the live stream absorbed this exchange, they were momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in approval. Regardless of Naiko's seemingly reckless antics, if they managed to intimidate these bizarre demons, then all would be well. After all, even if they were to take on the task, it would merely involve overwhelming the demons with brute strength. However, given the children's twisted appearances and speech, their combat capabilities remained uncertain. Having only just entered the first challenge within Joda's tower, engaging in battle here did not seem like a prudent strategy. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Humph. Though you're the group leader, you're doing quite well. All beings equal. Yes, ninjas also advocate for avoiding unnecessary conflict whenever possible. If you can get through here, that would be ideal. Wooden Sword Tiger. I understand what you're saying. Wooden Sword Tiger. So why is the group leader still playing? Why hasn't he run away after attracting those monsters' attention? As the incessant urging from the group persisted, Naiko, feeling somewhat helpless, rose to her feet. It was evident that the thrill of overpowering elementary school students was immensely pleasurable. The delight of subjugating these youngsters beneath her dominance was unparalleled. Who cared about trivial matters like Chiabilluo? Unfortunately, the relentless chatter of the group compelled Naiko to stand. Surely, it was not because she was struggling to contend with these children. It was all due to the group's insistence. With a heavy sigh, she turned her gaze toward a distant, warped door and reluctantly stood up. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Have you stood long enough? Desiring an airport. Don't you think this pose exudes elegance? Wooden Sword Tiger. Nonsense. Hurry and proceed to the next level. Desiring an airport. TSK. How superficial. Faced with the inability of these mortals to comprehend her aesthetic, Naiko could only sigh in sympathy before making her way toward the twisted door. The 9 demon children were engrossed in their mobile game, completely oblivious to the absence of a teammate, allowing Naiko to depart with ease. As Naiko crossed the threshold, the scene before her transformed into a small classroom. While it was labeled a classroom, it bore no windows or doors, resembling a sealed concrete coffin. Upon entering, she noticed a man, presumably the teacher, standing at the podium, clad in a suit with a blood-dripping sack over his head. He glanced at her and pointed to the desks below, saying, "You are late, Invincible Poop Murder King. Sit down, we are about to commence the lesson." Naiko's expression remained unchanged as she surveyed the room, selecting a spot with a pleasant view, which also happened to be the legendary protagonist's seat. She carelessly kicked aside the student occupying it and sat down. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Wait. What on earth is that name? Is no one going to comment on it? Death Surgeon. If I recall correctly, it seems to be the group leader's code name from the Nightmare Party. Each person can set their own name after completing their first game. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Desiring an airport. What's wrong? Is there an issue with my name? Desiring an airport. Think about it. When encountering other players, will it be more embarrassing for me to shout names like War God or Night Snow? Or for someone else to call out Invincible Poop Murder King? Wooden Sword Tiger. I feel both are equally shameful. Wooden Sword Tiger. So, do boys really enjoy such juvenile nonsense? Adding strange titles before names, reciting bizarre attack names during fights, claiming to possess unique eye powers, and engaging in discussions about the 7 deadly sins. This is also childish, isn't it? In the classroom, aside from the teacher, there were 44 individuals, though numerous. Naiko quickly calculated the number of fingers among them and divided by 10 to ascertain the specifics without expending excessive energy. Among them, all but Naiko were adorned with grotesque masks enveloping their entire heads, from which dark, viscous blood flowed, leading one to question whether these individuals were alive or deceased. Regardless, they remained active and vocal, making their presence impossible to ignore. The teacher, ostensibly lecturing, was merely emitting a series of meaningless howls. Fortunately, he seemed indifferent to whether the students were listening or not. This classroom did not seem to punish distractions with death. Yet, the very nature of this environment rendered the atmosphere increasingly eerie, leaving everyone in the chat group in a cold sweat. Does anyone know the answer to this question? Suddenly, The sack-headed teacher screeched, gesturing toward a blackboard filled with twisted, blasphemous symbols. Upon hearing this, the other group members felt it plausible and hastily turned their gazes toward Naiko, eager to see how she would respond. Unfazed, Naiko swiftly yanked off the odd headpiece from the student in front of her, ignoring the thick blood that clung to it, and placed it upon her own head. She then calmly regarded the sack-headed teacher. The teacher seemed momentarily stunned but said nothing, while the student whose headpiece was taken, like the one previously ousted from their seat, could only silently protest as he trudged to the podium. Class dismissed. The sack-headed teacher chewed on a piece of flesh before turning towards what should have been the exit, which was, in reality, a cement-sealed space. With a series of eerie sounds, the sack-headed figure contorted into a horrifying shape, squeezing through a gap no wider than a finger and vanishing from the classroom. Undoubtedly, the missing parts had all entered the sack-headed teacher's stomach. Once the teacher departed, the classroom's atmosphere grew lively, though chaotic would perhaps be a more fitting descriptor. Students donned bizarre headpieces engaged with various twisted toys, while others perused books inscribed with sacrilegious phrases. Despite resembling an ordinary classroom, the actions of each student were enough to drive a typical person to madness, obliterating rational thought. However, closing one's eyes and ignoring the scene was certainly not a prudent choice for escape. Fortunately, Naiko's perception of fear differed greatly from others, rendering her relatively unaffected by the grotesque display. Indeed, she did experience fear, but it was not akin to that of an average person. If presented with a horror film, be it a legendary fright fest or one claiming to have truly deceased actors, Naiko would remain completely unperturbed. As for the irrational mechanisms of fear, do not inquire. It would simply be deemed madness. Thus, at this moment, Naiko found herself remarkably composed amidst the terrifying tableau. It was precisely for this reason that she soon noticed a discordant scene within the classroom. While most of the monstrous students were preoccupied with their play, a small group had gathered at the back of the room. Approaching for a closer look, Naiko discovered a cluster of monstrous students bullying a plump, monstrous classmate. The reasons behind it were unclear, and no one provided an explanation. As she neared, she witnessed 7 or 8 individuals embroiled in a fierce assault on the overweight student, who, despite his desperate shrieks, could only manage a feeble defense against the overwhelming onslaught of tentacles. Naizi furrowed her brow as she beheld the scene before her. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped forward and seized one of the monstrous students, seemingly the leader of the group. All of you, cease at once. The creature bore a mouth filled with sharp, vertical teeth, and within its maw, 3 pitch-black eyes fixated on Naizi. Simultaneously, the corpulent monster seemed to have found a savior, wriggling toward Naizi's feet, its expression one of deep resentment directed at the other creatures that had just assaulted it. However, it appeared that the focus of the group had shifted to Naizi, their contorted limbs all aimed at her, ready to strike at any moment. Naizi surveyed the bizarre assembly of monstrous students before turning her gaze to the leader and inquired, "Why do you not wield any weapons?" As she spoke, she had already exchanged for a folding stool from the chat group and brought it crashing down upon the corpulent creature. It was impossible to save him. She was merely indulging her itch to strike. After what felt like an eternity, the overweight monster finally succumbed to the ground, its face etched with malice, and fell silent. Only then did Naizi and her companions pause to catch their breath. "Newcomer, your striking technique is quite adept," the sharp-mouthed creature remarked, seemingly impressed. As it waved its tentacles in a gesture of admiration, Naizi shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "It's nothing, really. Back when I was in the hospital, my neighbor, Zhang Xiaodang, often got into fights, and I would happily step in to teach him a lesson." As she recounted her past exploits with an impassive expression, her gaze drifted to the leader's undulating tentacles, stirring something within her. With a subtle twist of her wrist, she activated the power of the human fruit, transforming her arm into a tentacle-like appendage, which she then used to entwine the leader's tentacles in a gesture of goodwill. What are you doing?" "My mother says children should not entwine with tentacles. It will summon little monsters." After retracting her 12 tentacles behind her back, the creature lowered its head slightly toward Naizi, mumbling, This is not acceptable. I am not ready for little monsters yet. We cannot entwine tentacles. The utmost we can do is a peck on the lips." Naizi regarded the sharp-toothed grin that stretched across the creature's face, pondering its thoughts. As her gaze shifted downward, when 2 enormous orbs came into view, Naizi suddenly gained clarity, and with the wisdom of a sage, she murmured, "Benefactor, this cannot be permitted." Noticing the disappointment in the 3 eyes within the creature's mouth, Naizi chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, she turned her attention to the now motionless corpulent monster on the floor and inquired, "So, what exactly is this creature? Why are you all attacking it? Why? We? The question seemed to resonate as a profound enigma, plunging the surrounding monstrous students into utter chaos, endlessly repeating why. It was unclear who initiated it or who brought it to a close, but one by one, the monstrous students in the classroom abruptly transformed into blood mist, soon saturating the entire room in a crimson haze, obscuring visibility. Why? Why do you not assist me? My plan was flawless. All I needed was to become your friend and strike you down when you were most vulnerable. But why do you not help me? A sudden, piercing scream reverberated in Naizi's ears. Accompanied by a bitter curse, the blood mist revealed nothing, slowly dissipating instead. Although Naizi was unaware that the rotund monster was a projection of Chiaobai Kayadesai, she couldn't help but find the situation peculiar. From the earlier scene in the Demon Child amusement park to this eerie classroom, it appeared to mirror the life of Chiaobai Kayadesai. Her excessive aging and corpulent exterior had rendered her friendless in her childhood. The twisted forms of those children might very well be projections of those who once shunned her. However, there was no trace of Chiaobai Kayadesai in the Demon Child amusement park, suggesting that Naizi had been drawn into this scenario herself. The second scene depicted a quintessential instance of school bullying, a closed classroom from which there was no escape, a teacher consumed by selfish desires, monstrous peers, and indifferent onlookers. While Naizi assumed the role of the savior that existed solely in Chiaobai Kayadesai's mind. This was how it should have been. Yet, upon deeper reflection, one would recognize the underlying issue. The Kayadesai family, as outlined in the script, was a clandestine powerhouse within the city, commanding unparalleled influence in both the mundane and extraordinary realms. How could the sole heir of such a wealthy, powerful family, capable of summoning countless social luminaries to her birthday party, be subjected to bullying? Ridiculous. In any school, if a student were the child of a teacher, they would generally receive preferential treatment. Even if not overtly favored, they would hardly be subjected to such violence without intervention. This transcended mere professional ethics. It concerned the social dynamics among faculty. If East Ma's child were to be assaulted in Shui Kai's class without any intervention, the matter would escalate beyond a simple altercation among children to a serious issue involving the two teachers, or even the school itself. And who was Chiaobai Kayadesai? The true queen of the city, clad in attire that an ordinary person could scarcely afford in a lifetime. Could such a person be bullied at school? What a ludicrous notion. Has anyone ever heard of the granddaughter of the British monarch being bullied in elementary school? One could imagine that if a boy got too close to her, a swarm of bodyguards would swiftly descend upon him. Moreover, the Kayadesai family wielded influence that surpassed even that of a royal family, not to mention the extraordinary powers unattainable by mere mortals. Therefore, it could be inferred that the scenes unfolding before Naizi were undoubtedly traps set by Chiaobai Kayadesai, not mere reenactments of past events. If Naizi could grasp this, it was inconceivable that the far more astute individuals in the chat group could not. After exchanging a few words, they began to observe with heightened seriousness, eager to see what transformations might occur as the blood mist lifted. As the mist cleared, Naizi found herself in a dim, damp room that resembled a basement. Change into tentacles. She silently cautioned herself, extending her arms into elongated appendages, transforming into Naizi, and surveying her surroundings. This technique was an enhanced version of her self-invented move, Scorched Lightning, which allowed her to maintain her arms in tentacle form for an extended period. Not only could she respond to combat more readily, but the added reach also provided her with additional reaction time. What kind of ritual chamber is this? Naizi scanned the room, quickly grasping its layout, which included a table, a chair, a window, and... Wait. Why do I feel like this sentence has been used before? Naiko's expression was one of confusion, but he soon found clarity. No, I haven't tea, he replied. As it was to be expected that in the Nightmare Party, the script would feature repetitive scenes. You're just unable to conceive new scenarios and keep resorting to the same old tricks. Nevertheless, Naiko did not dwell on the matter and resolutely began his subsequent exploration. What exploration? First, clarify this situation for me. Thus, Naiko embarked on a fresh quest, soon encountering a peculiar and twisted door. Upon pushing it open, he was confronted with his ultimate fear, Jo Biro Jo Desai, in her true form. You are more shameless than 008. Is there no logic to this? He exclaimed. What nonsense logic are you spouting? Get in there right now. It may be somewhat inaccurate to refer to this space as a boudoir. Yet its intended purpose was indeed such, and thus it would have to suffice as a temporary designation. Directly before Naiko was an enormous, grotesque mass, far larger than anything he had seen in the cutscenes, so fat that it was nearly indistinguishable from a mere hunk of flesh. So it is you. The little pest who intruded here and disrupted my plans. However, that fleshy behemoth was far from oblivious, like a tormented soul. It immediately launched an attack as soon as anyone entered her chamber. Several grotesque lumps protruded from the massive flesh, recklessly smashing toward Naiko like a warhammer. Initially, Naiko attempted to defend himself with his tentacle-like arms, but he quickly realized the horrifying strength of those flesh lumps. Just a mere touch inflicted excruciating pain. Change, swift feet. Naiko roared, his legs swelling in size, generating an abundance of muscle that significantly amplified his explosive power. Given the already considerable size disparity, Naiko's speed surged further, allowing him to deftly maneuver around the room. As the heaviest artifact in the world of the 7 deadly sins, even if this axe was not meant for chopping but rather for smashing, it would be more than sufficient to send Jobiro Jodesai reeling. The true power of Jobiro Jodesai. The divine axe Rita, regarded as the most prestigious artifact in the realm of the 7 deadly sins. Though long forgotten by all, left an indelible impression with its weight. When faced with this axe, even the formidable Galen, who had once bested 6 members of the 7 deadly sins, could only muster the strength to lift it slightly. Now, Naiko leaped atop Jobiro Jodesai, unleashing the artifact, and with the legendary power of the 2 gods, he crushed that mass of flesh into a mushy pulp. As expected, after taking a few steps back, a frail, decrepit figure crawled out from the remains of the flesh. This emaciated humanoid was undoubtedly Jobiro Jodesai herself, appearing as if she had forcibly ripped apart her own illness and body into 2 entities, one serving as a tank and the other embodying decay. However, the gaunt old woman before him would not attack in the same manner as before, so Naiko did not employ the same tactics. Once I kill you and everyone in this city, offering their souls to the great master, I will attain eternal beauty and youth. The old woman, Jobiro Jodesai, was unceremonious and raised her bony arm, a murky, distorted magic gathering in her palm. Wait, just as the old Jobiro Jodesai was about to strike, Naiko interrupted with a thunderous shout. Anyone familiar with Naiko would know that it would be unwise to listen to his incessant prattle and instead simply smash his head. Unfortunately, Jobiro Jodesai had never encountered Naiko and thus was unaware of the proper way to deal with him, causing her twisted magical energy to momentarily halt. Let us play a game of Gwent. In the next moment, Naiko uttered those words imbued with a certain allure, producing a card the size of a playing card. Although Jobiro Jodesai had neither heard of nor played this game, an inexplicable, uncontrollable desire to partake in a round of Gwent surged within her. All right, let us settle this once and for all. Unbeknownst to her, she had acquiesced to Naiko's request. No one in this world could resist the temptation of Gwent. Those familiar with Gwent know that whether a daughter is to be slain, or a kingdom is to be besieged, as long as one is engaged in a game of Gwent, nothing else shall transpire. This period would be ample enough for Naiko to devise a strategy. Thus, the match raged on for a full 30 rounds. The outcome was as shocking as an exclamation mark. It was 30-0. Jobiro Jodesai claimed 30 victories, while Naiko remained at 0. Consequently, he decisively flipped the table. No, I've thought of a way to deal with her, Naiko declared with pride, while secretly erasing the record of the victories and defeats. However, to be fair, though Naiko was indeed Naiko, he had genuinely conceived a method to confront Jobiro Jodesai's second form. This form clearly excelled in magical attacks, yet her essence appeared exceedingly frail. Change, swift feet. With that, Naiko activated the transformation ability of the human fruit, causing his legs to swell dramatically, morphing him into his Naiko form. Given that Jobiro Jodesai was already in a frail state, Naiko's speed surged once more, allowing him to weave and dodge within the room. As the heaviest artifact in the world of the 7 deadly sins, even if this axe was not meant for chopping but rather for smashing, it would be more than sufficient to send Jobiro Jodesai reeling. What the hell? This is exactly like the previous move. You haven't changed a single thing. After all that time, this is the best you can come up with to avoid losing like a dog. Don't flatter me too much. I might get shy. No one is flattering you, eh? Naiko paid no mind to the raging of the tornado. What did repetition matter? If it was effective, that was all that counted. After reverting from his transformation, Naiko surveyed his accomplishments with satisfaction, then grew vigilant of Jobiro Jodesai's next move. After all, as the final form, she would certainly not limit herself to a single transformation. At the very least, there would be 2. And indeed, just as Naiko had anticipated, following her defeat, Jobiro Jodesai's emaciated body melded with the mass of flesh beside her, transforming into a being that was both old and corpulent. Curse you! You dare force me to reveal my final form? I shall ensure you suffer eternal torment in hell. She cackled. Pathetic, pathetic, pathetic. You miserable insect. Jobiro Jodesai roared, her chubby claws stretching wide as she unleashed a thunderous shout. Feel the true power of JoJo. Smash Faludo. With Jobiro Jodesai's furious cry, Naiko witnessed the world around her warp into bizarre hues, advancing upon him with an unthinkable speed. What? Before Naiko could even entertain a thought, a peculiar hue enveloped his entire being. After a brief moment of consciousness, Naiko looked up in horror. only to find an endless army composed of countless Jojo's standing on the horizon. The conclusion arrived effortlessly. Before the myriad of Jojo's, an exceptionally robust Jojo's burst into raucous laughter, his voice resonating like a barbell in Naiko's mind. No one has ever known the true extent of my capabilities. I command the army of my avatars in this world. With a wave of her massive hand, a variety of Jojo lined up in formation behind her, poised to launch an assault on Naiko. Among them were ordinary Jojo warriors, cloaked Jojo mages, towering Jojo giants, and even colossal Jojo monsters. Thus, it became clear how one individual could wield such diverse powers. Naiko clapped his hands in realization, grasping the intricacies of the situation. Wait. Why do you suddenly seem so familiar with this? How many times have you fought? Naiko queried, bewildered. Haven't you just met? Well, as the group leader, I've grown accustomed to it, replied the death surgeon. Exactly. It's just me. Isn't it perfectly normal to comprehend something that wasn't previously written? If you're confused, just refer to the 3 strands of the trade and immerse yourself in that power system, suggested the user wanting an airport. Hey, can you really say that? Will there be no repercussions? Tom interjected. Relax, relax. Did you not see the context I employed? Naiko, undeterred by his startling proclamations, gazed at the overwhelming multitude before him, an unending sea of Jojo's, countless beyond measure. Enough. Why are you spamming idioms in the group? Exclaimed the trembling 28-year-old lowly. Of course, it's to increase word count. Are you foolish? Wanting an airport retorted. After dismissing the tornado of comments, Naiko contemplated the countless Jojo's before him and smiled knowingly. The outcome of this battle was crystal clear. He would be utterly defeated. Having scrutinized the paid traversal feature of the chat group for quite some time, Naiko still could not discern how to evade his impending doom. With a sigh, he began to rack his brain for a solution. Ah, there was that fellow. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Naiko's mind, and he hastily opened a private chat window to contact Gold Flash. May I borrow your fire stick for a moment? He inquired. Group leader, what is a fire stick? Gold Flash responded, perplexed. Ugh, it's the soul-devouring staff, the super-powerful one that can even interrupt the sword of extermination. Naiko clarified. I completely do not understand what you are saying. Ugh, ancient people are so out of touch. Why are you even speaking to me? Upon reading Naiko's message, Gold Flash was momentarily taken aback, his frustration boiling over, but his outburst drew the puzzled gaze of the tax-evading priest. Forget it, just let me use it. I'm about to acquire the JoJo Corporation, Naiko declared. How do you know I have it? Gold Flash asked. Well, obviously I do, but what does acquire mean? Ugh. You must be joking. You don't even know what acquisition entails? It's seamlessly done. Layoffs, dissolution, all in one go. A true hero among orphans. Gold Flash stared at Naiko's words for quite some time, unable to fathom that his divergent sword might possess an unknown function of significance. According to their claims, the group leader was privy to everyone's past and future. Could there truly be such a phenomenon? The more Gold Flash pondered, the more suspicious he became, and he promptly sent the divergence sword to Naiko via a red envelope. Although it was his greatest trump card, he reasoned that it wouldn't be necessary for regular combat. If it ever were, it would be in a situation akin to the Holy Grail War. So he was not particularly concerned for his safety. Instead, he was more intrigued by the prospect of his divergence sword having hidden abilities unknown to him. After sending the red envelope, he nervously turned his attention to Naiko's live stream, eager to see what he would do next. In the next instant, Gold Flash was taken aback. Unable to believe his eyes, Naiko had abruptly turned off the live stream. Jojo's has been vanquished. Without regard for Gold Flash's thoughts, Naiko exchanged an exaggerated amount of magical power from the chat group. With a single strike from the divergence sword, he eradicated the Jojo's world. As Jojo's perished, this world, along with the external Jojo's tower and the myriad of monsters within the city, began to collapse simultaneously. Naiko's perspective ascended, gradually surveying the scene as he entered the conclusion interface. It is noteworthy that although this was not Naiko's first experience with the Nightmare Party game, nor the first conclusion he had reached, even after over 100,000 words had been played, it was indeed his first time scrutinizing the conclusion screen. To his surprise, the initial display was not data or rewards, but rather 2 films, one on each side. The right film depicted Naiko's actions from a third-person perspective since entering the game, while the left featured a blurred, doll-like figure in motion. After a brief glance, Naiko deduced that the left side showcased the standard completion process video. Ugh. Not being able to post comments feels like something is missing, he mused, pouting. He exchanged for some joy juice and popcorn from the chat group, settling down to enjoy the show as if watching a live stream. The two figures on the screens exhibited starkly different actions from the outset. The simulated doll on the left first incapacitated a man invited to the Joda's gathering, donning his clothing and invitation to infiltrate Joda's tower. Inside, the doll faced challenges to approach Joda's, only to discover that the alluring woman was merely a decoy, which prompted a realization of the lurking dangers. At that moment, the player's main objective shifted to escaping Joda's tower. The standard character continued its actions, battling the various monsters that emerged while attempting to escape the tower. As the countdown neared its end, the doll made a desperate leap, escaping the tower and basking in the sunlight, wearing a smile of survival. However, unbeknownst to him, the Joda's tower had transformed into a massive demon, grinning maliciously as it extended its colossal claws towards him. A classic movie ending. I rate it 60 out of 100, Naiko nodded impassively, assigning a score to the scene. Due to his extraordinary method of overcoming challenges with the dazzling divergence sword against Xiaobailu Kayadesai's realm, he naturally missed this hidden conclusion. Originally, the script contained subsequent scenes featuring Xiaobailu Kayadesai devouring an entire city, then a continent, and ultimately, in its final form, the entire planet. However, thanks to Naiko's interference, the narrative was abruptly concluded, leaving one to wonder what the next participant in this script might encounter. It's worth noting, albeit belatedly, that the scripts within the Nightmare Party are not mere ordinary games or infinitely refreshable dungeons. In essence, these scripts represent authentic worlds, and thus, every action taken by a player within the Nightmare Party leaves tangible impacts on these realms. Such foundational knowledge would typically be deduced by every player. But it's clear that Naiko has not engaged in such analyses, remaining oblivious to this truth. Nevertheless, whether he knows or not, it changes nothing. As the completion video came to an end, the settlement of the Nightmare Party commenced. Naiko glanced at his rewards. In addition to a plethora of nightmare points and survival points, he obtained a new title and a legendary piece of equipment. Title: Master of Weapons. As a skilled wielder of armaments, from a brick by the roadside to a stellar annihilation cannon, all shall be your weapons, enhancing both attack speed and power when utilizing any object as a weapon. Name: Mighty Key. Category: Special Item. Level: Legendary. Effect: press the key to randomly summon a creature from the gluttony hell to fight on your behalf. Note: the strength of the summoned hellish creature is unpredictable. It could be as weak as a minor demon or as formidable as the Lord of Gluttony Hell. Regardless, remember that you possess no control over them. While it may seem that Naiko's actions warranted more substantial rewards, particularly regarding the title, which appeared rather mundane, this was not a system error but rather a limitation imposed by the Nightmare Party to prevent players from exploiting undiscovered points for excessive scoring. Thus, every game has a cap on rewards, beyond which further actions yield no benefits. This resembles the fatigue and stamina mechanics of certain subpar games, where the surface narrative disguises a more insidious intent to curtail player benefits. However, Naiko was not one to concern himself with such trivialities. After a cursory examination of his acquisitions, he carelessly tossed them into his inventory. Just moments ago, he had noticed a notification in the chat group announcing the recruitment of new members, which piqued his interest far more than the rewards. As was his custom, Naiko promptly proceeded with the recruitment. I hold the shield has joined the chat group. Don't throw me away has joined the chat group. No backtracking allowed has joined the chat group. No backtracking allowed. Huh? What is this? A dimensional chat group? What nonsense is this? No backtracking allowed. Which blind fool initiated this? Are you challenging me? No backtracking allowed. I may not be the top of Academy City now, but do you pests derive pleasure from bothering me? Must I slay a few of you to sate your desire? I hold the shield. Though I know not who you are, please mind your language. No backtracking allowed. Huh? Were you the one responsible? Come on, let me gauge your strength, you insignificant creature. I hold the shield, humph. It appears the youth today are sorely lacking in education. Don't throw me away. What on earth is happening? Don't throw me away. Sister? Are you there? Don't throw me away. Lord Roswell? Don't throw me away. Why is everyone absent? Are you intruders? Don't throw me away. Then I must eliminate you. Psychotic little card player. Wow. The new arrivals certainly bring a strong scent of gunpowder. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. It seems they are not from an ordinary world. Such reactions are expected. Wooden Sword Tiger. Why does it feel like my ordinary world is the abnormal one? Clearly, it is you who are unusual. Death Surgeon. There are now 15 members in the group. Determining which side is truly ordinary is quite the conundrum. Wooden Sword Tiger. Do you believe I won't jab my wooden sword deep into your nostrils next time we meet? Wooden Sword Tiger. It is you who are abnormal. My side is the normal world. Wooden Sword Tiger. We desire an airport, don't we? Group leader? Only fast and unbreakable. Tiger, your respect for the group leader is lacking. Anyone can discern that posing such questions to Naiko will yield anything but a normal response. As anticipated, Day's avatar swiftly dimmed, and one could easily guess that Naiko had sent her something that shattered her worldview. However, the specifics were of little interest to Bali. Not everyone is like Naiko, who finds entertainment in obliterating their own perspectives. Only fast and unbreakable. In any case, newcomers, please check the group announcement for the introduction. You will understand after reading it. Only fast and unbreakable. As a side note, do not provoke the group leader. Only fast and unbreakable has been muted for 10 minutes. Regarding the 3 newcomers, Naiko could not be bothered to speculate. A glance at their real name verification revealed their true identities. I hold the shield hails from a world renowned alongside his own, Marvel. The famed Captain America, Steve Rogers, who, armed with a shield, stands a fair chance against any adversary. Don't Throw Me Away is a ghostly girl often discarded. Outwardly a dutiful wife and mother, yet capable of wielding a meteor hammer to great effect, none other than Rimfamri. 0. As for no backtracking allowed, it is evident that she is an admirer of silver-haired Lolas, potentially even a superpowered being herself, indeed, the infamous Accelerator. Without delay, Naiko initiated the lottery draw. Group leader privileges activated. Please select one item from the following 5. As Naiko drew, 5 items were revealed: Kakashi's mask, the sweat of super alloy blacklight, Kenpachi Zaraki's bell, Yusaku Kitagawa's glasses, and curry made by Kamijutoma. Equality for all. What on earth are these? I hold the shield. I thought the group announcement stated that the lottery items were quite good. Death Surgeon. Normally, that would be the case. Death Surgeon, however. It seems that this time the items reflect the unique characteristics of our group leader. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Has our chat group finally gone completely awry? Just like the group leader? Poverty and malice. This is rather interesting. It feels far more engaging than previous lotteries. Ha 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 ha. Desiring an airport. Death Surgeon. Could you please analyze which option is best? All 5 tempt me greatly. Death Surgeon. Do not ask me. During a typical lottery, one might offer suggestions that go unheeded, leading to unnecessary turmoil. I have grasped the general situation, said not permitted to go against traffic. So you are all beings from so-called alternate dimensions? After finally perusing the group introduction, the abrupt interjection from one-way traffic interrupted the dull bickering within the chat. By the way, I noticed in the introduction that the group leader knows everyone's future. Is that true? I hold the shield inquired. I am also somewhat intrigued by this topic. Added, do not abandon me. While it is indeed true, I advise you not to harbor excessive expectations, replied Unbreakable Speed. Yes, the group leader possesses knowledge, but extracting the truth from him is no simple task, stated the Death Surgeon. What, is it a matter of money? I could easily acquire that, not permitted to go against traffic, retorted. If it were that simple, it would indeed be effortless, the Death Surgeon replied. So what exactly is the situation? Pressed not permitted to go against traffic. Well, our group leader is rather unique, and obtaining information from him proves quite challenging. Unbreakable Speed elucidated. File uploads from Wanting an Airport include 0. Starting Life in Another World. Wanting an Airport also uploaded Captain America 1, 2, 3, Avengers 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Unbreakable Speed expressed confusion. I am not surprised at all. After all, it's that group leader, remarked all lives are equal. Though this is not my world, there hasn't been a new release from Paradise recently, so it might be a good distraction, he continued. The chat quieted considerably, likely due to Kakashi's suggestion, and the downloads for the files uploaded by Naiko surged. How many times have I died? I hold the shield pondered aloud. It seems I have also met my end many times, replied, do not abandon me. Is any of this true? Is it the future of my world? He questioned. Damn. This future is infuriating, and Lord Roswell even has that man. What's his name? Subaru Natsuki, right? I think I understand why the group leader suddenly felt compelled to share this, the Death Surgeon reflected. It must have been intentional, Unbreakable Speed concurred. What? You dare say that? Do you really believe I would suck you in? Wanting an Airport exclaimed. Unbreakable Speed responded, while Barry merely mimicked Naiko's tone without realizing it would infuriate her, leaving him too frightened to speak further. Those who felt indifferent chose not to voice their opinions. Seeing the chat grow silent, Naiko lost interest in flooding the group and began examining her lottery rewards instead. As a result, the group chat fell into a deep hush. After a few days of contemplation, Naiko ultimately opted for the Bell of Gingmu Kinba, as it bore passive effects that aligned perfectly with her aesthetic. A new group task has been issued. Just as Naiko finally settled on her reward, Rem and Captain America accepted their futures, and a new group task appeared, capturing the attention of all members. Main task, travel to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World and eliminate Seto Kaiba, whose soul has been replaced by a crossover entity. Reward, 500 points for each participant. Side tasks, not yet discovered. Participant limit, 04. TSK? The points for this task are quite low. Remarked the trembling 28-year-old lowly. This is the world of the split-personality little duelist, right? I remember hearing about it before. It seems to be a mundane world. Though they have beings known as duelists, the death surgeon noted. Duelists? Are they like warriors? The trembling 28-year-old lowly queried. No, they appear to be card players. The death surgeon clarified. No wonder. But since it's a mundane world, I won't join this time, she decided. I agree. In a mundane world, we should pass. As even crossovers wouldn't pose a threat, the death surgeon concurred. Wanting an airport interjected, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is far from a mundane world. Those people can summon gods and demons with their cards. Yet Naiko, though aware, refrained from divulging this information. Due to Naiko's silence, others remained unaware of the hidden dangers within the Yu-Gi-Oh! World, resulting in a lack of interest in the group task. In reality, even if Naiko had shared the differences, it would not have made much of a difference. The chat group's offering of points indicated that this task was not particularly perilous. In other words, it was still an ordinary card-playing world. However, the absence of side tasks hinted at underlying issues. If no disturbances arose, everything would remain uneventful. Yet, should someone, like Naiko, stir the pot, unexpected side tasks could emerge. Nevertheless, not everyone had the luxury of free time. Apart from a few, like Tornado, who were initially quite idle but lacked interest this time, the other group members were preoccupied. Barry was still busy trying to mend the chaos caused by the Flashpoint paradox, while newcomers like Captain America, Rem, and one-way traffic had commitments that prevented them from leaving at will. Though Law was a pirate, since Naiko provided him with computers and mobile games, he too had lost his former freedom. After all, one was engaged in a lucrative black market business, while the other monopolized the global information industry. It was evident which was the more profitable venture. Money held a peculiar significance in the world of One Piece, where even devil fruits had market values. With sufficient wealth amassed, Law not only continued to expand his commercial empire but also began recruiting new companions. For instance, he recently enlisted an impressive individual named Fujitora, a blind man of remarkable strength, whom Law assigned to serve as the security chief at his headquarters. Although Fujitora initially intended to go to the Navy headquarters, Law cleverly misled him, and now he believes he is still part of the Navy. Aside from Law, others were similarly occupied, leaving only a few from different worlds, like Neeliel from the Bleach universe, Jinx from League of Legends, and Catgirl Tom from the Tom and Jerry universe, who decided to join Naiko in traveling to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World. Wait, what do you all intend to do? Are you planning to destroy someone else's world? The trembling 28-year-old lowly exclaimed. You scared me. I thought my world was collapsing again, Unbreakable Speed remarked. But what is the situation? Aren't we all powerful beings? Why bully an ordinary person? The dangerous experiment cannot be conducted in the Soul Society, even in the real world. It could draw attention, the head of the Technical Development Bureau explained. Yet we cannot conduct experiments in someone else's world. I hold the shield protested. Then how about you take the lead? The head of the Technical Development Bureau proposed. Sorry, that's not an option either, I hold the shield replied. Although my team embodies justice, I am not a saint. In comparison to the worlds of others, my own holds greater significance. The trembling 28-year-old lowly inquired. So what about the other two? Aren't you usually quite infrequent in communicating with the group? Why have you taken the initiative to engage in group tasks this time? As a guardian of peace in her realm and a proud Sundara with a seemingly aloof exterior yet a warm heart, Tornado remained vigilant toward these group members, who seemed somewhat eccentric. She hoped to avoid any considerable trouble arising from them, especially if it were to harm other group members. Of course, we are here to assist in the experiment, replied the malevolent figure. Tornado was perplexed, unable to comprehend the implications of their actions. The head of the Technology Development Department remarked, dangerous weapons always require someone to wield them. Wouldn't it be more reasonable for others to use them rather than myself? Observing their perfect synergy, with one digging a pit and the other jumping in, Tornado felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Engaging in conversation with the deranged was truly taxing. These two combined were at least as bothersome as a .2 of a Naiko. The trembling 28-year-old lowly asked, So Tom, what is your role? Tom replied bluntly, to play. This simple and direct statement left Tornado momentarily speechless as she struggled to formulate a rebuttal. Another member interjected. I sense a rather unfortunate ambiguity in that statement. But fret not, I will keep an eye on them to ensure they do not misbehave. Tornado retorted, Keep an eye? You are the most likely to cause problems. Ah, don't flatter me so. Tom chuckled. Tornado exclaimed, No one is flattering you. Regardless of Tornado's thoughts, it was evident that she could not alter the plans set in motion by these three individuals and one cat, and she could only watch as they traversed into the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Upon arriving in this realm via their chat group, Naiko and the others were astonished to find themselves aboard a ship in the middle of the ocean. Not far from them stood a boy sporting a distinctly card-playing hairstyle. One of their chat group members, Yugi Mutu. While he observed the group's activities in silence, he quickly approached to greet Naiko and the others upon noticing their arrival. However, the typically timid Yugi, who mustered considerable courage to take action, found himself overlooked. As soon as they stepped through the portal, Jinx began inspecting her equipment. And seeing her fierce weaponry, Yugi chose to ignore her. The peculiar-looking Nezumi was no better, donning an odd mask and attire that made him even more intimidating. Although Tom appeared the most normal, being a beautiful girl, Yugi had witnessed her transformation from cat to human, causing him to feel slightly apprehensive about conversing with her. After observing for a while, Yugi despaired as he realized that Naiko, who was currently styling her hair, seemed the most normal among them. So, why has the group leader suddenly decided to style her hair? Tornado questioned. It doesn't seem to me that she's any better than the others. Another member retorted, TSK. You simply lack experience. It's common knowledge that to excel in card games, one's hairstyle is of utmost importance. Tornado pondered. What kind of hairstyle is that? A black-purple pentagram combined with lightning-like yellow strands? How on earth is such a style crafted? Is it a fixed ability? Despite having encountered various unconventional hairstyles, Yugi's hairstyle left Tornado profoundly astonished. The other group members shared her surprise, each reacting with astonishment, while only Law, from the One Piece world, seemed somewhat unfazed by the peculiarities of hairstyles and physiques. Regardless of the group's sentiments, Naiko had spent considerable points transforming her hairstyle through the power of the chat group. Her hair, centered on her head, sprouted 9 independent strands exceeding 4 meters in length, reminiscent of Kenpachi Zaraki's style, flowing back. Furthermore, each strand was dyed a completely different hue, creating a unique layered effect around her head. As the onlookers aboard the ship beheld Naiko's strikingly powerful hairstyle, they were compelled to instinctively revere her. Tornado remarked, Group leader, please refrain from sharing your delusions in the group. No one envies your hairstyle, I assure you. Despite her habitual retorts, Tornado began to question this assumption as she noticed the glimmers of admiration in the eyes of those nearby, including Yugi, who seemed to regard Naiko with subtle envy, finding nothing amiss with her unusual hairstyle. Oh well, what concern is it of mine? Let them be, she thought. By the way, how do you plan to accomplish the task? Inquired the tiger wielding a wooden sword. The malevolent figure replied, we simply blow up that island. And that will be that. As she spoke, Jinx brandished a colossal missile adorned with a skull, a legendary weapon rumored to possess extraordinary power. However, Naiko believed that Jinx's boundless ammunition and her ability to conjure missiles were far more formidable than the missile itself, potentially earning her a following as a streamer. Wait. Don't recklessly detonate things in someone else's world, Yugi exclaimed. Although he had diverged from his original timeline and discovered the presence of another soul within him, he remained the same timid Yugi Mutu most of the time. Unless he stood upon the dueling platform, it was challenging for him to exhibit the powerful demeanor expected of a duelist. Nevertheless, his character had been somewhat influenced, leading to slight deviations from the original narrative. After all, with the duelist kingdom transformed into Seto Kaiba, such discrepancies were not too significant. Is it not because I misremembered the original plot and now cannot rectify it that I am forced to make such statements? Naiko thought, casting a doubtful glance at the narrator, but no one paid her any mind. Upon hearing Yugi's words, Nezumi nodded in agreement, clearly opposing Jinx's reckless plan. I share your sentiment. Such indiscriminate bombardment is futile. Yugi felt relieved to find someone supporting his viewpoint. Nezumi, with her extraordinarily long nails, scratched her ear and grinned. I have 7 new poisons I wish to test. We can deploy them in designated areas on the island, and I can gather additional data. Please refrain from resorting to poisoning. Yugi could hardly contain himself. So what should we do? How do we eliminate that individual? Yet, as Yugi continued to reject their plans, Jinx and Nezumi displayed signs of impatience. In the midst of the air, Yugi waved his hands energetically to welcome the group of friends from another world. He had already sent a few people from his team away, leaving him without even a strategist to offer suggestions. After much deliberation, Yugi believed he had devised an appropriate plan. However, the moment he uttered this thought, the group chat, which had been watching the live stream, fell into a profound silence. It seemed Yugi was treading a perilous path. Tom, the cat girl who had come just for fun, remained unfazed. Upon hearing Yugi's suggestion, Jinx and Nyx both wore smiles that were decidedly not of the pleasant variety. Yugi was correct. One should not resort to such foolish methods. As duelists, we must rely on our cards to determine the victor. To the astonishment of both, Naiko boldly proclaimed that they must defeat the possessed Kaiba Seto with Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Despite their reluctance, the others accepted the decision, albeit with little enthusiasm. Naiko, however, was brimming with excitement. swiftly preparing his deck with the aid of his Zanpakuo. "Let us set forth towards Duelist Island," Naiko declared, standing at the bow of the ship, gesturing grandly towards the island ahead. "Apologies, but you have not received an invitation. So without the metal stars, you cannot set foot on the island," Yuji interrupted, lacking awareness of the gravity of his words. According to the rules of Duelist Kingdom, those who set foot on the island are granted a wristband, which can be adorned with special metal stars. Only those who have fully adorned their wristbands with stars may meet the ultimate Kaibasido. It was clear that Naiko and the others, uninvited, had neither wristbands nor the initial 2 stars, rendering them unqualified for the competition. Is it truly acceptable for the group leader to act this way? Yuji's voice trembled with trepidation as he trailed behind Naiko. "Fear not, he is merely a background character. You shall forget him soon," Naiko replied, toying with the wristband and metal stars, entirely unconcerned about the individual named Kajiki Yuta, whom he had incapacitated. "Actually, group leader, you could exchange for it in the chat group, right? It's not a rare item. It should be quite inexpensive," someone suggested. "Ah, I hadn't considered that," Naiko exclaimed, momentarily startled, but quickly reassured himself. In the original story, this character had little significance and would likely be defeated shortly after arriving on the island. Taking his stars merely expedited his exit. After a tedious voyage in the opening ceremony of Duelist Kingdom, the battles amongst duelists officially commenced. Jinx and Nyx, uninterested in card battles, vanished upon arriving on the island, while Naiko and Tom joined Yuji and the others in their endeavors. Shortly after disembarking, they encountered a challenger. "Huh, I know not who you are, but since you have crossed paths with me, the great dinosaur Ryuzaki, your journey ends here." A boy with a hat, blue hair peeking from the front, and waist-length hair at the back cackled madly, blocking their path atop the rocky ground. Due to the absurd rules of Duelist Kingdom, which included an illogical and unreasonable no-refusal challenge clause, as soon as he finished speaking, a colossal duel arena erupted from the ground. Judging by your hairstyle, you are no formidable opponent. Allow me to handle this." Without hesitation, Naiko leapt onto one side of the duel platform. "Ha ha ha, you foolish child. Do you seek your own demise?" Ryuzaki laughed uproariously as he ascended to the opposite side of the duel platform, eyeing Naiko as if he were already a corpse. At this moment, Yuji recalled who this individual was and hurriedly cautioned Naiko, "Be careful. This is Ryuzaki, the second-best duelist in the national tournament. Known for his fierce battles with the first-place contender, Insect Queen. He is a formidable opponent." Naiko nodded, contemplating Ryuzaki with a newfound caution. "Oh, I did not expect a discerning child. In that case, I shall grant you the privilege of deciding how many stars to wager," Ryuzaki said, spreading his hands with the exasperation of a star encountering an overzealous fan. Naiko's gaze sharpened as he seized the stars from his wristband and slammed them onto the table, declaring, "Bold child, today, I wager 20 metal stars against you." 20 stars. Are you mad? Ryuzaki nearly stumbled off the duel platform upon hearing this. Typically, duelists wager but a single metal star, and 3 stars would be considered a high-stakes gamble. Who in their right mind would wager 20? Silence. If you dare not speak, do not. Naiko slammed the duel platform again, determined not to falter in his resolve. "You insolent brat." Ryuzaki's face turned red with rage. But then he seemed to consider something, sneering, "How amusing. You possess but 2 metal stars. What do you have to wager against my 20? This is a jest." Yuji and the others, initially alarmed, quickly realized the absurdity of the wager. Though the number 20 sounded intimidating, Naiko only had 2 stars, and losing them would simply end the matter. His bravado, while impressive, held little weight. However, Naiko dismissed their doubts with a scoff. 2 stars or nothing. I wager my 2 metal stars, plus all of Yuji's, Januchi's, and my S stars, along with their decks and dueling careers. Do not speak for us. Yuji exclaimed in shock. Do you truly intend to stake my deck? Are you out of your mind? Januchi gaped. I am merely a spectator. I protested, aghast. No. I only have 4 metal stars. I cannot accept this. Ryuzaki stammered, taken aback. Fear not. I shall wager 20 against 4. Who dares to stop me? Naiko stood resolutely, unyielding. The duel is established. Just as the group was embroiled in debate, an official from Duelist Kingdom suddenly appeared. According to the Kingdom's regulations, not only could a duel not be refused, but there were also no stipulations that required the stars to be equal in value. Thus Naiko's request was upheld. In the midst of the bewildered expressions of those around, Naiko stood triumphantly on the duel platform, waving as if he were a victor, oblivious to the fact that his teammates bore expressions that suggested they wished to throttle him. As for Ryuzaki, though equally exasperated, he realized that winning this duel would ensure his advancement and provide him with a plethora of cards. It was, after all, a lucrative opportunity. And as for losing? There was no way this national second would succumb to defeat. Initially, the defeat to the insect moth was merely a matter of a single misstep. Now, as long as he remains vigilant, he could undoubtedly vanquish his opponent with ease. With a dazzling display of light, the duel arena stood fully prepared. And upon determining the order of actions for both participants, the battle officially commenced. Since I am to strike first, I shall hold nothing back. With a hearty laugh, Dinosaur Ryuzaki realized that fortune favored him, and the advantage of taking the first move was considerable. I summoned the monster Stegosaurus in attack mode. As he played the card, a colossal phantom of the Stegosaurus materialized upon the dueling platform. Dinosaur Stegosaurus, normal monster, attack, 1750 defense, 2030, the peacock dance remarked, truly formidable. The strength of the second best in the nation is no small matter. As he observed the actions on the duel stage, a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The prowess of Dinosaur Ryuzaki, the runner-up in the national tournament, was indeed terrifying. The wooden sword tiger exclaimed, "What are they even talking about?" They merely placed 2 cards on the table. Those unfamiliar with the realm of duelists clearly could not comprehend the intricacies involved, merely watching the soulless card play through the live stream. However, Naiko was evidently not among them. Upon witnessing the enormous Stegosaurus, he dramatically flicked his 4-meter-long, colorful ponytail and bowed respectfully to Dinosaur Ryuzaki. Impressive indeed, but to defeat me still requires a bit more. With a low utterance, Naiko swiftly swept his right hand across the dual disc on his left arm, drawing a card which he subsequently slammed onto the field. I summoned the Forest Fairy in attack mode. As Naiko's words echoed, a dense forest suddenly materialized, and from within emerged a towering, muscular figure, standing at 6 feet tall, who then positioned himself on the battlefield. "Eh? What card is this? Have you seen it in the game?" Kano inquired of Yugi, perplexed by the Forest Fairy on the stage. Although he considered himself an experienced duelist, his deck, humorously dubbed Ordinary Bones, only proved how unfortunate his luck was. He was unlikely to draw anything worthwhile, as the strongest cards were always gifted by others. What was the point of playing cards at all? Yugi, observing the scene, instinctively shook his head. Even having grown up in a card shop, he had never encountered a card resembling this. Fairy Forest Fairy, Warrior type normal, attack, 65535 defense, 65535. Effect. This card may be normal summoned to the field when your opponent is male. Wait, what? What is this absurd attack and defense power? You've directly summoned a 6-star monster and are still saying this. The author, in a fit of confusion over the rules, must be regretting it. Forest Fairy, attack the Stegosaurus. Finally, Dinosaur Ryuzaki was the first to recognize the anomaly. However, Naiko did not allow for any dissent. He commanded the Forest Fairy to unleash its assault. Following Naiko's command, the massive muscular figure grinned widely and lunged at the Stegosaurus, effortlessly reducing it to mere dust before giving a thumbs up to Dinosaur Ryuzaki. As the Stegosaurus exploded, the residual attack power of over 60,000 directly struck Dinosaur Ryuzaki, obliterating the duelist who possessed a mere 4,000 life points in an instant. What the heck? What kind of card is this? Why does it have such attack power? This is utterly illogical. Sir, a loss is a loss. Please refrain from such trivial behavior. Yet, the staff of Duel Kingdom had no intention of indulging in his complaints. One approached to retrieve his metal star while another guided him towards the loser's passage. Despite the absence of any logical explanation in this world, no one would question the cards. Thus, Naiko, this counterfeit, felt no psychological burden and fully utilized this immense advantage. The wooden sword tiger remarked, "What is the point of playing cards in such a soulless manner? It would be better to just blow up the island like the villainous poor and evil. Don't say such nonsense, or I shall send you a lawyer's letter. Have you heard what the staff said? Have you listened to what the other players are saying? As long as it's a card, it is absolute rule. If you don't understand, keep your opinions to yourself. How can a duelist's actions be considered cheating? I have only employed one of the 3 divine skills. You should learn." Moreover, given his style of play, it would undoubtedly not take long for him to amass all the metal stars, so he was too lazy to rest and prepared to continue seeking out duels. Wait a moment. A cool voice interrupted Naiko's stride. Turning, he saw the irate peacock dance glaring at him. "You disrespectful wretch. How dare you gamble with my dueling career and deck? I demand a duel with you here. Come on, little kid, it's just a card game. You, on the other hand, are quite the old hag. How old are you? Don't you have a job?" Naiko scoffed, rudely picking his nose and flicking it at Peacock Dance. Naiko's words left Peacock Dance momentarily frozen. After a pause, she struggled to shout, "Old hag. I'm only 24. Naiko was not surprised by her evasion of the work topic, as it seemed that people in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Never needed jobs. Whether they were 20, 30, 40, or even 50 or 60, all they needed to do was play cards. Who knows where they obtained the money to buy cards? Who knows why the economic system in this world has not collapsed? It was almost as if all 7 billion people globally were playing a single game. As if food magically sprouted from the ground. However, Naiko took Peacock Dance's lamentation quite seriously, wearing a rare, solemn expression as he regarded her. With a face that seemed to radiate sanctity, he pronounced each word distinctly. Regardless of your age, if you are a basketball monster, then you are an old hag. Just like a 3,000-year-old lowly. This is the truth. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. What are you so proud of? At the end of the day, you are merely a pervert. Don't throw me away. Phew. Thankfully, I won't be noticed by the group leader. What a relief. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. Wooden sword tiger. Poor and evil. Super delicious jelly. Do not go against the flow. Unkillable lowly fan. Wait. Do not go against the flow. Aren't you a guy? The powerful harpy lady commenced their duel following Peacock Dance's challenge. Each staked 3 metal stars. A wager hastily set by Peacock Dance to prevent Naiko from causing trouble. What is she thinking? Has she not seen that card? At that moment, Kano was utterly captivated by Peacock Dance, already beginning to worry for her even before the duel had begun. They have just witnessed Naiko's ferocious strategy, where that monstrous card can decisively conclude a battle with a single blow. In his recollection, the only card that could rival it was the Dark Magician in Yugi Muto's possession, boasting infinite attack power. Unfortunately, at this moment, the Dark Magician had been cast into the sea by Insect Queen, leaving him utterly perplexed on how to contend with Naiko's Forest Fairy. Silly boy, I shall prove to you that having a higher attack power does not equate to victory. With a cold smile, Peacock Dance refrained from elaborating further and descended to the dueling stage. Alas, I am not a male, thus your unreasonable monster card cannot make an appearance. She glanced at Naiko across from her, revealing a confident grin. As a seasoned duelist, she had already memorized the effect of that monster card after just one glance. It could be summoned in a normal manner when the opponent is male. According to the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh!, only monsters with levels 1 to 4 can be summoned directly, while those with levels 4 to 6 require a tribute of one monster already on the field. As for monsters with levels 7 and above, they necessitate 2 or more monsters as tributes to be summoned. Having thwarted Naiko's strategy to summon the Forest Fairy for a swift defeat, Peacock Dance felt an overwhelming confidence in overcoming Naiko. I summoned Harpy Lady in defense position. After a coin toss determined the turn order, Peacock Dance, going first, unleashed her signature monster card. Harpy Lady. Harpy Lady, wind. Normal monster. Attack, 1300 defense, 1400. Description, a beast-like creature with feathers, executing swift attacks with a splendid dance. In a flash of light, the Harpy Lady, adorned with wings and a striking physique, appeared on the field, her wings shielding her body in a defensive stance. Isn't this reminiscent of the previous move by Dinosaur Ryazaki? How is she supposed to win? Janucci observed the situation with considerable confusion. Summoning a monster and setting a card is all she did, a tactic already employed by Ryazaki, which resulted in Naiko's Forest Fairy delivering a devastating blow. Wait, look closely. However, from the sidelines, Yugi Muta suddenly shifted into his confident persona, interrupting Janucci's thoughts with a grand gesture. What? I see. She has already anticipated this. Thanks to Yugi's insight, Janucci quickly grasped the situation. Under Yu-Gi-Oh! Rules, a monster in defense position does not inflict damage to the duelist's life points when defeated. Only monsters in attack position do. Moreover, unless under special circumstances, a duelist cannot attack the opponent directly when there are monsters present. Thus, even if Naiko were to summon that absurdly powerful monster again, he could not defeat Peacock Dance in one strike. Consider yourself fortunate. Naiko appeared somewhat shaken, his complexion darkening. TCH, I've only utilized one of the 3 deadly moves of Yu-Gi-Oh! I cannot conclude this duel solely by relying on card play, allowing you to linger for a while longer. Slightly displeased, he retracted the spell card he had just summoned with his Zanpakuto's Bankai, contemplating his strategy. I summon the Beast Warrior Knock Your Horse in attack position. Beast Warrior Knock Your Horse. Monster effect. Attack. 1600 defense. 200. Effect. After attacking, its attack power becomes equal to its defense. Amidst a radiant glow, a centaur with a horse's head and a massive club materialized on Naiko's battlefield. Knock Your Horse. Attack the Harpy Lady. As a monster with high attack yet low defense, its value lays solely in the moment of its summoning, prompting Naiko to command an immediate attack without hesitation. Knock Your Horse. With a thunderous roar, the muscular centaur swung its club, crashing down upon the defensively poised Harpy Lady. Under the force of that colossal strike, the Harpy Lady let out a pitiful cry, instantly dissolving into countless specks of light. Wah! The Harpy Lady was defeated in an instant. Before Peacock Dance could react, Janucci lamented the demise of the fallen Harpy Lady. Ha 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 ha. In stark contrast, A delighted smile spread across Peacock Dance's face as she dramatically revealed a face-down card. You have fallen into my trap. I activate the continuous spell card Mirror of Temptation. As the card flipped over, two enormous mirrors appeared beside the destroyed Harpy Lady, reflecting countless images of Harpy Ladies. Activating the effect of Mirror of Temptation. When my Harpy Lady or the Harpy Lady sisters are destroyed, I can special summon another Harpy Lady monster from my deck with a different name. With a triumphant laugh, 3 Harpy Lady sisters materialized on the field. Wind, monster special, attack, 1950 defense, 2100, ha 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 ha. Reckless attacks against my Harpy Ladies will not suffice. With a gleeful expression of assured victory, Peacock Dance prepared to command her monsters to execute the final assault. As Peacock Dance executed this brilliant maneuver, even Yugi displayed a hint of surprise. In other words, Naiko would need at least 3 monster cards capable of defeating the Harpy Lady to hope to inflict any damage on Peacock Dance. TCH, troublesome. I have a feeling your words may lead you to a dead end. Naiko, unfazed by Peacock Dance's threat, merely crossed his arms and expressed his genuine appreciation. I do not comprehend your words. I summon Harpy Lady 1 in attack position. Peacock Dance furrowed her brow, entirely oblivious to Naiko's remarks, and casually summoned her monster. Wind, monster effect, attack, 1300 defense, 1400, effect. This card's name is treated as Harpy Lady, as long as this card is on the field. The attack power of all wind attribute monsters increases by 300. Thanks to Harpy Lady 1's effect, the attack power of the Harpy Lady sisters surged to 2200. Simultaneously, the attack power of Harpy Lady increased to 1600. Before Peacock Dance could finish her sentence, she played yet another card. Now, I equipped the Harpy Lady sisters with an electronic bodysuit. Their attack and defense increased by 500. Following these 2 significant boosts, the attack and defense of the Harpy Lady sisters escalated to a staggering 2,700 and 2,600 points, respectively. What is this? This shall conclude our duel, little brother. Peacock Dance had already calculated this outcome, and with a maniacal laugh, she commanded her monsters to launch their final attack. In the midst of what everyone believed to be a settled outcome, Naiko suddenly emitted a chilling, eerie laugh, startling everyone into turning their gaze toward her. How Navi! How utterly Navi! She activated the trap card, Garen's Great Sword. With a thunderous shout, the card on the field flipped over, revealing its true nature. Garen's Great Sword, normal trap, effect. When you are about to receive damage exceeding your total life points, equip an impressively stylish Garen's Great Sword to a monster on the field. What sort of card is this? One I have never encountered before. Such a magnificent piece of equipment. Initially taken aback, the city dweller soon sighed and shook his head. This is meaningless. Although it appears quite impressive, it holds no actual value. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Naiko found herself trapped in a dire situation, and that inexplicable trap card provided no effect whatsoever. Who knows why she chose to play such a card? Ridiculous. Naiko, unwilling to back down, took control and commanded her monster, Naku Horse, to launch an attack. What? What is happening? This scene caused Peacock Dance to exclaim in shock. Utterly bewildered by the turn of events, Naiko, covering her face with one hand, struck a flamboyant pose and laughed heartily. This is because my Naku Horse, after acquiring the Great Sword, has developed an incredibly resilient spirit. A resilient spirit? Hearing Naiko's righteous declaration, the crowd was momentarily paralyzed, their breaths caught in astonishment. Naiko pressed both hands against the dueling platform and declared loudly, indeed, due to its resilient spirit, Naku Horse will rise to retaliate and fight to the end against the Harpies. Just as she proclaimed, Naku Horse, wielding the Great Sword, charged forth. Undeterred by the Harpy's claws that left it bloodied, it continued to battle fiercely, swinging the sword with great vigor. How could this be happening? Peacock Dance's face blanched. Completely unprepared for such an outcome, the centaur-like giant struggled to withstand the onslaught of the 4 Harpies, appearing on the verge of death. Yet, this seemingly doomed creature clung to its last breath, refusing to cease its fight. Terrifying. Is this the obsession of a monster? Peacock Dance felt a chill of fear, yet found herself powerless to intervene. You, Horse. Suddenly, Naku Horse, drenched in blood, let out a furious roar, spinning the great sword around and simultaneously cleaving all 4 Harpies in half. What? Peacock Dance instinctively took 2 steps back, helplessly watching her life points plummet to 0. I actually lost. Despite her trembling hands, Peacock Dance did not scream like Dinosaur Lonchi. She simply accepted her defeat with a bitter smile. I concede, you truly are a formidable duelist. As if deflated, she removed 2 stars from her wristband and, with a rueful expression, handed them to Naiko. The wooden sword tiger exclaimed, so what exactly does your deck do? Is it a matter of who boasts the loudest that wins? To which all beings are equal retorted. Is there anything wrong with overcoming an enemy through ideology? Without a doubt, with Naiko's powerful external support and the acquisition of a substantial amount of metallic stars from the chat group, the game progressed effortlessly for them, leading to a successful advancement. Haha. If you wish to lay blame, direct it towards the genes that burden your existence. Amidst Naiko's seemingly mocking words, Peacock Dance could only wear a pained expression as they departed the Duelist Kingdom's outer island after passing the qualifying rounds. Wait, this is here. Peacock Dance lacked this functionality. Naiko, sporting a perplexed expression, pointed to the aforementioned statement and added, but we need not concern ourselves with it. Ha ha ha. Muto Yugi, I never anticipated you would arrive even earlier than I thought. Replacing the expected presence of Dual Kingdom's master, Pegasus, Kaibasido now stood at the castle's pinnacle, accessible only to the qualifiers. As he gazed down upon Muto Yugi and his companions entering through the grand door, he couldn't help but laugh. Upon stepping in here, your dueling career will come to an end. Kaibasido smirked coldly, unperturbed by the impending battle. He had thoroughly researched Muto Yugi's every tactic and card, and his own deck possessed extraordinary combat prowess, ensuring an effortless victory. Raising a glass of vibrant red wine, he swirled it gently before consuming it. Alas, even if you are the protagonist, you will remain oblivious to my true identity as a time traveler. What the heck? Suddenly appearing behind Kaibasido, Naiko slapped him twice, causing him to nearly lose control, spilling his drink in utter disarray. Who are you? No, that's not important. How do you know my identity? As the greatest secret of a time traveler was laid bare, Kaibasido was instantly enveloped in fear. No. Regardless of who you are or how you discovered my secret, I must eliminate you here. Clap. Clap. With two sharp claps. The castle filled with mechanisms emitted a series of mechanical sounds, and steel pipes along with iron doors swiftly sealed the room. Ha ha ha. Now you cannot escape. This place has transformed into an impenetrable cage. Watching Kaibasido's maniacal laughter, Tom elongated his body, effortlessly slipping through the iron bars. Kaibasido stared in bewilderment at the scene, but Tom simply waved his hand, indicating he was not to be concerned with him, and proceeded to help himself to Kaibasido's wine. However, noticing that Naiko seemed unfazed by Tom's presence and was entirely unconcerned about him, Kaibasido decided to momentarily ignore the inexplicable individual. The immediate priority was to deal with this man who knew his true identity. I will duel you here and absorb your soul into my card. This way, no one will discover my identity. Though Kaibasido felt a tinge of fear, he remained unafraid, for everything in this world was resolved through card duels, and he possessed an extraordinarily formidable deck, akin to a cheat. Come, let us commence our duel. Kaibasido swung his dual disc with vigor, while his other hand readied his prized card. Bang. My apologies, I've grown bored, so I'll simply beat you up instead. Casually grasping a nearby chair, Naiko completely disregarded the card deck in Kaibasido's hand. Wait, why are you hitting me? As for some duel declaration or the like, is that really important? Stop. Someone is going to die. What is the meaning of playing cards? Or is it more enjoyable to hit someone? Help. There's a madman. The madman is attacking, perhaps having spent too much time in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Seto Kaiba has not only forgotten his former name but has also lost sight of the fact that rational individuals do not determine everything through card games. The mission of Naiko and her companions was originally to deal with this interloper, while defeating an opponent through card games and seizing souls with the extraordinary powers of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World is indeed a viable path. Resorting to direct combat is a far more convenient and straightforward method. Damn it. Damn it. You forced my hand. Kaiba roared as beams of eerie light emanated from his hands. One beam enveloped his own body, while the other shot towards Naiko. However, Naiko swiftly leaned back, mimicking the bullet-dodging stance from the Matrix, narrowly avoiding the light, which soared past her, striking Tom, who was leisurely sipping a drink nearby. The beam traveled with such speed that it was beyond the capability of an ordinary person to evade, leaving them with no time to react. Yet, Tom was no ordinary person. She produced a baseball bat and donned a complete baseball uniform with leisurely grace. Do not question how she had the time to accomplish all this, nor wonder why the light could be struck. Simply accept that Tom is a legend. Your attack was anticipated. However, Naiko suddenly broke into a cold grin, only to hear a crack. Ouch, my back. His spine was shattered. After all, he was an ordinary homebody who rarely exercised, and suddenly attempting such a complex maneuver led to his body collapsing under the strain, resulting in a fracture. Such a severe injury, akin to a broken spine, would take even Naiko several seconds to heal, leaving him helplessly watching as the light struck him. What is all this commotion? As the one who unleashed the beam, Kaiba found himself somewhat bewildered by the situation. Is it merely an illusion that Kaiba resembles the protagonist? Ugh, what a hassle. Fine, you may commence your explanation. After being struck by the beam, Naiko realigned his back and stood up, realizing he had not changed at all. Explanation? What is there to explain? Oh, right. Kaiba, looking perplexed, eventually recalled his responsibility and hurriedly began to elucidate. Aha. Although you've realized I am an interloper, you could never fathom what my trump card is. With Kaiba's voice, the space around him and Naiko shifted dramatically. My trump card is the ability to compel a Shokyuki food duel against my opponent, the Shokyuki no Soma system. As Kaiba's maniacal laughter echoed. A fully equipped cooking station materialized before him and Naiko, with a cabinet brimming with various ingredients beside them. 3 judges and a judging panel rose not far from them. Centered between the two. As Kaiba explained, Naiko grasped the rules of this cooking duel. In this world, culinary arts do not hold much esteem. Thus the Shokyuki competition was entirely legitimate, allowing anyone from an elderly grandmother to a toddler to participate. The conditions for victory and defeat were predetermined, to be enforced after the duel concluded. As a result, Kaiba amassed tremendous wealth, power, status, and formidable cards, rendering him far more powerful than the original Kaiba as a duelist. And this time, I shall wager your soul and life. You didn't expect that, did you? Just because I've arrived in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh does not imply that my advantage is necessarily related to it, foolish one. Understood? Well articulated. But what does that have to do with me beating you? Naiko slowly disassembled a chair leg, glancing sideways at Kaiba, presenting a look that seemed to say, please, begin your performance. Kaiba vaguely recalled that the image affixed to Naiko's face was referred to as a meme. However, he was more preoccupied with the realization that the Shokyuki system likely had no such restrictions. After all, in the original work, one could threaten judges, deliberately sabotage opponents, and destroy their ingredients to determine the outcome. Who said one couldn't simply eliminate their opponent to win? With this thought, Kaiba began to tremble uncontrollably. He was indeed a master of card games, and with the system's support, a skilled chef, but he was no fighter. In all fairness, a fighter could hardly contend with a madman. Damn it, must I activate the system's ultimate function? But if that function is used, Kaiba trembled as he retreated, only to collide with a wall, the grinning Naiko drawing ever closer. It seems you've grasped my intention. Naiko waved the chair leg casually, resembling a small-time thug looking for a fight. Yet, Kaiba had no doubt that this individual was indeed capable of inflicting harm. Since you understand, then accept your fate, interloper. I, Naiko, hereby declare. As Kaiba found himself with nowhere to retreat, Naiko stood before him, raising the chair leg high, as if reciting a solemn decree. He proclaimed, I accept your Shokyuki challenge. System, activate the ultimate, cough. What was that thing you just mentioned? Despite Kaiba's bewilderment, acceptance was acceptance. Both he and Naiko were promptly transported to their respective cooking stations. A massive banner spun into view, ultimately settling on the theme of meat, marking the official commencement of this soul-wagering Shokyuki. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group remained utterly unresponsive. Truly, Naiko, a master of the basics. Although the situation was unclear. Since you've agreed, your doom is sealed. Kaiba felt a surge of relief, akin to surviving a calamity. Though the individual before him seemed utterly deranged, he undeniably posed a significant threat, one that felt like a literal threat to his life. Yet, since the opponent accepted the Shokyuki, Kaiba felt an overwhelming confidence. Sensing victory was within reach. Setting aside other issues, he had been a chef prior to his journey, renowned for his exceptional skills, yet for reasons unknown. He had ended up in a low-tier institution and found himself unemployed. Following the common narrative of transmigration, he discovered himself in this world dictated by card games. Endowed with the extraordinary Shokyuki system, his already commendable culinary skills had been sharpened further under the system's tutelage, and in this world where culinary culture was underdeveloped, he could practically claim to be the best in the world. In such a scenario, even though Naiko was a 5-star hotel chef, he could not possibly hope to surpass Kaiba, especially considering Naiko's demeanor hardly suggested he was capable of Bankai. Zankanto. Wadafa. A sudden, eerie roar startled Kaiba Saito, causing him to glance up at Naiko, only to discover her brandishing a glowing red kitchen knife, aimlessly chopping away. Goodness, how terrifying. Kaiba Saito's emotions were a blend of subtlety and strangeness, yet he felt a sense of relief knowing that her posture indicated she was not adept at cooking. Never mind, he thought. As long as I can prepare a delectable dish to defeat her, this ordeal will come to an end, and I shall no longer have to fret over trivial matters. Taking a deep breath, Kaiba Saito activated a skill provided by his system called Calmness, instantly dismissing everything from his mind except for the cooking station and ingredients before him. With utmost seriousness, perhaps the most earnest he had ever been. He began to prepare the ingredients laid out in front of him. Meanwhile, Naiko, from a distance, displayed a glint of cunning in her eyes, clearly scheming some underhanded tactic. As Naiko and Kaima Saito commenced their culinary endeavors, Kakashi posed a question in the group chat, igniting a flurry of comments from lurking members. What kind of dish do you think the group leader will prepare? I have no idea. It's completely beyond me, replied one user. If needed, I could provide some excellent recipes. Another chimed in. I'm quite the expert in cooking, you know. Would you like my assistance? A third user offered. Jelly cuisine? Suggested another. That sounds intriguing, responded yet another. Unaware of the context, Taiga Isaka expressed mild interest upon hearing about jelly cuisine. However, it was evident that she was oblivious to what Sayaka meant by jelly and was better off remaining uninformed. Based on my understanding of the group leader, he will likely resort to forcefully overpowering his opponent until they concede, remarked the death surgeon. After all, he doesn't possess any culinary skills, so his defeat in this match seems inevitable. That's true, but I suspect he might haphazardly create something and shove it into the judges' mouths, speculated another member. Or he might cheat by exchanging for a perfect dish through the chat to secure a win, suggested yet another. However, it was evident that with Trafalgar Law's appearance, the tone of the group chat shifted dramatically. While newcomers might still believe Naiko had a chance, the seasoned members immediately began to deliberate on the unscrupulous methods Naiko might employ to claim victory. Before long, several potential strategies emerged from the discussion. The most voted option was that Naiko would poison the dish, with 4 branches, one for the judges, one for Kaima Saito, one for herself, and one for all 3. Notably, the most favored option was for her to poison herself. After all, it was Naiko we were discussing. The second most popular option suggested that after failing to cook successfully, she would resort to violence against her opponent or the judges. The third option entailed crafting a dish so repulsive that she could present it first, leading the judges to succumb to its horrors, thus ensuring Kaima Saito's defeat without a fight. Of course, there were numerous other speculations: arson, switching participants, stealing Kaima Saito's dish, or adding unmentionable substances to his culinary creation, but none garnered as much support as these 3. Wait, look at what the group leader is doing, exclaimed Taiga Isaka, redirecting everyone's attention to the live stream featuring Naiko. To everyone's astonishment, Naiko, donning a devious grin that signaled mischief, began to cook earnestly. Yes, she was cooking with remarkable diligence and precision. Thanks to the effects of the human fruit, Naiko exhibited exceptional control over her physical form. Even in the simple act of chopping vegetables, each piece was cut to the same length and thickness, creating a stunning uniformity in size and shape. Although everyone had grown accustomed to assuming that Naiko could not produce anything palatable, her knife skills astonished all present. While such feats might not pose a challenge to seasoned warriors, who could execute far more complex maneuvers, the meticulousness of her technique still left an impression. Regardless, all members of the group began to watch Naiko in silence, some even anticipating what she might conjure. Both Naiko and Kaima Saito worked at a brisk pace, and soon enough, each had completed their respective creations. I have never believed in the notion that serving last guarantees victory, so I shall strike first, Kaima Saito declared. Brimming with confidence in his culinary prowess, he approached the judging panel without a hint of modesty, presenting 3 exquisite dishes. The 3 judges, their faces obscured, appeared humanoid yet indistinct. Kaima Saito regarded them simply as puppets designed by the system, as they neither engaged with him nor exhibited any desire beyond evaluating the dishes. Moreover, their judgments were fair and impartial, resembling nothing like the summoned beings he was accustomed to. Nevertheless, Kaima Saito was unfazed by the challenge. Fully aware of the invincibility of his cooking, "Behold my signature dish, the honeyed smile," he proclaimed as he placed 3 plates of enticing, honey-glazed grilled meat before the judges. Then confidently stepped aside. The 3 indistinct figures quietly savored Kaima Saito's culinary offering, remaining silent until the last drop of sauce was consumed. Finally, the central figure spoke, praising the grilled meat for its tender, delectable quality, complemented by a crispy exterior and exquisite sauce. As he spoke, the 2 flanking judges each provided their evaluations, making it clear that they were thoroughly pleased with Kaima Saito's honeyed smile. Naiko, the silent observer, waited patiently until the judges had finished their assessments before presenting her own 3 covered dishes. In stark contrast to the visually appealing grilled meat, Naiko's covered dishes appeared somewhat unappealing, prompting members of the chat group to furrow their brows instinctively. The presentation of a dish is of paramount importance. Even when utilizing a cover, one should choose an aesthetically pleasing option rather than something reminiscent of a mere pot lid. However, the judges maintained their silence, lifting the covers without uttering a word. With a swift motion, as soon as they unveiled a corner, a cascade of vibrant, rainbow-colored light burst forth from beneath the lid, soaring towards the heavens as if it sought to break free. What is this? It's glowing. What ingredients could possibly have been used? The previously calm, machine-like judges, now astonished, exclaimed in bewilderment, prompting Kaima Saito to instinctively direct his gaze towards them. However, Naiko remained as steadfast as a mountain amidst these changes, merely smiling faintly with her hands clasped behind her back, declaring, "It is radioactive material. I have infused it with a high concentration of radioactive substance." 68 Trump cards. Radioactive materials generally refer to metals with extremely high atomic masses, such as uranium, francium, and polonium. Yet, within the realm of American comics, radioactive substances typically denote those that emit various hues of fluorescence, green, blue, red, and so forth, and upon contact, bestow individuals with superpowers. Undoubtedly, what Naiko had incorporated into her culinary creation was of the latter variety, for it possessed a captivating aesthetic. As Naiko's words echoed in the air, a profound silence enveloped both the culinary arena and the chat group, with no one daring to utter a sound. Only Kai Basito instinctively retreated several paces, wary of the peculiar luminescent dishes. After a few minutes of silence, the apparent leader among the three judges, seated in the central position, finally made a move. "I declare Kai Basito the victor." He decisively chose to overlook Naiko's culinary concoction and proclaimed Kaiba's triumph. Huh? Ha 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 ha. Kai Basito, momentarily bewildered, managed to comprehend the judge's concluding remark and erupted into boisterous laughter. Though the path to this outcome was fraught with twists and turns, and the conclusion felt inexplicable, victory was victory. He cared not for the trifles, as winning was all that mattered. That surgeon of death, what the hell? Did the group leader mess up? Seems to be the case. Due to Naiko's live broadcast, they were all aware of the stakes involved in this culinary duel, particularly concerning the souls of Naiko and Kaiba. While Naiko's actions had drawn attention, it was only when Kaiba burst into laughter that the group members realized the gravity of the situation. It appeared that Naiko was truly in dire straits. In fact, they had not yet grasped the looming crisis. The moment the judge declared Kai Basito victorious, the culinary arena began to siphon Naiko's soul, nearing completion. The entire culinary space began to fade, with only Kai Basito retaining a tangible form, while Naiko gradually turned translucent alongside the vanishing arena. This unforeseen turn of events left the chat group members speechless, particularly those who had just arrived outside Kaiba's room, including Yugi Muto and Janucci. In their eyes, although Naiko had a penchant for self-destruction, he had never truly brought about his own demise. It was evident that his willingness to accept Kaiba's challenge stemmed from some hidden card unknown to others. Yet, everything transpired too swiftly. Naiko had just flirted with death, and now he was gone. Even as the group members attempted to intervene, they found themselves powerless in their respective dimensions. Even if they wished to transfer points to assist, Naiko had become as intangible as air, leaving them unable to catch up. In an instant, Naiko dissipated like a whisper, fading into the air, his presence no longer visible. Ha 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 ha. I have triumphed. This is a victory for me. Regardless of who you are or how you discern my secret, ultimately, it is my culinary system that will claim your soul. Ha 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 ha. Barely emerging from the culinary space, Kai Basito could hardly stabilize himself before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. His anxiety had been overwhelming, though the events transpired in less than an hour. When Naiko had unveiled his true identity, it felt as if his heart might burst from fright. While he had suspected he was not the sole traveler, he could never have fathomed that another would be aware of his identity and come seeking trouble with such intent. Yet now, that peculiar individual had lost their soul due to their own recklessness, leaving Kai Basito unrivaled in this world. After all, who would have anticipated that he, a traveler in the card dueling realm, would possess the culinary system? It was akin to what traditional martial arts tales described, where a seemingly ordinary swordsman, appearing adept with the left-handed sword, actually concealed the ultimate weapon within his pocket. Next, he would follow the predetermined steps to seize Yugi's deck, assembling the strongest card collection in this world, thus positioning himself as its ruler. Kai Basito smirked coldly, envisioning his perfect future. However, due to his previous anxiety, he now felt parched and turned to pour himself a drink, only to find Naiko hand him a cup of steaming soda. Thank you. Kai Basito accepted the cup. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered. What the hell? Why are you here? As the heat from the cup burned his hand, Kai Basito finally grasped the situation, nearly leaping out of the window. Naiko, however, regarded him with eyes that seemed to harbor unresolved grievances, ultimately emitting a long sigh. This manner of showmanship does not seem to suit me. Without waiting for Kaiba's reaction, Naiko raised a chilled soda for himself, lamenting, "This tale must begin from my childhood. In times past, before my birth, I lost my parents and had to navigate this frigid world alone. At 20, I finally found my place in the third mental hospital. Yet, before I could realize my dreams and aspirations, I was ensnared by trivial matters, leading to my current state. Wait. What are you talking about? Kaibasido could no longer afford to be afraid or astonished. He was far more eager to comprehend what this man had done and how he had evaded the soul siphoning of the culinary system. Do you still not understand? Naiko's gaze drifted toward Kaiba, a chilling intent evident in his eyes, causing Kaiba to shiver as he remained oblivious to Naiko discreetly adjusting the air conditioning behind him. I have told you, I have no parents. Do you comprehend what that signifies? Naiko abruptly slammed his empty cup onto the table, advancing upon Kaiba with menacing intent, prompting him to instinctively retreat a few steps. This means I will select Yasuo as my mid-lane champion. Kaibasido wore an expression akin to that of a confused African-American, yet Naiko's imposing presence left him too intimidated to retort. Fortunately, Naiko appeared disinclined to wait for a response, continuing unabated. I am a cheater. Damn it. I do not know what you have done. But you have forced my hand. I will unleash my ultimate trump card now. Despite his utter confusion regarding the situation, Kaibasido clearly recognized that this peculiar man was far from ordinary. As a traveler, he had managed to ascend to his current status through a rather subtle system, indicating that the traveler who had seized Kaiba's body possessed formidable decisiveness. As he beheld Naiko surviving the soul extraction within the culinary dual space, his attempts to inquire about the reason yielded no results. With resolute determination, he pressed a button hidden within his actual system. Dark cuisine activated. A whisper-like voice echoed suddenly, faint yet resonating with clarity for all who had tasted the culinary creations of Kaibasido, regardless of their distance, even those on the other side of the earth. The common trait among all who heard this voice was that they had once savored the dishes crafted by Kaibasido. Originally, this function required a reserve of culinary energy to achieve optimal effectiveness, but in light of the need to confront you, this monstrous being, such considerations became trivial. Accompanied by Kaibasido's maniacal laughter, a repugnant aura radiated from him, causing all who had partaken of his cuisine to feel an unsettling discomfort. Unsurprisingly, the foremost victims were the duelists within the duelist kingdom. In an effort to amass the so-called culinary energy for the duel system and amplify the results following the activation of this dark culinary function, all the food supplied throughout the duelist kingdom by the Kaiba Corporation had been meticulously prepared by him. From this moment forth, all who have tasted my dark cuisine shall become my culinary captives. Not a single one of you shall escape this duelist kingdom. Within Kaibasido's culinary system, this function instantaneously exerts mental control over all who have consumed his dishes, transforming them into his personal legion, bound to his every command. And this is merely the beginning. As the dark cuisine function continues to evolve, his dishes will possess the ability to enhance the physical forms of those who consume them, turning them into diverse super beings. At that point, Kaibasido shall no longer be a mere duelist reliant on card games. He shall stand unafraid, even in the presence of the legendary gods and demons of this world. Submit to your fate. Now, all shall obey my command. Kill these individuals. With a mere gesture, Kaibasido issued a lethal order targeting Naiko and her companions through the culinary system, and all who had fallen under the dark cuisine's sway began to converge upon them. This is an army numbering in the tens of thousands. Even if you manage to defeat me in a duel or culinary challenge, do you possess the means to contend with this scenario? Or do you even have the audacity to fight? These are mere humans. What do you think you hold in your hands? Just as Kaibasido felt that everything was within his grasp, his maniacal laughter abruptly caught in his throat as he gazed in bewilderment at the massive, oblong object beside Naiko. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Big Ivan. Naiko calmly patted the object beside her, producing a resonant metallic sound. Big Ivan, what is that? Kaibasido repeated, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the term, yet unable to ascertain its meaning. It is a nuclear bomb, Naiko stated nonchalantly, uttering words that sent chills down Kaibasido's spine. Kaibasido, wait. You do realize that if you detonate such a thing, you would perish as well, right? Naiko, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, clapped her hands in surprise and exclaimed, Oh, I would indeed be blown up. You should have realized this sooner. Despite his frantic complaints, Kaibasido felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least for now, it seemed that Naiko would not resort to detonating a nuclear bomb. Although many questions lingered, such as why Naiko was so deranged as to contemplate sacrificing herself to obliterate an entire island, or how she had procured Big Ivan. These concerns paled in comparison to the fact that Naiko had another card up her sleeve, akin to suppressing an opponent in a card duel. Yes, I underestimated you. But without a nuclear bomb, what can you truly accomplish? Boom! Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the entire duelist kingdom began to tremble. Before Kaibasido could react, A colossal pink skull-shaped mushroom cloud erupted from the ground. Let us rewind a few minutes. Since arriving in this world alongside Naiko, Jinx and Neza have been engaged in peculiar activities within a corner of the duelist kingdom. Surrounding them were an array of bizarre instruments, with a missile approximately 5 meters tall standing proudly at the center. Although labeled a missile, it bore cartoonish eyes and a mouth, adorned with whimsical decorations in vibrant pink, resembling something more akin to a decorative item from a young girl's room. Yet beside this amalgamation of cuteness and terror, a gigantic creature with an infant's head and a caterpillar's body crawled upon it, expelling a vast quantity of purple-black toxic mist that was subsequently absorbed into the missile. This is truly a brilliant idea. Infusing the missile with toxic gas. I had pondered this before, but even if I stuffed Teemo's mushrooms inside, they would be instantaneously incinerated upon launch, rendering the dispersal of toxins impossible. Neza shot a sidelong glance at Jinx, but offered no comment. The technological marvel provided by this girl was strangely intriguing. It appeared to be constructed from discarded materials. Yet it produced a plethora of bizarre, advanced effects. This inspired him to collaborate with Jinx in the creation of this toxin-laden missile. Alas, such an endeavor could not be tested in the Soul Society. It seems I must frequently participate in group missions henceforth. Naiko. Suddenly, Jinx recalled. What is the effect of this missile? Does it possess any special features? Despite the nearing completion of the missile, Jinx appeared to only just grasp the question. Casting a curious glance at Neza. After all, the group leader and several others were still on the island. The gas I injected specifically targets those under mental control. If they aren't controlled, it is ineffective. However, if those under mental control inhale it, they will instantaneously break free from the control and transfer the command to me. Upon joining the group, Neza had followed the newcomer's introduction pinned by the Death Surgeon, attempting to request a narrative from Naiko regarding his world. Although Naiko's chaotic ramblings had left Neza with little information, he had unexpectedly discovered the details of Aizen's ability, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. While he harbored some suspicion regarding Aizen's ulterior motives, he chose not to alert anyone nor plan to covertly eliminate Aizen. Instead, he intended to seize control of the complete hypnotic effects once Aizen made his move. Seizing the opportunity to conduct research on the toxin bomb while away from the Siriidii was paramount. You make a valid point. Thus, let us ignite it. Suddenly, a burst of maniacal laughter interrupted Neza's thoughts. Turning to look, he found Jinx had inexplicably climbed atop the missile, cackling as she ignited the fuse. Though this action may appear perilous, Jinx is, in fact, a seasoned expert in self-detonation. Once, she skated upon missiles like a board while launching an assault on Piltover, and she emerged unscathed. Thus, she harbors no fear of a single missile. Following that event, a swirling cloud of pink, skeletal poison erupted into the air. Await your demise you shall. Hey, where is my culinary slave? You could at least move on your own, right? At this moment, Kaibasido felt as if he were on a roller coaster. Every time he believed he had the upper hand, a new dilemma would arise, plunging him into despair. After unleashing his ultimate move and commanding an army of tens of thousands with dark cuisine, Kaibasido felt invincible. Yet, before he could make a move, all of them lost control. At this juncture, Kaibasido genuinely felt he was on the brink of madness. Despite having revealed 3 hidden cards, each was inexplicably dismantled, leaving him no room to retaliate. Faced with Naiko's composed demeanor, Kaibasido, like a cornered beast, raised his arm dramatically, as if preparing to transform, and shouted, If that is the case, I must unleash my final move. What a damnable experience. Is this how this system operates? With a squelching, slightly nauseating sound, a phantom hand emerged from the void, transforming Kaibasido into the form of Sister Mommy. This sudden change startled the onlookers outside, including Yugi Muto and others, who were merely observing. However, Naiko and several others in the chat group remained unfazed. They were merely curious about the identity of the phantom figure, and Kaibasido's defeat was hardly a concern. Yet, when Naiko beheld the figure in the void, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, for although the apparition was indistinct, it was evident that it resembled the central judge among the 3 previously mentioned. Given the current situation, it was clear that this system, and even Kaibasido's life, was entirely within the opponent's control. Alas, I never anticipated our meeting would occur under such circumstances. This was not part of my design. The ethereal figure emerged from the void, then stood firmly on the ground, bowing to Naiko with a gentlemanly gesture, while a top hat materialized out of nowhere and adorned his head. At that moment, it seemed to trigger a mechanism, for with the hat placed upon his head, the figure's hazy visage became distinctly recognizable. Astonishingly, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Naiko. Greetings, Mr. Naiko, our first encounter. As someone who seldom listens to others' incessant chatter, Naiko promptly raised a folding stool and hurled it at the figure. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, He is entirely unpredictable. Strangely, the Phantom Man appeared to have anticipated this, effortlessly evading the blow by a hair's breadth as Naiko attacked. Mr. Naiko, such speed and strength is rather unimpressive. The man chuckled lightly as he withdrew a couple of steps, just outside the range of Naiko's assault, prompting Naiko to raise an eyebrow in disappointment. I must say, Mr. Naiko, I had expected our encounter to bring forth a grand calamity, yet this is rather underwhelming. Suddenly, the spectral figure produced a staff of civilization, tapping it on the ground several times, seemingly expressing his emotions. I have heard that the Extermination Society was established to eliminate you, composed of all the Naikos from parallel worlds, excluding you. Yet, this is rather feeble, is it not? Was that just a surprise attack with a chair? Huh. Although I failed to seize the protagonist status and was allocated a rather lackluster ability, I am still a significant figure within the Extermination Society. However, even so, the power I possess is sufficient to annihilate you. Do you understand, Naiko? Indeed, I, Naizoshin, shall slay you today, and this absurd Extermination Society, along with those pitiful figures, shall be brought to an end by my hands. How audacious. After listening to his lengthy monologue, Naiko offered a sincere compliment. Simultaneously, he detonated the high-explosive grenades he had exchanged from the chat group, strategically placed around Naizoshin while he was speaking. TSK, even holding the title of a significant figure, does he not comprehend what he is about to face? Naiko, who had already moved Tom and Yugi Muto out of the blast radius, shook his head as he observed Naizoshin's desperate attempts to resist amidst the explosion. In the midst of the thunderous roar, Tom had already sensed something amiss and hidden behind a table. Do not inquire why a mere table can shield against an explosion potent enough to obliterate an entire castle. I, Tom, am simply unreasonable. Unfortunately, Naizoshin lacked such fortitude, as he was instantly brought to the brink of death under Naiko's reckless detonation. Damn it, Naizoshin cried out. Bloodied and sprawled on the ground, muttering something about not underestimating the youth, and the tides of fortune changing every 30 years, filling the room with a peculiar mirth. Although he himself was far from amused. Curse Naiko, I will concede that you possess strength, but this is merely a singular instance. I shall not falter again. Naizoshin roared in defiance, his once elegant demeanor now replaced by raw fury, causing Yugi Muto and others to involuntarily swallow hard, sensing his extraordinary presence. You must be dreaming if you think I will grant you another opportunity. Naiko had no intention of engaging in further dialogue with Naizoshin. He simply brought a brick down upon him. Even if the opponent seemed aware of something, it mattered little. For Naiko was the type who neither listened nor inquired about trivial matters. The objective was clear. Do not afford the villain any chances. Eliminate them without hesitation. Unless there was a need for verbosity. Damn it, I will not perish. I refuse to die here. Naizoshin shrieked in madness, his earlier elegance utterly disintegrated. Yet, the brick in Naiko's hand, though slow, approached him with unwavering determination, rendering Naizoshin utterly powerless. The trembling 28-year-old lowly remarked, "Why is the group leader pretending to move in slow motion?" It took 10 seconds to hit him with a brick and still missed his face. The death surgeon replied, "After all, he is the group leader. He probably wants to create some drama." The trembling 28-year-old lowly responded, "That makes sense. Coincidentally or not, just as the chat group was discussing." Naizoshin raised his hand and unleashed a sphere of ominous energy. Damn it, I had no intention of using this, but circumstances dictate otherwise. As one bearing the name of Naizoshin, his hidden cards were indeed numerous. In other words, as long as he was not killed, he would continue to produce one hidden card after another, endlessly until his demise. Ahaha, this is power I obtained from a significant member. Within this luminous sphere lies the sealed power of his strike. Accompanied by a resounding roar, Naizi hurled the sphere towards Naizi, and in midair, it transformed into an ethereal humanoid figure. Feel this. This is the greeting from a member of the elite. Before Naizi's words could fade, the sphere had morphed into a rather ordinary-looking man bearing Naizi's visage, clad in restrictive attire. The man flashed a malicious grin at Naizi and, without hesitation, raised his right hand, sneering, "Hello, I am Naisusu." With that greeting, the apparition embodying the sealed power of Naisusu vanished, as if it had never existed. Naizi? Naizi, what a bold introduction. This fellow seems rather impressive. Naizi felt an instant affinity for this previously unknown elite member. And with a swift motion, she struck Naizi, who was still dazed, with a brick, ending him. Detected that Kaiba Sito, whose body was seized by the Traverser, has perished. Mission accomplished. Regardless of what Muto Yugi thought, this mission was essentially concluded successfully. Aside from the fleeting appearance of the enigmatic elite member Naisusu, nothing particularly unexpected had transpired. As for that inexplicable greeting, the members who watched the live stream were left in a state of bewilderment. Although Naizi sensed that In that fleeting moment, a certain copper-hued energy had been infused into her being. She found no traces or discomfort, dismissing it as mere illusion. Death Surgeon. Wait. So that matter is settled just like that? Wanting a plane. Indeed. What else should we do? Should I analyze and speculate about these individuals' origins and the truth behind the Extermination Association? Death Surgeon. I originally wanted to agree, but since Naizi already voiced it, I found myself at a loss for words. However, even if Naizi was unconcerned, the members of their chat group needed to remain vigilant. After all, this Extermination Association appeared quite perilous. The mere notion of an organization composed of different parallel world versions of Naizi was chilling. As members of the chat group, who could say if a confrontation between Naizi and this Extermination Association would not affect them? It would undoubtedly impact them. Moreover, with the group leader being such a volatile individual, it would be difficult to rely on Naizi if complications arose. In other words, even if the primary combatants of the Extermination Association were targeting Naizi, the members of this chat group must find ways to protect themselves. With this thought in mind, Trafalgar Law quickly reached out privately to the other members of the chat group who possessed both intelligence and rationality. Although this characterization was peculiar, it was evident that individuals like Nyurkali, who were intelligent yet eccentric, existed alongside the majority who were of sound mind and intellect, as well as Naizi, who seemed to lack both. Nevertheless, having spent considerable time in the chat group, Law was well aware of whom he could converse with during such instances. Hence there were no unforeseen complications. As several members engaged in continuous analysis and reasoning, the image of the Extermination Association mentioned by Naizi began to crystallize, ultimately culminating in a coherent set of intelligence. As the analysis concluded, Trafalgar Law and the others offered no reservations, sharing their Extermination Association intelligence analysis within the chat group. Despite the various questions posed by other members, they were all part of the same group, and it was essential to share such information to prevent potential mishaps in the future. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. What is this? Is the Extermination Association what the group leader referred to? Death Surgeon. Exactly. I just contacted a few group members to compile this analysis. Everyone, take a look when you have time. I believe we will encounter these fellows again. I hold the shield. Oh, allow me to see. With the analysis uploaded, the chat group descended into silence as all members began to scrutinize the document crafted by Law and his companions. Note: all information regarding the Extermination Association below is speculative and may diverge significantly from actual circumstances. Firstly, it is an association constructed by group leaders from parallel worlds, hereafter referred to as clones for clarity. The clones have currently disclosed their singular objective, which appears to be the assassination of the group leader of this chat. The reasons for this are presently unknown, but Yui Kwaibupa has proffered several hypotheses. These conjectures are based on events triggered by the parallel world counterparts encountered on his end, but as nothing can be confirmed, they will not be discussed further in this document. Interested members may refer to another document titled 100 Reasons Naizi Must Die. In summary, the Extermination Association is a peculiar entity composed of Naizi clones, with the ultimate goal of eliminating the group leader, Naizi. According to the information provided by Naizi, the members of the Extermination Association are categorized into 5 distinct ranks. The 3 members of the Extermination Association we have encountered thus far include the elite member Naizi, deceased, the elite member Naisusu, and the unknown rank, but presumably elite, member Naija. Analyzing the information disclosed by these individuals, it appears that elite members have not achieved the so-called protagonist status and possess rather lackluster abilities. In other words, they are the lowest tier cannon fodder. Conversely, following this classification, the minimum standard for members of the Extermination Association at the elite level should entail possessing protagonist status and wielding formidable abilities. According to the documents previously shared by the group leader, every world has a protagonist. Their constant appearances across various worlds suggest they seek to seize this so-called protagonist status, which can be understood as the identity or power of the protagonist. Relating this to the Extermination Association's ultimate goal, it is plausible that the purpose of these actions is to accumulate strength in order to eliminate the group leader. Thus concludes the current analysis of the Extermination Association. Trembling 28-year-old lowly. This is truly astonishing. The entire analysis, while not lengthy, took Law and the others some time to digest fully. I hold the shield. So, does that mean our world could potentially be invaded by this Extermination Association? Split personality little card player. Is it not over yet? Does that mean my world will also face such occurrences? Wanting a plane. How terrifying that such things could exist in this world. Yui Kwaibupa, why are you so surprised? This is clearly your own issue. Wanting a plane. You make a compelling point. So I've decided to recruit new members. Although these two matters bore no connection, the group members had long grown accustomed to Naizi's patterns of behavior, and thus, none perceived any issues. As for the Extermination Association, they were powerless to act proactively and could only wait for the association to strike before retaliating. On another note, the missions assigned to this chat group seemed consistently tied to the Extermination Association, hence, increasing the number of group members could be considered an enhancement of their capacity to confront the Extermination Association. The fish seller has joined the group chat. The entity is a lowly has joined the group chat. Coffee Jelly is awesome has joined the group chat. The chat group now boasts 18 members. Meeting the upgrade requirements. The upgrade process will commence. Please await the completion of the upgrade. Until then, all functions except chat-related features will be temporarily disabled. Fish seller. Ah. What is this? A dimensional chat group? Is this a new stand user? Coffee Jelly is awesome. What is going on? Is that rascal Kasich stirring up trouble again? Fish seller. How dare you mimic my speech? It seems you're prepared for a beating, aren't you? Coffee Jelly is awesome. You really have the audacity to say that. Even if you apologize now, I shan't forgive you, Kasich. Fish seller. Just so happens that I've been in a foul mood lately. I'll make sure you can't get out of bed. Coffee Jelly is awesome. This time, I'm genuinely angry. Let me hunt you down and give you a good thrashing. Meanwhile, in the midst of his holiday, Kusuwaseki's eyes, concealed behind his glasses, radiated immense fury. As the strongest and only Esper in existence, he possessed the power to obliterate this world, and he had never been provoked in such a manner before. Even his genius yet deranged older brother merely caused him minor troubles with his inventions, but nothing like today's events had ever transpired. What? I can't locate the source. Initially intending to teleport to confront his brother, Kusuwaseki found himself utterly unable to trace the origin of this perplexing dimensional chat group. He and his brother had engaged in a battle of wits for years, even if the latter possessed devices that blocked his telepathy. There would always be some clue to grasp. As an Omega-level mutant who had liberated himself from suppressors and could perceive thoughts across the globe, he was able to observe many things invisible to ordinary people. Yet now, he discovered everything around him to be strikingly calm and normal, devoid of any trace of Kaseich's mischief. No, wait, I can't hastily conclude it's not him. Perhaps I should inquire personally. Despite sensing something amiss, Kusuwaseki opted for caution and decided to check on Kasich first. How could this be possible? Feeling that something was off, Kusuwaseki disregarded any trivialities and approached his brother, Kasich, who was fond of pranking him, to inquire about the situation. However, after a thorough interrogation, he discovered that Kasich was completely oblivious to this so-called dimensional chat group. Damn it, if Kasich isn't behind this, then who could have created something that could affect even me? As Kusuwaseki pondered this enigma, the strongest stand user, Fish Seller, was equally perplexed. Initially convinced he was under attack by a new stand user, he found no suspicious individuals no matter how he searched. Moreover, this so-called dimensional chat group had yet to take any action against him or those around him, neither beneficial nor harmful. This was undeniably inconsistent with the stand user's intentions. If there were no purpose or effect, why would someone allow this stand to possess him? Currently, Jotaro was merely a student, having recently acquired his stand, Star Platinum, and was at the pinnacle of his combat prowess, unlike the dual-powered Fish Seller of the fourth part. Yet, even with all his efforts, he could not pinpoint the whereabouts of this potential stand user. Ultimately, he had to accept the reality that this chat group was not a stand but an entirely different phenomenon. Fish Seller. Ah, what is this? Coffee Jelly is awesome. Ah, what is this? The fastest unbreakable. Oh, are there newcomers? Why are you two arguing right off the bat? As a perennial online participant, the Flash immediately noticed the new members in the chat group. Wooden Sword Tiger. No, more importantly, why must you both say ah before every statement? Death Surgeon. I heard the group leader mention it. It seems to be a mannerism one gets used to. Death Surgeon. But it appears there's another new member, right? Why hasn't there been any response? The entity is a lowly. Are you talking about me? I'm merely observing. The entity is a lowly. This dimensional chat group is quite intriguing, truly fascinating. The entity is a lowly. Ah, my master, Intrigulov and Blank Wingates Helsing. Even being by your side, I, Akado, have never encountered something so entertaining. Wooden Sword Tiger. Wow, this is what the group leader referred to as Chinibu, right? Split personality card player. It seems all three newcomers share that vibe. Wooden Sword Tiger. No, with that hairstyle, you have no right to say such things. Split personality card player. My hairstyle is perfectly normal. Thank you. The fastest unbreakable. All right, enough of the banner. In any case, welcome to the three newcomers. If you have questions, consult the group files for introductions. The fastest unbreakable. In summary, This is a place where you can converse with people from different worlds. If you wish to fight, you'll need to spend group points to venture into other worlds. Fish seller. Ah, what a pity. I'm not feeling well today. So I'll let this slide. Coffee jelly is awesome. I too have a bit of a headache. Otherwise, I would have come over to teach you a lesson. The fastest unbreakable. Are these two newcomers realizing they lack group points and now desperately trying to maintain their image? Fish seller. What is this? Coffee jelly is awesome. What is this? Death surgeon. The fastest unbreakable. Exposing others' shortcomings will earn you a grudge. The fastest unbreakable. It's fine, after all. I can still escape with a grin. Wanting an airport? No worries. If a fight is desired, it can happen at any moment. The fastest unbreakable. The fastest unbreakable. Group leader. What are you planning? Wanting an airport? Rest assured, I wouldn't lend points to let someone traverse just to hit you. I merely plan to host a grand martial arts event for the best chat group. The fastest unbreakable. The way you say wouldn't lend sounds so charming. Upon hearing the Flash's shameless flattery, the finger that Naiko had prepared to silence him hesitated. What could he do? He was a kind-hearted individual and couldn't bear to see this, so he let the Flash escape unscathed. Wanting an airport? In any case, to test the new features of the chat group, we'll be organizing an activity. Consider it our first event. As for specific rules and rewards, wanting an airport? Death surgeon, being serious for 40 seconds is exhausting. Please draft a complete set of rules based on what was just mentioned, or I'll mute you for a year. Death surgeon? Suddenly called out, Luo wore a dumbfounded expression. What had he done to deserve this? However, under Naiko's firm insistence and a burgeoning interest in the chat group's upgrade and upcoming activity, he reluctantly agreed. I see. So the chat group has now upgraded to level 2, and with it, several changes have occurred. One of the most significant transformations from the previous version is that recruiting new members no longer necessitates manual intervention from Naiko. As a mature chat group, it is essential to learn the art of self-recruitment. Henceforth, member recruitment will be conducted through a random automated process, no longer reliant on Naiko's haphazard efforts. Naturally, the incentives for recruitment have been abolished, but Naiko, as the group leader, will still enjoy certain privileges, such as a significantly reduced price for treasure chest draws compared to ordinary members. Furthermore, the utilization of group points has been structured with some planned options. Members can now select what they wish to exchange their points for, be it abilities, attributes, or items, which will be particularly convenient for newcomers who may be unfamiliar with the system. Nevertheless, the original method of directly approaching the chat group for exchanges remains intact, with points being deducted based on the requested items. The third change, which astonished Luo the most, is that existing members of the chat group can now invite others. However, this feature is still in testing, which is also the reason why Naiko aims to organize the Ultimate Chat Group Martial Arts Tournament, serving as a testing template. Each member can recruit an individual from their own world, and if there are no suitable candidates available, they may transfer their invitation quota. Thus, the tournament itself is not the ultimate goal. It is merely a whimsical endeavor by Naiko, primarily intended to test this invitation feature. Despite the name Ultimate Chat Group Martial Arts Tournament sounding grand, Luo believes that organizing such an event is indeed a splendid idea given the plethora of formidable individuals within the chat group. It would be disingenuous to claim that none of them harbored the desire to engage in competition. Typically, such opportunities are scarce. Even group tasks usually involve only 3 or 4 people, making genuine sparring impossible. With this event on the horizon, it is akin to a slumbering soul encountering a pillow. Luo is confident that everyone will be intrigued. As for the final update, Luo perceives it as rather inconsequential. Members can finally modify their group nicknames. With the growing number of members, to prevent chaos from arbitrary changes, each member's real identity will be noted alongside their nickname. However, Luo has no discontent with his moniker, Death Surgeon, and thus has not paid much attention to this issue. In fact, he suspects that if he were to revert to his real name, some might struggle to remember who he was. The trembling 28-year-old lowly. What? We can actually change our group nicknames now. Finally, the day has come. The trembling tornado. I no longer have to bear that ridiculous name. Vacuum legal lowly. Tornado, did you expect this? Group leader? This feature came with the chat group update. Death Surgeon. Luo Miss Tornado, your group nickname. Vacuum legal lowly. Tornado? Desiring an airport. Did you not know? The group leader possesses the authority to alter members' nicknames. After silently mourning for Tornado for 3 seconds, Luo presented the meticulously arranged schedule for the Ultimate Chat Group Martial Arts Tournament to Naiko. The rules are not overly complex. The competition will consist of 19 individuals, including Naiko, with each member, excluding Naiko, recruiting one participant from their respective worlds to engage in one-on-one battles. Given that some members may be unable to participate or lack other individuals to recruit from their worlds, the final number of competitors will be fine-tuned based on actual circumstances. As for the selection of recruits, the aim is to target the strongest individuals within their worlds, whether they are genuinely powerful or merely hold that title and name. The specific individuals will be determined by Naiko. Since the ultimate objective is to test the chat group's new feature, there will be no resurrection rounds or loser brackets. The competition will conclude in a single event. Regarding the rewards for the top 3, it seems Naiko has embezzled them, so there will be none. However, conducting battles within the chat group's designated space ensures fairness in the environment, and no matter how fiercely they clash, it will not disrupt other areas, while guaranteeing the safety of all participants. Upon the announcement of this event, the chat group buzzed with excitement, including the 3 newcomers who appeared quite intrigued and immediately began contemplating various related matters. Naturally, non-combatants like Muta Yugi and Saya displayed little enthusiasm, as their combat prowess is low, and they lack any notable figures from their worlds to rally. Thus, they can only observe this event. Conversely, members like Kaido Shun and Isaka Taiga have their own dilemmas. The former is a superpowered individual in his world, though there are no other capable fighters among them, while the latter has transformed from an ordinary individual into a formidable force with the assistance of the chat group members, yet finds herself unable to recruit anyone from her mundane world. Of course, there are exceptions like Tom, who, while not particularly interested in the event, wishes to drag his nemesis into it for a satisfying confrontation. In a moment, the chat group is filled with members harboring diverse thoughts, each contemplating their strategies regarding the ultimate chat group martial arts tournament. Naiko does not rush them. He knows that the administrative tasks will ultimately fall to either Luo or the Flash, and he is not at all perturbed. As for members who do not wish to participate or are unable to recruit anyone, it is not a significant issue. He can always arrange for temporary recruits from other worlds to fill the gaps. As long as there are 36 participants, ensuring the battles proceed smoothly is the primary concern. Although finalizing the participant list took some time, it was successfully completed by nightfall. The final list bore a resemblance to Luo's initial assumptions, with several members unrelated to combat opting out, while some worlds managed to recruit more than one temporary participant. Within the chat group, all members except for Muta Yugi, Saya, and Tom participated, and Naiko selected a few candidates to fill the missing slots, reaching the required 36 participants. To ensure fairness, the subsequent matchups will be randomly arranged by me. Naiko, unfazed, utilized the power of his privileges to pair the 36 individuals according to his preferences. As the first match of the Ultimate Chat Group Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence, the names of the 2 combatants flashed vibrantly within the chat group, capturing everyone's attention. Joseph, Joestar, Akato. Thus, the first matchup has been established, while the subsequent pairings will remain undisclosed for my convenience in potential manipulation. Naiko, with an unchanging expression, announced the commencement of the first battle in the Ultimate Chat Group Martial Arts Tournament, officially marking the beginning of the event. As it is an internal activity within the chat group and lacks any rewards, the competition unfolds not as multiple battles occurring simultaneously, but rather as a series of sequential contests. In this scenario, those not participating can leisurely observe from the sidelines, thus mitigating any potential boredom. With the declaration of the commencement of the first match, the power of the dimensional chat group has conjured a venue within the void, subsequently drawing in Jotaro, Kujo, and Akato. As for the other members, they may choose to enter that realm to spectate or opt for a more sedentary experience by watching the live stream. This is a matter of personal preference and discernment.